My friends, this will be a long and very interesting story. We will tell you about a world that will be full of magic and dragons. A world where dragons are equal to people. And here is our hero in a world full of magic. At first glance, it seems that this is an ordinary young man, but he got the Dragon Slayer cheat system. He has magical superpowers. He is strong and brave. So, friends, our story begins. There is a young man in front of you. His name is Lin, a very kind and sympathetic boy. He had a very interesting and exciting job. Only he had this. One day, Lin, relying on the power of dragons, began to raise them. This is a fascinating thing. He really liked it. Here, for example, is one of the dragons he raised. This is a fire dragon. Baby dragons have always been very funny and clumsy, like fat cats. Lin raised many different dragons. These were fire dragons, earth dragons, fire dragons, steel dragons, and also a dark dragon and a light dragon, and everyone needed to be thought and cared for. So, many years later, our hero enters the Holy Irish Academy. He wanted to study magic in depth. He really liked it. He wanted to know her completely. He wanted to hide his power and develop with all his might. The boy always had to face all kinds of difficulties and had to show his amazing abilities. At this time, the fallen aristocrat began to become the strongest dragon lord. We are transported to the Orland Empire, the patrimony of Lanster. Lin sat on a stone and remembered what the teacher told him. Meditation is when you are calm but focused. 8 years passed. 8 years of teaching in the preschool group. Lin sat and thought about it. Some guys my age have already become independent magicians. Lin thought and watched how others practiced their magic. Lin, disappointed, stood and looked at his hands. He made combinations on his hand using his fingers, but the magic did not appear. He was very worried about this. Everyone at school has been training their magic for a long time, but I still can't even meditate, the boy continued to think. But if I want to find out the truth about that year, then I definitely need to become a sage-level magician. Lin continued to sit on the stone and make various combinations on his hand using his fingers. He tried to meditate and summon magic. So far, this has been unsuccessful. It seemed to him that he was in some kind of vacuum. Perhaps he is even underwater, so no one hears or notices him. Perhaps this is why his superpowers, magic, and meditation do not work. But it was just a magical blow from his classmates. Young Master Lanster. "I'm so sorry that my magic went straight to your head," one of the boys shouted. "I was so busy practicing my magic that I didn't notice you. I am so sorry." The boy continued talking and laughing. It was clear from him that he did it on purpose. "There's only one thing I can't understand. Just why didn't you use a shield to block? You're a poppy." He continued to laugh and say, "Boy." The boys began calling names and laughing at Lin. "What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. Our pathetic young Master Lanster didn't even finish preschool education." "How can he use magic?" one of the boys spoke. "Isn't the Lord's magic very strong?" "I wonder why the young master is still a beginner." The second boy spoke. "Because the young master is not an orphan, he was adopted by a lord." The third boy laughed. "Is this street boy with no name worthy of being the master's heir?" The boy continued to discuss Lin. "He's an orphan. He's a street boy. He didn't even have the strength and intelligence to complete preschool education." Lin was very worried about what they said. He had to listen to all these insults directed at him. These boys are scoundrels. They are very ruthless. They know how to hurt a person more painfully. They always iron it all. Suddenly the face of one of the boys who was insulting Lin suddenly changed. His brows furrowed. He opened his mouth and his eyes filled with fear. It was as if he saw a real ghost in front of him. "Hey, you asshole, what are you talking about there? What are you talking about? I see you are very smart and brave for your age." Menacing and evil, said a tall, unfamiliar man in armor. The man put his iron sword on this boy's shoulder and began to press it a little on the boy's body. "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Justified, boy. It was clear how much he was scared. Lin was very happy. "Mr. Carl, is that you?" "Can't be. What are you doing here?" Lin shouted joyfully. "Mr. Carl, please, please put down your sword," Lin said. "What? Do you really want me to let him go?" "Your will," said Mr. Carl. He unclenched his hand and let go of the boy. "Let's run, quickly, run away from here." The boys screamed loudly and ran away in different directions. Lin began to climb off the stone. "Young master, you must allow me to punish these boys severely." Mr. Carl spoke indignantly. "No, sorry, but you cannot use this method." "These are children," Lin said. Lin moved closer to Mr. Carl. He began to explain to him. "Mr. Carl, let's remember and think about it. The sword that the king gave you, was it meant to be used against commoners and mortals?" Tench asked. Mr. Carl looked very confused. It was clear from him that he was ashamed of this act. "Sorry, sir. I don't know what came over me. It was probably a blur." Mr. Carl spoke. "Great, I'm glad you understood everything. Adding that in the future, don't talk about it anymore and don't raise this topic," Lin said. And continued to look at Mr. Carl. Lin understood that he was here for a reason. "Yes, of course. I understood everything. My deepest apologies, young master. Never again in my life will I do such a stupid thing. Let's forget this act together. An act unworthy of war," said Mr. Carl. "Why did you come to me?" Tench asked. "Oh my God, that's right. I completely forgot about that." He shouted loudly. "Mr. Carl, the gentleman received a letter from Mr. Oliver. Please go back and watch." Mr. Carl continued talking, and at that moment he was very excited. "Mr. Oliver?" Lin asked. The young man thought and fell silent. Our hero had a lot in common with this name and this man. "And this is it, Mr. Oliver. A man with a mustache, a beard, and a beautiful long mage and sorcerer hat. He is the one who helped me in many of my affairs and problems. Mr. Oliver, the one who helped hide my name that year when my father had an accident. Mr. Oliver, this is my benefactor who hid me here. I was brought in a carriage with 2 horses. We stopped near a beautiful castle with large gates. There was a beautiful green lawn in the courtyard of this castle, and next to it stood a simply gorgeous fountain. Slowly, I began to climb out of this carriage. Mr. Oliver knew full well that I couldn't perceive magic, but he still tried to help me in every possible way. Lin completely stepped out of the carriage. The weather was wonderful outside. Sun was shining. There was a light wind, and white clouds slowly floated across the blue sky. It was like being in heaven. This time, Mr. Oliver must have discovered something, thought Lin. Lin very quickly entered the courtyard of this castle. He saw a man standing with his back to him. This is a tall man in beautiful clothes and a long jacket. "Father, I'm back," the Tench cried joyfully. "Ah, Lin, is that you, my boy?" the man asked. The man turned to the boy and smiled. "Hello, Lin. Well, let's quickly go to the office," the man said. This man was the older brother of this boy's mother. The man's name was Blaine Lanster. "I have a message for you from Mr. Oliver," Blaine said. "I suggest everyone listen to it together." Blaine continued. "Okay, I agree," said Lynn. The young man began to reason and reveal secrets. "In fact, I should call this man Uncle. But in order not to reveal my identity to the world, we must be known to everyone in the world as adopted father and son." Blaine Lanster touched the stone bird with his palm. He put his hand to her head. Bright, white and blue lights sparkled around. Of course it was magic. "Baby, read the letter to us," Blaine asked. The stone bird began to come to life in an instant. The color of her stone became much brighter and lighter. The eyes lit up like lanterns. A bright white light came from the eyes. A bright light flash was above the head of this stone bird. And then after a few seconds she spoke. "Greetings, Duke Blaine," the bird said, and continued reading the letter. "I was wandering around and accidentally came across an unusual magic book." Then the bird exhaled, and the image of a beautiful large book hung in the air. "Perhaps this book will help Lynn awaken his magic." The bird continued to read the letter. The book flew through the air straight to Lynn's chest. The book shimmered with golden rays, and an incomprehensible energy emanated from it. Lynn spread his arms out to the sides and was pleasantly surprised. "This is actually a book made from animal bones." "She's just beautiful and special," Lynn said. Lynn began to remember. He felt very sad. He held this book in his hands, and it seemed that this was his last hope. The last hope for awakening your sense of magic. It's just that so many years have passed, and no matter how hard I try, I still can't awaken my magic within myself. Lynn spoke to himself. "I couldn't do anything right from my early childhood. And now I'm already a teenager, and I haven't felt my magic yet." Lynn took this magic book very tightly with both hands. He clung to her as if he were his last hope. This was an opportunity for him. "Maybe now I can? Maybe this time I can use a book," Lynn asked himself. His uncle approached Lynn, but the boy continued to remain silent and looked carefully at the book he was holding in his hands. "Will it help that I am not destined to become a magician in this life? Why all this effort?" I kept asking myself. "Lynn." The uncle put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "My boy, perhaps you have been too tired lately. So don't force yourself, rest," Blaine Lanster said. "Understand the main thing. Not everyone can be a magician, not to mention a sage-level mage." Uncle continued talking. The uncle looked at the boy with very kind eyes. "If you wish, you can just stay and live under a name like Lynn Lanster. First of all, it was Zoe who dumped you. Therefore, I think you should not force yourself to become a magician. It doesn't work, so it's not necessary. So it's not yours." Uncle spoke. Lynn listened carefully to his uncle. "Secondly, I will repeat, it was Zoe who abandoned you." Uncle continued talking. "Why do you have to endure such hardships for him? Why should you force yourself to become a magician because of this?" The wedge boy continued to look with admiration at the magic book that was in his hands. "Uncle, thank you very much for these kind and warm words," the boy said. "But as you know, betraying my father is not that simple. Previously, when I came home 5 minutes late, he would become very anxious and fly all over the city and streets looking for me. Now he was stuck in the dragon's territory. And I don't know what's wrong with him. Is he alive or not?" Lynn said. "As his son, I can't just ignore it. Is that right what I say?" Lynn asked his uncle. Lynn thought very hard. "I know that my uncle is doing everything for my sake. He does this for good reasons. But as long as I have even the slightest chance of finding my father, I will never give up, Lin thought. The boy began to remember his childhood. Although when I was little in my memory, I don't remember my father coming home often. But when my father came home, I always heard the same phrase. Son, hello. Your father returned home and he brought you new toys. Meet me soon. And every time he returned, my eyes lit up with happiness and joy. The feelings just overwhelmed me. Each time there were new beautiful toys. But of course, most often he gave me horses. This time it was a golden carriage. The carriage was harnessed to 4 horses, also golden in color. They simply sparkled with gold. They looked like real ones. Then my happiness simply knew no bounds. So, what do you say? How do you like it, son? These toys are much more fun and better than the previous ones, right? The father spoke with a smile. Then I joyfully shouted loudly, Yes, father! I ran towards my favorite toys and was happier than ever. My father tried to do everything possible to make my mother and me happy. Mom, as an adult, of course, knew much more than I did at that time. She looked at her father with sad eyes and spoke. Zoe, will you leave again this time? Yes, honey, I'll have to go, the father answered. He held me in his arms and I was happy. I felt like the happiest child in the world. I always liked it when our family was completely together. My father held me in his arms and told my mother almost the same thing every time. I have to go. Darling, but don't worry. If everything goes well this time, this will be my last expedition. I promise you. The father spoke confidently. Darling, next time I come back, I won't leave again, I promise you. I swear to you and my son, father said. We hugged each other tightly. This was our little happy family. It seemed that nothing could interfere with our happiness, but it just seemed. I thought that our family could continue to live happily. Lin spoke, but my father never returned home. This was a big blow for me. But that was not all. My mother is also missing. It was at that moment that I became an orphan because my father and mother were not around. I didn't know where they were or what happened to them, and now I want to reunite this broken family. I want to learn the best magic. I want to learn everything I can. Then maybe only I can do it. Reunite your family. Of course, the boy Lin had a lot of doubts. He couldn't do anything with magic. He did not do well at school. The book was his last hope. But can this magic book help me awaken? Help awaken my magic? Lin thought. Lin was lying on the bed and holding this magic book in front of him with one left hand. He looked slightly tired. Too many emotions lately. The teaching method written inside this magic book is completely different from orthodox magic. Lin spoke. Then Lin sat down on the bed, put his hands forward, spread his fingers, and began to try to summon magic. All in all, I have experienced failure countless times. What needs to happen this time for me to succeed? Lin asked himself. Lin put his fingers together and turned his palms up. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. A small, bright white glow appeared around his body. He hasn't seen it yet. He would be calm, focused, and even a little relaxed now. He had never had such a mild condition before. Lin realized that there was nothing wrong with constantly trying. The collection of his development is approaching him. Suddenly, a small white bright cloud flashed above his head. It was like a ball of electric lightning hovered over his head. In fact, the tension in the air in this room was already too much. Damn it! I failed again. It didn't work out for me again. Lin got angry and shouted loudly. Out of frustration and despair, Lin slammed his fist against the wall with all his might. The whole house just shook, as if after an explosion. Cracks crawled along the wall. Magic balls of energy were flying in the air throughout the room. They were light as feathers, painted in white and turquoise tones. They filled almost the entire room. They sparkled and made cracking noises. After a while, Lin opened his eyes. He froze in the position in which he was striking the wall with his hand. He froze and watched what was happening around him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lin saw that a bright, light, white, and blue light was emanating from his body. He felt energy pouring out of him. This is magical power, the Lin boy said. God bless. Hooray, I managed. Someone pinch me. Lin kept talking, but in his eyes there was a lot of fear from what was happening. This has never happened to him before. Boy Lin was so happy that tears of joy flowed from his eyes. So now it turns out that I can accept magical power, the Lin boy said loudly. Suddenly a strong wind rose in the room. Lin understood that magic worked, but he did not understand how it happened and how he could control it. He was out of breath. Why there was so much of this magic, he did not understand it. Over time, Boy Lin began spitting blood out of his mouth. He felt very bad. My body, what's wrong with it? I feel very bad. Everything inside me cuts and burns. Lin spoke out loud. The Lin boy fell to the floor. He felt so bad that he banged his fist on the wooden floor. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. What is happening to me? I feel like I'm about to explode. Lin spoke. Lord, am I dying? The boy continued talking. Never. This will never happen. I can't just die. If I take it now and just die, how will I then look for my parents? Who will find them then? Then it turns out that everything that happened to me up to that moment was simply in vain. Lin began to shout loudly. Then Lin closed his eyes, and it seemed that he flew upward with great force. After some time, the wind died down. It became very warm and quiet. The Lin boy opened his eyes and found himself on all fours on the floor. It was very dark around, almost night. It's strange why the magical power disappeared. I started asking myself questions, boy. Everything around also instantly turned black. Or maybe the light just went out? Lin spoke. Boy Lin collected his thoughts and began to rise to his feet. He stood up and began to look around. First, you need to go out and see what happened, the Lin boy said to himself. Suddenly, Lin felt something glowing in the darkness. He touched this object with his fingers. It was a round object that seemed to glow from within. The Lin boy took this round object in his hands and held it in front of his face. Strange, what could it be? Lin asked questions. Maybe it's a soccer ball? Or is it an egg? This round object was warm and glowed from within. Suddenly, very unexpectedly, this egg spoke. A sound and a voice began to be heard from it. Dear Mr. Lin Lanster, I greet you. After these words, Lin almost fainted. He screamed with all his might in fear. It was very unexpected. After a while, Lin calmed down a little. What it is? Lane asked. The voice from this egg began to be heard again. Good afternoon. I'm your butler, Mr. Lin Lanster. I've been waiting for you here for over 10 years. Boy Lin was very surprised. It seemed to him that he was sitting on a very small island, with an egg lying nearby, and the sea around it. The egg continued to speak. Welcome to Mr. Your Sacred Estate. This is your dragon farm, said the egg. Lin immediately began to fantasize and invent in his head huge, fearless dragons that burned and killed everything in their path. Dragons. You said dragons. There really are dragons nearby. Lord, where have I ended up? The Lin boy spoke in fear. When the dragon egg that lies in front of you hatches, the dragon will appear. The voice said to the boy. What, is this a joke? Is this a dragon egg? Lin asked, looking at this beautiful fiery egg. That's right, this is your first dragon. You will not be able to return back to your native familiar world until you raise the first dragon. And until you complete the main task of feeding, said the voice. The boy was filled with fear. He became indignant and shouted. Hey you! Are you kidding me? How can I come back after I raise him and grow him? The Lin boy asked loudly. As soon as the dragon hatches from the egg, I will be eaten alive. Do you know what you're saying? The boy continued to scream. Suddenly, there was an unexpected pause. There was complete silence for a few seconds. Boiling noticed this red fire egg. It began to crack. It was clear that now someone had to hatch and get out of this egg. With every second, the crackling became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a small paw appeared from the egg. What to do? What should I do? The shell is cracking, can't you see? The boy shouted and asked. Now the dragon will hatch and eat me. What are you doing? Suddenly, the voice continued to communicate with the boy Lin. Just a minute. A friendly reminder. If you, mister, do not drop your blood on the dragon egg before the shell cracks, then the dragon will simply eat you after hatching from this egg. I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to drip my blood onto this egg. What if I get an infection? Let me go home altogether. The boy Lin was indignant and shouted. The egg lay nearby and continued to crack. Is this some kind of curse that the hell is going away? Lin said indignantly, but at that moment he collected his thoughts. He bit his finger and blood flowed from his finger. He understood that he simply had no other choice. Biting my own finger was very scary and painful. Great, I did it. Great, did it. I must form it to himself. I must form a bond with this egg. The boy looked at the egg. It continued to crack, and a dragon began to hatch from there. It was necessary to act very quickly. Quickly establish a connection with such a monster that can destroy the whole world. The wedge boy quickly extended his hand forward, so that the blood begins to splash onto this egg. Drops of his blood began to fall on the egg and directly inside, from where a small dragon began to appear. Bright flashes of fire scattered in different directions. A lot of heat came from this egg. A very large crash began to be heard. The more drops of the boy's blood fell on the egg, the more the sound of the crack of that egg spread. Suddenly, a large fiery lightning flashed upward from the egg. In an instant, everything around was spinning like a big whirlwind. Everything around seemed to be on fire, but the wind was terribly cold. Everything inside this kind of tornado was crackling. Fiery lightning bolts shot upward one after another. Boy Lin fell to the side from the blast wave and fear. He covered his face and eyes from the strong wind and hot fire. Tongues of flame were around his body. He was afraid of burning out, and then his search for his parents would be pointless. Lord, when will this all end? Lin continued to scream. What if this dragon hatches and doesn't recognize me? What then, eh? Lin asked loudly. I just wanted to learn magic. I didn't want to get eaten senselessly by some dragon, thought the boy Lin. A minute later, everything stopped. Everything has disappeared. The fire and flashing lightning disappeared. The smoke disappeared. The wedge boy sat with big round eyes from fear and shock. Did I really succeed? Lin thought. And at his feet lay a beautiful little golden dragon. He lay on his back with his paws up. Its shell was lying around. The little dragon made sounds like a small child. The Lin boy sat on all fours and looked at this funny little dragon. He was touched and smiled from him. What is this dragon? Is this the most terrible creature in the world? He smiled and asked himself, Boy Lin. At this time, the dragon stood on its hind legs and looked at the boy. Ia, 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 the dragon constantly shouted. The Lin boy already looked at this little cub with loving eyes. Are you serious? You are crying? Or are you laughing? I do not understand what you say. He spoke to the little dragon. The Lin boy was very happy. He exhaled heavily and said, Thank God it's just a baby dragon. What are they afraid of? Nothing. Linda touched the little dragon cub. I stroked him. The dragon froze and began to look at the boy with large and frightened eyes. Small, sharp fangs protruded from his mouth. Suddenly the dragon screamed loudly. Iya, iya, iya. Hey boy, you are an insignificant person. How dare you even touch me? The dragon screamed. At this moment, the dragon immediately jumped high and hit the boy Lin's face with its hind paw. The blow was so strong that even blood sprayed from the boy's mouth. Clin did not expect such a turn of events at all. I think I have begun to understand the language of dragons, the boy said. A voice came from outside. The task is completed. Congratulations on purchasing your first dragon, rancher. You get 5 experience out of 50 gold. Beginner's reward, 1,000 gold. Gold can be used to purchase feed, build and expand fields. System gold and real gold are equivalent in exchange 1-to-1. Please wait for the main task. Build a fire dragon's nest. Reward 5 experience or 50 gold. The voice continued to speak. Fire dragon's nest. It turns out I need to build a house for this baby dragon. The boy Lin spoke. The player became indignant and started fire. I'm not going to treasure the home you'll create for me, the dragon screamed. And don't play with me. I don't need it. The dragon continued to scream. Yes, yes, I understand. You don't need it. I realize that you will not take care of anything, the boy answered. So I can create a beginner dragon for only 100 gold. The boy began to reason. This is a normal price. It is very inexpensive. Lin began to press the button on the monitor where it said 100 gold. Let me go quickly, boy. How can a fire dragon like me use a house that some boy built? The dragon was indignant. A boy named Lin was holding a small dragon with one hand. The dragon was very indignant, but the young man did his job. He pressed a button to build a home for him. I don't want you to build my home, the little dragon screamed. And at this time, construction was already happening behind them. The area has expanded. Congratulations on completing the task. You received 5 experience and 50 gold, said the voice. They saw the dragon's nest appear. It was a small mountain, inside of which there was a depression. She was red, brown, and gold. It seemed that there was hot lava inside this mountain. The fire dragon was very happy. He grabbed his face with his paws. His eyes sparkled with happiness. He opened his mouth with pleasure. The voice came again from outside. This is the initial fire dragon nest. This is the fire dragon's paradise. Growth +1 per day. Can hold a limit of 500 gold per day. The fire dragon quickly jumped into its nest. He was so happy. He was bathed in this fiery light. He kept saying, Aya, Aya, Aya. You just told me that you don't want me to build you a house, the boy said. What a little liar you are. Although your body tells a different story, Lin said. The Lin boy stood and watched. How great and good it was for the baby dinosaur in this nest. He saw how happy this baby was to find his home. The Lin boy thought about it. Considering that you are a dragon constantly screaming, Iya, 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 I suggest calling yourself Iya. Suddenly, the baby dragon fell silent. At first, the boy thought, maybe then he needs to come up with a different name for this dragon. He waited a few minutes and looked at the baby dragon, and I got scared. The baby continued to be silent, and the boy was afraid that something bad had happened to him. The boy of the ribbons was so scared that sweat even appeared on his face. He looked closer and saw how the baby fell asleep inside this nest. The baby dragon curled up and fell asleep. He slept a little, sniffling, and blew bubbles through his nose. He felt very warm and comfortable in his new home. What a frivolous animal, the boy thought. After the baby dragon fell asleep, the Lin boy followed further instructions from the system. He performed several simple tasks. Everything was done with just a few clicks. It is quite comfortable to be the owner of such a cozy little farm, thought the boy Lin. He had never had this before. Several beds appeared on the farm. The seedlings have already begun to sprout. This is the dragon scale fruit. It is one of the favorite fruits of the dragon race. The growing period is only 1 day. After feeding this fruit, +10 is added to the dragon's growth. This is a good increase. The main thing is quickly, the Lin boy stopped near the LCD computer monitor. I have already raised a dragon and completed all your tasks. No more assignments were received. I take it I can leave now? The boy asked Lin at the computer. Please use the exit command to leave the farm, the computer said. Hooray, finally. I finished. I was very happy, boy Lin. He snapped his fingers and quickly pressed the button called exit. At that moment, the boy clearly felt power in his body and in his fingers. He felt some kind of magic that had not yet been in his body. After the wedge pressed the exit button, something fabulous began to happen. An unusual warmth and wind flowed around the boy's body. It was a cycle of different energies. The young man closed his eyes and felt himself spinning and ascending into something unknown. At first, it seemed to the boy that he was flying and constantly rising upward. Then after a while, he realized that he was simply flying down with his whole body. But they don't fall into the abyss, and gently, smoothly falls down. Lin continued. The Ling boy continued to slowly descend. It was as if an incredible force supported his whole body and gently lowered him down. And after some time, Lin found himself back in his bed. He lay there as if nothing had happened, exactly the same as it was before, when he simply took the magic book into his hands. The Lin boy seemed to be in his bed. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were tired. They blushed slightly from fatigue. The boy's face also looked tired. It turned slightly pale. The Lin boy lay silent. Lin lay there and remembered everything that had happened to him just recently. He remembered the computer, the voice from outside, the egg. I remembered how this egg hatched and how a fire dragon emerged from it. And then how he built a house for this little dragon and practically fell in love with him. It seemed to him like a dream. Then the boy suddenly opened his eyes wide because he saw that everyone was looking at him. He saw very worried faces in front of him. There was a lot of fear and misunderstanding. His uncle and his whole family were there. Why are you looking at me like that? The boy asked Lin. Baby, why are you crying? Lin asked. What is going on? Lin asked questions. Boy Lin sat down on his bed. He didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. Will anyone answer me or not? Lin began to be indignant. Young master, you. Young master, you. He spoke and was afraid to say, Boy, that I continue. Lin was indignant. Everyone who was in this bedroom raised their heads up and looked there. They looked worried and frightened. It was immediately clear that they were very frightened by something. Lin looked at them, raised his finger up and said, Am I from there? Everyone in the bedroom began to point their fingers upward. You're from there, sir, one said. Yes, you fell right from above, sir. Look up, look at the ceiling, they said. The Lin boy raised his head up and looked. He saw the sun shining into the room through a large hole in the ceiling. It was not the sun that surprised him, but the large hole in the ceiling. There's no ceiling, the Lin boy said. Everyone started screaming in panic. The young master blew up the ceiling. They shouted. Did I really blow up the ceiling myself? The boy asked in shock. Yes, the ceiling exploded. Can you see it yourself? We have nothing to do with it. They continued talking. The boy looked at his uncle. The rest added their own. Of course you did it, you young master. You were still passed out then. You were unconscious outside of yourself and did what you wanted. They continued. The boy's father, who was also his uncle, put his hand on his shoulder and began to calm him down. You exuded very powerful magical energy. Uncle spoke. My boy Lin, it really was you. Uncle continued. It was you. Uncle continued. What? Uncle. Are you serious? It was me? Did I blow up the ceiling too? Lin asked. In fact, at this moment, Lin was very happy. He realized that he had finally succeeded. He curbed this magic of his, he awakened it. The wedge boy looked at his hands and his fingers. White and blue fire emanated from them. It was energy. And it was the magic he had been waiting for so long. Now everything became clear to me. Lin said, Now I can perceive magical power, he said. The young man named Lin looked at his palms and fingers. There was a lot of white light in them, which shimmered and turned into blue and cyan. He felt that he had never had so much energy in his hands in his life. He understood this was the magic that he had awakened in himself. This is all thanks to the magic book that Mr. Oliver gave me. The Lin boy thought to himself. The young man became a little sad. Not everything was clear in his thoughts. But why did I end up in a strange world when I awakened my magic? Lin asked himself. Everyone in this house had already begun to celebrate Mr. Lin's normal return home. Glasses of beer and champagne were raised. There was practically a public celebration in this house. The main thing for everyone was that young Master Lin returned to life and woke up. Carl, please take a look at this book. The boy asked for Lin. Carl, try to follow the instructions in this magical book. Follow the instructions to improve, Lin said. Lin thought for a moment. Mr. Carl, then tell me what you got, Lin said. Just tell me. Be sure if you feel anything strange. Now this is the main thing for me, the Lin boy said. Lin slowly passed his magic book to Carl with his hands. It glowed very strongly and practically burned with fire. It seemed like it was made of pure gold. The cover of this book featured a beautiful fire dragon. The Lin boy sat down and began to meditate. At the moment, he was completely at peace. He was so calm that he could hear his breathing and heartbeat. It's strange, but neither Mr. Carl nor his uncle felt anything unusual after reading this magical book. The boy sat and reasoned. Mr. Lin closed his eyes very tightly. He frowned. He was so focused on himself that even sweat appeared on his face. His body temperature rose. He sat, meditated, and thought about what had happened to him and how it all was influenced by Mr. Oliver's magic book. Maybe only I can enter that mysterious place where I have already been. Thought the boy Lin, this sandy island. This is a beautiful little cozy nest, or as the voice said, a home for my first dragon. I can't forget all this. Every time I want to tell others about this, share with them my experiences and what happened to me there. But looking at them, I don't dare to do it. Thought the boy Lin. Young master, are you under a spell? The others asked. And to tell the truth, after yesterday's destruction of the ceiling, after I felt that magic had awakened in me, something has changed in my body and in my body. I constantly feel bad and bleed. After that, everything changed inside me. Every time I meditate, I start coughing up blood. We don't like this state. At this moment, I feel as bad as I have never felt before. It seems to me that a little more, and I will die. In general, I don't like this condition. Lin spoke. The boy Lin began to remember what the computer told him and wrote. And this is what was said. The dragon's level is limited by your magic level. Next, be careful. Increasing your strength may cause your body to explode. Further, the ranch will quickly upgrade the Aya dragon to level 1. Before this, you cannot use your magic. The Lin boy remembered all this and began to think. At that moment, anger overwhelmed him. He was alarmed. The boy was so upset that a tear flowed. Subsequently, he discovered that this stupid system did not allow him to increase the level of magical power. The uncle called his nephew to the table for dinner. They sat down at the table, just the two of them. Lin ate silently and didn't even look at his uncle. He was constantly spinning different thoughts in his head. He constantly thought about what happened to him. He tried not to enter the ranch, but this freak, who called himself a butler, constantly reminded himself of himself. Did he feel his name being called? The butler and the same voice from outside burst into the real life of a boy named Lin. He constantly heard calls in his voice. As soon as the boy brought his food to eat it, he heard a voice in his head. Danger. Not enough food. The fire dragon is starving. Health -10. Mr. Lin tried to ignore everything he heard in his head. He tried to abstract himself from what seemed to him, well, of course. You don't have to worry about the basic details at all. Everything will work itself out. You are the best rancher. The voice in the boy's head spoke. Why doesn't anyone except me hear this voice and see these pop-ups? Lin asked himself. The boy suddenly lost his appetite. He had no time for food at that moment. Why do not you eat? Uncle asked. I lost my appetite, the boy replied. The uncle understood that something was happening to the boy. He understood that all the energy was spent on magic. This is not the first time I have heard from you that you have no appetite, Uncle said. Believe me, boy, I need to eat well. Believe me, it takes a lot of strength to practice magic in your body. Uncle spoke. The Lin boy perked up a little. His mood lifted and he even smiled. Uncle, thank you very much for your support, the Lin boy said. These are the words I wanted to hear today. The boy thought to himself. The blue window lit up in front of him again. It was a pop-up window with something written on it again. The uncle, wiping his mouth with a napkin, began to speak. Oh yes, I completely forgot. I told Mr. Oliver about your awakening of magic. Perhaps he will come soon and help in the study of magic at the Academy of St. Iris, Uncle said. What? Did you say St. Iris Academy? Uncle, are you kidding? Did Mr. Oliver really say that? Excitedly, the boy asked Lin. He was excited and delighted. This was good news for him. Iris Academy is the best academy in the Orland Empire. This is a huge building in the shape of an ancient castle. Many famous magicians studied there. This academy is full of stories, mystery, and its own secrets. In fact, Mr. Oliver is the vice dean of this Iris Academy. This is a very responsible post. A post that gives a good position in society and great influence. A long time ago, my father was once Mr. Oliver's student. The boy suddenly remembered Lin. My father was young at that time, but even then they said that my father was the most gifted student of this academy. The boy remembered. The Lin boy was lying on his bed. He put 2 hands behind his head, looked up, and dreamed. These were the best dreams of a seemingly ordinary teenager. It is great, and now I can go to study at Iris Academy. This is just the ultimate dream. I thought and said to myself, boy. Suddenly, this silence was interrupted by a voice from outside. Attention, 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 he repeated. Fire Dragon. Aya's health dropped below 10. He doesn't have enough food. Ignoring this message will result in the death of your pet. To compensate for the damage, the rancher will simply be turned into a dragon egg. What? What kind of rule is this? The boy shouted loudly. The little fire dragon always wanted to eat every minute and second. Some time passed and he was hungry again. It seemed as if he was eating constantly, 24 hours a day. Basically, I always had to feed him. After that, I always had to go in and feed the little bugger, although it was more likely that he was a little glutton. The little dragon had a very good appetite. This is what I understand. A healthy, growing organism. This is what I understand. Appetite. Just don't tell me that later he will start eating my energy, Lin said. After the little fire dragon ate everything, he fell on his back. The little dragon closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and began to snore. Good food and sleep were all he needed at that moment. Thus, the dragon Iya increased its level. The health and growth of the fire dragon began to increase from level 0 to level 1. The Lin boy decided to play with the dragon. We probably need to help him gain weight and strength, thought the boy Lin, and hit the dragon on the forehead with his finger. Oh, how painful it is, the dragon cried. The little fire dragon became very angry. He folded his paws on his stomach, made my eyes very angry, and he showed his small, sharp fangs to the man. Hey, boy, don't you dare slap me on the head anymore. You understood me? The little dragon screamed loudly. I'll grow up and show you then. Let's see who will hit whom in the forehead with their finger. The little fire dragon was indignant and spoke loudly. The Lin boy continued to hold his forehead with one finger and not let him come to him. With just one finger, he was able to hold the dragon in one place. At this moment, a voice came from outside again. You're starting to look more like a very skilled rancher, said the voice. The Lin boy thought quickly and replied, and you began to look more like a wolf in sheep's clothing, the boy said. As you say, master, but don't forget that it was thanks to us that you were able to gain all these magical abilities that you now have, said a voice from outside. Magical abilities? The boy asked. Am I really able to use them thanks to you? The boy asked again. Of course you can. I can give you even more abilities, said a voice from outside. Lin was very surprised. Even more. Are you serious about this? What does it mean? The boy asked in a curious voice. The magic began to work, and everything around the boy began to spin. A voice from outside began to speak loudly. Your fire dragon has successfully upgraded to level 1. You have opened the magic training room for the first time. Why don't you go there and take your first trial lesson? The voice said, and the boy found himself in the training room. It stood on a flat, narrow board that lay on a round cylinder. It was reminiscent of the trick that a clown always performs in the circus. It was a balanced meditation board. Tell me, won't I fall as soon as I lose my concentration? What will happen to me when I lose my balance? The boy asked loudly. At this moment, he very carefully bent his knees and kept his balance on this meditation board. How do you even need to concentrate and meditate here? The boy asked. 5 seconds passed. Your meditation has failed. I release young retribution. A voice from outside said in a loud monotone voice. Hearing this out of shock, the young man's eyes simply popped out of his head. He saw a hammer coming towards him with 40 tons written on it. Belo. What? Are you crazy? This is too much. This is very cruel. This is the last thing the Lin boy managed to shout. After which the huge hammer hit him hard on his ass and body. He hit so hard that it seemed that all the strength and energy flew out of his body along with blood and teeth. So, sir, take a step back. Get your act together. I believe in you that everything will work out, the voice spoke. The Lin boy looked back and realized that he was again on this balance board. Only now his legs were shackled and tied to this board. These were large, magical fire ropes. So, I'll continue. Listen carefully. A voice spoke from outside. Until you can simulate 5 seconds on this balance board. Unfortunately, you will not be able to leave the room. If you fail, the hammer of retribution will be released again. There's something I can't understand. Are you teaching me here in this training room, or are you just trying to kill me? What is your benefit? What do you want from me? The Lin boy shouted. But once again, unable to withstand the balance board, he fell, and the hammer of retribution struck him with even greater force. This happened every time. As soon as the Ling boy fell, the hammer of retribution would hit him with even greater force. This happened every time, every now and again and again. When at one moment, the Lin boy was not on top. There were a large number of cones under his feet. He stood at the top of the balance board. Out of happiness and great fatigue, Boylin simply closed his eyes. He didn't even realize it was so hard. But at one fine moment he managed to overcome himself, overcome his fatigue and rise to the occasion of this test. His eyes glowed red with fatigue and anger. His smile twisted to the side. At that moment a voice spoke from outside. I congratulate you on completing your training. Your magic level has increased. Congratulations on your first level. A lot of time has passed since then. To be precise, 7 whole days have passed. He stood in the same clearing near the forest. He climbed onto the rock on which he had once sat. Lin was in a very good mood. He smiled and realized that now he could do a lot. I've trained so long, hard and hard, that now I can probably try something. Right? Said the young man named Lin. The lens boy put his left hand up with a very pleased face. He formed the required combination of fingers, snapped these fingers and began to summon magic. Activate magical perception, said loudly, Boylin. And the energy of white and blue light began to form around the boy's finger and entire body. The boy began to draw different shapes with his fingers and palm. A circle of fire appeared in the air, and in it was a six-pointed star. All this was filled with white light and fire. In an instant, the Lin boy realized that he could shoot fire. Somehow, fire radiates from his palm, where he turns this palm to fire and shoots. Lin had never been able to do this before. Lin was a little upset. He looked at his palm, in which a small fire burned. I wonder why he is so small. Have you wondered, boy? Maybe I used too little magic, so the fire is very small. Lin continued to think. The boy waved his hand and extinguished the fire in his palm. The boy looked around in all directions. He didn't want to be seen. Thank God that no one was around and no one saw this shame, thought the boy, Lin. Then Lin turned and saw one boy behind him. He held a net in his hands to catch butterflies. You could tell from the look on this little boy's face that he was shocked and scared. The little boy turned around and ran screaming at the top of his voice everything he saw here in the clearing. Baby Jack, wait, stop, Lin shouted after him. It's incredibly young. The master can use fire magic. Baby Jack screamed loudly. He ran to tell everyone the news. Link understood that he needed to save the situation and do something urgently. In a rage, he put his hand forward and began to scream. Quiet, I tell you. Don't dare tell anyone about this shame, Lin shouted very loudly. Tongues of fire stretched towards that baby. They resembled fire ropes. As a little boy, Jack began to jump over the fiery ropes. There were so many of them that he couldn't keep up. Each time the ropes became thicker and larger, the fire stopped even hotter. At a certain moment, the boy Jack fell. I don't understand what happened. The Lin boy spoke in a worried voice. He held his right hand in front of him. Fire burned from the palm of this hand. Is it noted that the fireball has become stronger? Lin asked. At that moment, he heard a voice from outside. The power of magic depends on the skill of the rancher. The boy's spirits lifted. He looked at Baby Jack lying down. Listen, let's try again, Lin said. The boy snapped his fingers, and fire appeared in his palm again. Don't you dare come near me, Baby Jack screamed. My quiet days in this little estate ended with the joyful cries of little Jack. Ling ran after little Jack and shot his fire at him. Thus he trained on it. After Mr. Oliver received a letter from his uncle, he immediately sent a letter of invitation to St. Iris Academy. Letters were then delivered by beautiful white large doves. Perhaps it was another breed of bird, but at that moment it seemed to the boy that it was just pigeons. Boy Lin was very happy about this wonderful event. It was just his dream. He hugged his uncle tightly and practically cried with happiness. And my uncle understood very well that his boy had already grown up. He has grown up and must move on in life, learn everything, and this was all ahead. The townspeople greeted Mr. Lin very warmly. Farewell, young master. People were screaming. Take care of yourself, young master. Mr. Carl spoke. Why exactly did he receive this letter? Some students of the magic school did not understand and were indignant. Hooray, it finally happened. The boy screamed loudly. I'm Mr. Lin Lanster. Hitting the road, the boy screamed enthusiastically. He was sitting in a cart which was carried and pulled by a horse. He was more happy than ever. The young master, Lin Lanster, sat in the cart, thinking and reflecting. I want to become a magician. I really want to become a real, powerful magician. A magician of the highest level. And I will do everything for this. The journey in this carriage will take a month. But the carriage looked more like an ordinary cart. She was shaking very violently. It takes a month to travel from the estate to the academy. Throughout the day, little Jack drove me in this cart to the academy. At night I visited the ranch to train and raise my dragons. Each time new difficult levels of training appeared. This time there were large bees with a long stinger. A voice from outside gave commands. Just keep calm, meditate, and you won't get stung. Already the level of magic was 12 out of 30. Without knowing it, my dragon became bigger. "Aya," said the dragon, "why are you looking at me like that, master?" Lin began to read the information about his dragon on the pop-up window. Fire Dragon, 3rd level. Skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Strength, Immunity to Fire Magic, Bite. Habitat, Small Dragon Nest. The answer grew out of the nest. The fire dragon spread its wings and blew a large stream of fire at the boy. The Lin boy, in order not to get burned, tried to run as far as possible from the dragon. "Hey, you man, give me a new home," the fire dragon screamed. "And this little dragon is more attractive than the butler." The boy spoke. "Of course I will give you a new home. Certainly. But before that, come with me, and you will look at the world from the beginning," the Lin boy said. "I will go with you?" "I wonder where?" the dragon asked the boy. The dragon looked at Lin very carefully. It seemed like he wanted to say a lot with just one look. A voice came from outside. "Attention, please. The order has been received. Begin by transferring the owner and the dragon to the desired place." The wind began to swirl around them. The whirlpool was so strong that the dragon and the boy began to be lifted off the ground and lifted up. "I hope you're not scared," the boy asked the dragon. "Why are you silent? Are you sure you're not scared?" The boy continued to ask the dragon. The boy was very focused. At this time, beyond the Rift Valley, one of the leaders was sitting with his dragon. "Where does the dragon come from? Why is there a dragon here?" the leader said to his dragon. "Find out quickly and report to me." Dragon Aya was a little scared. Out of fear, he closed his eyes and flew with the wind just with his eyes closed. He was afraid but did not want to show his owner. After some time, they found themselves on the top of a very high cliff. The dragon opened his eyes. "Aya, ya, ya," the dragon shouted. "Man, where are we?" asked the dragon. "What do you like?" "This place is much bigger than your shabby little place." "What do you like here?" "Spacious," the Lin boy said. The dragon looked contentedly with big eyes at everything around him. This place was simply gigantic compared to his nest. "You like the dragon?" the boy asked. "Yes," the dragon screamed very loudly, opening his mouth. "I offer you a short flight to get acquainted with everything that is here." "You want?" the boy asked. "Of course, I want to fly," the dragon screamed. The Lin boy jumped onto the back of his fire dragon and they flew off. The dragon spread its wings wide, flapped them, and they flew. These flights continued every day. A month later, the Lin boy realized that he would not be able to get rid of the ranch, and he understood the main thing, that now he must work together with the ranch at the same time. This will be correct and profitable. The Lin boy continued to fly with his beloved fire dragon. They were already like one whole. The dragon grew bigger every day, and the boy increased his skill in flying such a dragon. At this time, the two of them were happy and content. During such flights, the boy Link always thought and reasoned. "I will help raise dragons, and the ranch will help me become stronger." "This is great. This is what I need," Lin thought. Flying on your fire dragon was simply beautiful. The dragon's wingspan reached several meters. He played speed, and then they soared over the gorge and the forest. I will practice and raise dragons every day. Sooner will make me stronger, and every day I will become stronger and stronger, until I can find my father and clear the family name. The boy said to himself while flying on the dragon. Suddenly Lin saw an arrow flying at them. "Oh no, it's an arrow!" the boy screamed. Out of surprise and fear, the fire dragon also opened its mouth. The two of them were very scared. A metal arrow flew near the dragon's body. "Not this. Crap. Are the dragon hunters here too?" the Lin boy said. With a frightened but concentrated gaze, he began to examine everything that was on the ground below them. There were cries for help below. "Help! Help us! Stop, this is the last hope of the caravan. Why do you need all this? When are you going to die soon? Quiet. Give us your things, and that's it." Other people spoke loudly. The Lin boy and the dragon looked attentively and listened. "It seems to me, the dragon, that this is a robbery," said Lin. The cries for help continued to be heard below. "Mr. Forgive us. We were just passing by here. Help, help, help us please. Young master, help." "It's Baby Jack. Let's fly down quickly," the boy said to the dragon, and they headed down with all speed. There was a huge snake hanging on the tree. It was either a python or an anaconda. Its mouth was the size of a fire dragon's head. It was thick and reached 5 or 6 meters in length. The large, sharp fangs along the edges were terrifying. There was a long red tongue in the paste, and poisonous saliva flowed from her. As the Lin boy flew closer on his fire dragon, he saw that Baby Jack and his 2 guards were tightly tied with ropes. They were guarded by huge poisonous snakes. How did this happen? The boy asked Lin about Baby Jack. The kid stood tied up and looked at Mr. Lin. From fear and pain, he could not utter a word. Tears flowed from his eyes. Little Jack began to talk. "My young master trained so hard and lost so much weight that I felt sorry for him. Then I decided to gather up courage and strength and go hunting for you. I wanted to get a lot of delicious food for my young master." Little Jack spoke. We all sat together near the fire. They talked and told each other various horror stories. Then the security remained sitting near the fire, and I decided to go deep into the forest to hunt. As soon as I left the caravan, it started immediately. Suddenly, an evil gang appeared from the forest. They were invisible. They appeared from behind the dark bushes. They looked like tall, beefy, healthy thugs. They were armed with various bladed weapons. They screamed very loudly, and we were very scared. Little Jack spoke. Then this gang came out of the dark bushes. An evil gang of huge bandits attacked our caravan. The guards began to fight back, but they did not have enough strength. The evil gang destroyed almost all of the caravan's guards. They killed no one, sparing no one. One of the bandits approached one of ours. I put my hand on his neck too. He started squeezing and laughing. It was the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, Mason Lucas. Then the bandit said, "My friend, just tell us where is all the good stuff. That's all. And we will let you go. And if you don't tell, what if you don't tell me the truth? Then all your people will die as one," said this big bandit. At this moment, the poisonous large green snakes were already biting the guards. In pain, they screamed throughout the forest. If you don't say it, they will die one by one, until the last soldier. My snakes have enough venom for everyone, and the snakes continued to bite the guards. They bit right on the neck, digging in with their sharp teeth. The uncle spread throughout the body very quickly. People simply went crazy from the pain. And they died. I was hung by a rope, completely tied up. Little Jack continued to talk, and all the deaths happened before my eyes. I saw with my own eyes how the wars of our guards turned into real corpses. These snakes had enough venom for everyone. The big and strong bandit continued to press his hand on the neck of the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, Lucas. He continued to hurt him and yell at him loudly. He continued to put psychological pressure on me. No, I tell you no, I can't tell you that. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce, Lucas answered, "You have no idea what the consequences could be. Our buyer is a very influential person. If we lose the cargo, they will simply drive us into a coffin." Chamber of Commerce leader Lucas spoke. Or, "You're so brave." Or, "You're a complete idiot," said the huge bandit. "You need to think here and now. Think about what special things are going to happen now and not later." The Chamber of Commerce representative was very scared. "Okay, let's continue then," said he was a huge bandit. He swung his huge right hand and slammed his finger on the head of the Chamber of Commerce leader. At that moment, a large green snake was already crawling over Little Jack's head. He was very scared. He tried, of course, not to show his fear, but his face gave him away. It was completely covered, sweating with fear. "Young master, forgive me for God's sake. Please." "Doomed," said Little Jack. "I think that I will no longer be able to serve you as before." Little Jack continued to talk. "The big green snake has already opened its mouth very wide. The long red tongue extended as far as possible. What was most frightening were the two fangs at the top and bottom of this mouth. This poisonous snake was already ready to bite. Very unexpectedly, everything below was covered from above like a flamethrower. The fire hit these large poisonous snakes. Everything started to burn. The flames of the fire made the forest very light. Wild sounds began to come from the forest from the fire. All the poisonous giant snakes burned from the hot fire. They were choking on smoke, and fire covered their entire body. They made wild, unpleasant sounds of pain, and it was as if they were melting in fire. Then the ropes with which he was tied burned down. Baby Jack, the baby, fell to the ground. A giant, big, strong man stood next to the baby and screamed loudly. "What the hell is going on? Who are you, and why are you coming out? Here I am, the master in this forest," he shouted. The strong man stood and clenched his fists. Suddenly, very unexpectedly, with the entire foot, with the entire sole of the boot, a blow was struck in the face. The blow landed squarely in the middle of the giant bandit's face. It was as if sparks flew from the eyes from the pain of this blow. This blow was struck by a young gentleman named Mr. Lin. He didn't wait long. He began to save his friends. He studied techniques and martial arts a lot. And now he already possessed super strength and magic. After his signature flying kick, Ling Boy landed on the ground. His opponent was already lying on the ground, defeated. This gigantic, huge, strong man, with an arched back, lay and stuck his head into the ground. "Hey, uncle, it turns out that you are too flexible," the Lin Boy said to this giant. The bandits from this gang ran up to their leader and began to pull him aside. They tried to bring him to his senses. "Brother, how are you? You are alive?" "Brother, you're alive, answer. Just say a word." The giant man continued to lie unconscious. Little Jack was simply shocked by what just happened. He stood on all fours and looked with crazy eyes at his young master. He had never seen the master fight like this before. "Young master, is it you who treated him like this?" I asked Little Jack. Young Master Lin and Little Jack looked ahead. They were surprised. Little Jack was very scared. The young master was very focused. With his left hand, he tried to push little Jack behind him. "Little Jack, I ask you to step away immediately," Mr. Lin said. The whole evil gang was in front of them. This gang of big-grown, strong thugs. At first glance, there were at least 30 of them. "Move a little closer, baby. I think this situation will be a little sticky," the Lin boy said, looking at all this big gang. The big strong men from the gang were serious about fighting. "Look, boss, if that fire magic came from that little freak, then he must be at least third rank." The bandit spoke. "Is a third-rank magician enough for you to wet your pants with fear?" the boss said. The boss of this wild gang turned to his thugs and looked at them with a very angry look. "Have you idiots completely forgotten who I am? Have you forgotten who your boss is?" The leader of this gang shouted loudly and very angrily. "Or have you forgotten that your boss is with you, and you have nothing to fear? Your boss is here, and I am a third-rank knight." The gang boss shouted loudly. He took his big sharp sword and began to swing it around. "I repeat, I am a knight of the third rank here." The boss shouted loudly again. "I don't need to read spells like this, boy. My strength is striking and ability to fight, and behind me there are more than 50 crazy thugs. A knight will always have an advantage in close combat, unlike a mage of any level. Because no spells are needed, only strength martial arts work." A battle ensued. Mr. Lin against the boss of these thugs. The boss of this gang was too strong. His blows were truly crushing. Minister Lin had a hard time fighting them. It seemed that with the blow of his big iron ball, he could even break a stone in half. Young Master Mr. Lin tried his best to resist these treacherous and strong blows. He was already running out of strength. This is the power. Where does this strength come from? I don't understand how this is possible. Thought it was Mr. Lin. The boy Clint began to think and reflect. He's really right. A mage has no advantage in close combat. Moreover, it was my fire dragon who used this magic, not me. But in order not to give away his existence, I can only send him back to the ranch. Do this as quickly as possible, thought the boy Lin. This treacherous battle was still going on. The boy Link tried to dodge the blows so that he would not get hit. "Hey, you freak, are you going to fight me?" The boss of this gang of thugs shouted loudly. "Let's fight, otherwise you're acting like a girl." The boss shouted and continued to swing his big sword. "All you can do is dodge, but in a fight, you are no good," the boss said, "and he is very fast. He delivers his punches at a very fast speed. The sword flies near me in a split second. This is fast and invisible, and most importantly, insidious blows with enormous force." It was clear that the Lin boy was already tired. The boss of these thugs delivered his blows one after another. And so our hero, Mr. Lin, did not see one of the blows. This quick, strong, and insidious sword strike caused the Lin boy to fall to the ground. After a while, the Lin boy rose to his feet. With his right hand, he held his chest. His entire chest was already covered in blood. Blood oozed straight through his clothes. My God, how painful it is. The boy Lin spoke. "I no longer have the strength to heal from these insidious blows." He continued talking. "It's good that I was able to improve my agility and mental strength with those training sessions in the room. So now I definitely have to fight back against this gang leader," the Lin boy said to himself. He raised his palm up, pointed his fingers to the sky, and began to speak spells loudly. Fire tongues began to form around the fingers. Fire. Come on, hear my call, and I'm all here. Fire. Hear my call and appear. Fire, come. He repeated and said loudly, "Boy Lin." While the young master was shouting his spells, the boss of the band of thugs ran up and kneed him directly in the stomach. The Lin boy flew back with all his might. The boy Link flew back with great speed and hit the tree with all his strength. The blow was so strong that sparks flew from his eyes. It seemed that this was it, this was the end. Young Master Lin fell to the ground. The boss of the gang of thugs approached him with large, heavy steps. The bandit kicked him several times to check whether the boy was alive or not. The boss of the gang of thugs grabbed Lin's boy's hair with his hand. He picked it up. He looked into his face with evil eyes. "You freak is so naive that I don't even have words," the boss of the thugs said to the Lin boy. The boss of the gang of thugs held the Ling boy in front of him by the hair with one hand. He held him at arm's length, and the Ling did not even touch the ground with his feet. "What do you think you are, a little freak?" the boss asked loudly. "And don't you know that in a fight with a knight of the same rank, the magician is just cannon fodder?" the boss said. "Max of the same rank simply does not have a single chance." "Well, you're a stupid freak," the thug boss said, and laughed loudly. He held the boy Lin tightly by the hair and did not let go. The laughter of this giant was heard throughout the forest. After the laughter stopped, the thug boss threw the Ling boy aside with all his might. Lin flew several tens of meters and hit a large stone with all his strength. The Link boy grunted and moaned in pain. His face and arms were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were a lot of stab wounds from a metal sword on the body. "Yes, but it's not easy," the Lin boy said. "Unexpectedly difficult fight. Of course, I am not yet in the shape to confront such giants. And casting the required spell quickly is also very difficult. And if it doesn't work, then it's just a disaster." Lin spoke to himself. Suddenly, Lin heard a voice from outside and a computer window pop up. A voice from outside began to speak. "Congratulations. The rancher's first battle is discovered. I begin my search for dragons and magic." Boy Lin even opened his mouth in surprise. "Search?" the boy asked. The eyes widened in surprise. The voice from outside continued to speak. "Currently the rancher has one fire dragon. Rancher level 1. Available abilities: basic magic, shield, bite, claw. Instant fire magic is a fireball. Everything is first level. Continue importing yes or no," continued the voice from outside. "Isn't instant fireball the same skill that the dragon got after eating his dragon fruit?" Lin began to ask himself questions. The boy immediately began to remember what a large fireball flew down to the ground. The Lin boy was very tired and beaten. His knife wounds hurt and he was bleeding. The boy turned to a voice from outside. "There is a smog from that is... You want to tell me that I can now use dragon magic? Can I use it myself?" the boy asked Lin. A voice from outside began to answer. "Yes, dragon magic is basically 2 ranks higher than human magic. You will be able to use magic no higher than your level." The voice continued to speak. "Backgrounds: the more dragons you have, the more types of magic you can use." "Butler, you're damn good," the boy said. Wedge walked over to the pop-up computer window and began pressing buttons. At this moment, the boss of the gang of thugs approached the Lin boy. On his shoulder he held a large metal sword. His body was pumped up like that of a top athlete. "Baby, don't get distracted. Let's continue what we started with you," the boss said and hit the boy's face hard with his hand. The boy flew off to the side. He was lying face down on the ground. Blood dripped from his lips onto the ground. Behind him stood the smug boss of a gang of thugs. "Boy, where is your vaunted magic? That you can't use it anymore?" the boss asked. The thug gang boss put his foot on the Ling boy's back. He stepped on him and pressed the boy's body hard with his foot. That's all the magician. This whole show ended quickly. I'm right? The boss asked. And if I'm right, then you have no chance at all, boy. Boss gang of thugs. He brought a long, great sword behind his back. He began to swing it. The boy with his foot, he continued to press on the boy's back. But what kind of freak are you ready to die this way? Alone in this forest? Realizing that no one can help you. And most importantly, you know that you are a bad magician, a loser, a magician who can't do anything. The boss said loudly. The wedge boy gathered all his strength. With the last of his strength, he began to reach out with his hand to the pop-up computer window. No. Did it say continue importing? Lin reached out with his finger to press. Yes. The boss of the gang of thugs began to press the Lin on the boy's back with all his might. His sword was above his head. I wonder if your thin, decrepit body can withstand my onslaught and my attack, the boss asked loudly. The thug gang boss swung his big iron sword. The sword was already near the boy's head. The boy even saw how sharp the sharpening of this sword was. Instant fireball, the Lin boy shouted loudly. And everything around burst into flames. It seemed as if they were in the very center of this fireball. The blast wave carried away in all directions. The fire flared up with such force that it rose several hundred meters above the treetops in this forest. It looked like the explosion of the biggest bomb. The giant big boss sword just melted. He was shocked. Was this instant fire magic? The boss shouted loudly. His entire gang of bandits stood rooted to the spot. They did not expect such a development of events. They didn't expect any boy to be able to do it. The lens boy stood practically exhausted. He was badly injured. Can you use instant fire magic? Asked the boss of the gang of thugs. It was clear from him that he was scared and shocked by what was happening. You need to be taught good manners, the Lin boy said and smiled. Remember, you need to contact me, mister. Loudly and confidently, the boy said. The wedge boy smiled, and there was fire in his hand. Remember, you need to contact a mage who can use instant fire magic. Or are you an idiot who thinks that a knight who has lost his sword can now defend himself? The boy Lin spoke. Damn, how scary. Some bandits from the gang of thugs began to scream. They knelt down and begged for mercy. The main boss of the gang of thugs began to apologize and ask for forgiveness. Brother, can you have lunch with us? He asked. I don't want to see you. Get lost. Disappear forever, the Lin boy shouted. There was a big explosion, and all these thugs, one by one, scattered in different directions. Sir Lin, are the healing potions working well? Asked the person in charge of the caravan. Yes, thank you very much. My wounds are healed, the boy answered. No, sorry, we should be thanking you. Only thanks to you, we were able to protect our valuable product. The man in charge continued talking. Strange people, thought the boy Lin. They are not thanking me for their lives, which I saved for them. They thank me for the goods I saved. Are goods more valuable and more important than human life? Thought the boy Lin. The person in charge of the goods led the Lin boy to one of the carts. We are in place. I want to show you an unexpected catch from our caravan, said the man. There was something tall in the cart, covered with a dark cloth. Mr. Lin, I won't lie. Of course, this cannot be compared with the price of our product. But it's a very beautiful thing. The man spoke, pointing to what they had in the cart. As a gesture of goodwill, please accept this gift from us. Please, sir. the man spoke. Security, quickly send, there is this tissue from the cell. I want to show Mr. Lin what we have. This is his gift, the man said. This is a maid from the forest of elves. Now she is yours, the man said proudly. A beautiful girl was sitting tied up in a large, high cage. My hands were raised up and tied. The girl was very slim and beautiful. She had very lush, long golden hair. This is a real elf, Mr. Lin said. Hasn't their race disappeared? The boy asked. The girl was tied tightly with ropes and moaned a little in pain. It was clear that the road was long and her hands were numb. When dragons wreaked havoc all over the world, their race seemed to disappear. Thought to myself, Mr. Lin. The fairy girl, with kind eyes with tears in them, looked at the boy. Unearthly beauty and pointed ears in the shape of a triangle. It really was a fairy elf. Their form of life is similar to that of humans. The Clint boy was shocked to see such a gift for him. By all characteristics and appearance, it was truly an elf. The man in charge of the caravan laughed very hard. I must tell you that no man can refuse such a gift, the man said. The words that the man in charge of the caravan said made the Lin boy very angry. He talked about this girl as if she were a thing. But in reality, she looked like a cute child. Please accept our gift, Mr. Lin. The man continued talking. We are all men here, so there is nothing to be ashamed of if you have any feelings. The man in charge of the caravan spoke directly into the boy's ear. Mr. Lin didn't like it. It was too intrusive. It was as if he was trying to get rid of this fairy. Let me tell you something, Mr. Lin. The man spoke into his ear. When we discovered this elf, we ourselves were simply shocked. She looked scared, but not at all injured. The corpses of soldiers lay around her. There are many questions in this situation. As for the mercenaries who lay dead around her, perhaps they were killed by her. After all that had been said, the man who was guarding the caravan became very happy and spread his arms to the sides. In general, she is, of course, a beauty, the man said. It can very easily be sold for at least 1,000,000 gold. The man continued to tell the boy Lin. Of course, this gift is not the only thing we wanted to give you, Mr. Lin. We would also like to present you with an invitation to join the Mason Chamber of Commerce. Introduction. Be careful, asked the boy Lin. Yes, exactly the introduction, the man said. Here, to tell the truth, our Chamber of Commerce has recently experienced a great crisis. The man spoke with a sly smile. Here's what I came up with. The man continued to speak. And if we have a few more geniuses like you who can use instant magic, our Chamber of Commerce will be able to grow to unprecedented heights. We'll just get rich, the man said with a satisfied face. The boy Wedge was happy and laughed. He did this on purpose to divert attention from this man. He wanted him to think that Lin was accepting his offer. Oh, mister, thank you for your kindness, the boy said in a satisfied voice. He slowly approached the cage in which the beautiful fairy elf was sitting, tied up. But it's not right, Mr. Lin said. He took his hand to the bars of the cage. The magic began to work. From his hand, the fire spread throughout the entire cage. The metal began to melt. It seemed that the metal cage was simply burning like brushwood. The fire completely enveloped the entire metal cage in which the fairy elf was sitting. A beautiful, beautiful girl. The elf looked with big eyes at the boy named Lin. Suddenly her shackles that bound her hands burned and burst. Oh my God, damn it, what are you doing? Do you realize what you are doing? The man with the mustache shouted loudly. He was very outraged by the action that the boy was doing at that moment. The boy held the cage with one hand. The cage burned and melted like plastic. With his hands, he pushed the bars of this cage to the side. They fell off and fell to the ground. I am outraged and dissatisfied, the Lin boy said. Your terrible attitude towards life as a commodity, I can't accept this. That's just terrible. There is nothing more valuable than human life. Remember, this is a freak, said loudly. Mr. Lin, all the guards came running and stood behind the man who was responsible for the valuable caravan and cargo. Out of anger, the man stood and waved his arms. Idiot! Do you even know how much this value is worth? Do you even know how much money this is? It costs a lot of money, the man shouted indignantly. The boy Lin decided to punish and scare this man. He began shooting fire near his feet. It was like pistol shots, but these were tongues and flames of fire. The man raised his legs and jumped up and down to avoid getting burned. Do what you want. I don't interfere anymore. I'm on fire. The man screamed and began to run away. All the guards stopped and looked at the back of the fleeing chief. Commander, wait for us, the guards shouted. The metal cage was already missing a few bars, and it was possible to get out of it freely. The cell continued to burn and melt. In the background, the chief and his guards could be seen running away. The wedge boy lied another combination of fingers to summon a little magic. He directed her towards the remaining bars of this metal cage. The fire began to melt the metal at an even faster rate. A beautiful elf girl was sitting on the floor of a large metal cage. There was fire all around her. She looked at the boy with kind eyes. This was her salvation. No one knows how she was treated before. The Lin boy extended his hand to her. Don't be afraid, beauty. Don't be afraid, baby. You see, I won't offend you. I'm on your side. I am against violence. Take my hand and come out, Lin said to the girl. The girl looked at him with big, frightened eyes. The young master extended his hand to her once again. He smiled at her. You see, I came to save you, Lin said. I want to free you, and now you definitely have nothing to fear. Lin spoke. The beautiful girl sat and silently looked at the boy named Lin. There was so much he had to go through lately that he couldn't even dream of. No matter what happened, everything scared her. Fear filled her. She was very afraid to give her hand and go out, and so the girl pulled herself together, overcame her fear, gave her hand to Lin, and left the burning carriage. Please tell me, are you okay? You're not injured. Perhaps something hurts you? Do you understand what I'm telling you? Lin started asking questions. The girl with golden hair lowered her eyes a little. She became embarrassed. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I just don't understand why you did this. The beautiful girl spoke. It was clear that she was very shy. Please, answered the boy Lin. The young master looked at this girl with completely different eyes. It was clear that he was in a good mood. His eyes were filled with joy and more. He looked at her with loving eyes. My name is Lin. What is your name? The young master asked the girl. The girl just silently looked at the young master. She opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth slightly. There was a very big and long pause. Lin and the fairy girl were silent. Then the fairy elf covered her face with her palms. She was embarrassed. She was ashamed. The boy wedge at that moment did not know what to do and just stood there. He didn't know what to say. It was a very awkward situation. God, she's so cute. The boy thought Wedge and scratched the back of his head with his hand. She looks like a small, fluffy, scared rabbit. Boylin thought again. The girl was confused with excitement and covered her eyes with her palms. She blushed from embarrassment. Let's get acquainted. But if you don't want to tell me your name, which is fine, I'll accept it, the Lin boy said. But understand, we still may not meet again, Lin said, and the girl began to run away to the side. Run, run, you should hurry before the others get here. Disappointed, the Lin boy said. The beautiful fairy girl stopped. No, don't say that, she said. I am absolutely alone in this forest. You are the only person who helped me. You helped me when I no longer believed. A beautiful fairy girl approached the boy Lin. She began to say something indistinctly. Nick. My name is Nick. Very nice. The Lin boy no longer hoped to hear the name of this beauty. Listen to me, please, Lin. If I opened up to you and told you my name, now if you know my name is Nick, you have no more questions and you won't chase me? The girl asked. The young beautiful girl fairy firmly took the boy Lin's hand with both hands. She held him so tightly, it was her gratitude for saving her life. She looked at Lin's boy with very kind eyes. Now that you know my name, you won't chase after me. Yes, the girl asked. At this time, near the cart, little Jack was already preparing dinner. He lit a fire, set up a grill, and fried some meat on it. The delicious smell and aroma, along with the smoke, spread throughout the forest. I finally got food for my young master, said loudly, Baby. The Lin boy invited the beautiful fairy girl to have dinner with him. He invited her to the table. The girl ate almost all the food. Her mouth was full. She looked like a big hamster with food in her cheeks. Calm down, don't rush. It's stupid to die from food. Laughed and said, Boy Lin. Lin watched and smiled as this young, thin girl ate. Having barely swallowed the previous meal, she was already taking on another. Every second her hands grabbed new food from the table. Maybe you would like to drink some water? The boy asked Lin from the girl. There was silence in Latvia. Because the mouth of the young, beautiful fairy was busy with food. At this moment, she could not say a word. She ate so quickly and so greedily that it seemed as if she had not eaten for a whole year. Then there was another very funny scene, after the young, beautiful fairy girl had eaten her fill. The Lin boy invited her to drink water. She took the largest glass there was, and she began to drink water greedily. The boy was very amused by this. I hope you swallowed everything. You washed down all the food you had in your mouth well with water. The boy asked, grinning. Then we can talk. Answer me one question. Tell me, please, will you stay with me after your release? The boy asked Lin from the girl. Or do you want to return to your elf clan? The boy continued to ask the girl. The girl sat silently and looked at the boy. The eyes of the young, beautiful girl suddenly became sad. Tears welled up in her eyes. At that moment, Lin began to realize that he had touched a nerve with his question. Nick can't come back, said a young, beautiful girl. She became embarrassed, put her hands on her knees, and pressed her head into her shoulders. I can't go back, the girl repeated again, because one day I started playing and got lost in the forest. I don't know how much time I spent in the forest. I was completely alone and didn't know where to go. I was very scared and I wanted to eat. Nick girl spoke, but when I found the way to my home, my clan has disappeared, and my village was burned to the ground. I saw it all with my own eyes. I hid so that no one could see me. The girl spoke. I saw soldiers who did this to my village. There were people everywhere. At that moment, the girl began to cry and covered her mouth with her palms. There were people in armor there. You call them soldiers, warriors, or guards, it doesn't matter. But they are very bad, very bad. The young girl continued to cry and talk. The soldiers walked with long strides around the outskirts of the village. The girl saw it all with her own eyes. One of the guards said, "Damn it, they were here yesterday." "That's bad luck," the second soldier said. "Stop being indignant. Let's take a better look around. If we can find at least one living elf, then we will make a lot of money with you." Just then, at this moment, one of the soldiers turned his head to the side, to where I was hiding. The girl continued to talk. "He noticed me hiding in the bushes. He saw my golden hair. I realized that I needed to run away from there as quickly as possible. I jumped out of the bushes and ran with all my might where my eyes were looking. I tried to run very fast. I understood that these strong men could easily catch up with me. I ran very fast and constantly looked back. I looked to see if they were catching up with me or not. The muscles in my legs were cramping from fear. The head of our clan always said that we should stay away from people. The elf girl was telling the story. I ran and stepped on stones. My legs were in a lot of pain. Then I got caught on some branch, and she began to fall forward. The beautiful elf girl continued her story. I screamed loudly from pain and powerlessness. I was very disappointed that I couldn't run any further. Of course, I tried to get up very quickly, but because I beat my knees, pain prevented me from doing it. I lay on the ground exhausted. I was in a lot of pain. I couldn't get up and just watched as these soldiers caught up with me, so I tried to run away and find my clan. But I didn't succeed. They caught me. And now I became really, really scared. A beautiful girl named Nick continued to tell the story. The soldiers caught up with me very quickly. They had their own monetary interest in catching me, and I just lay on the ground and couldn't even move. These soldiers threw a strong net over me. It's like I'm a sea mermaid and not an ordinary elf. These soldiers constantly tied me up and pulled me into their camp. They constantly wanted to sell me for as much as possible. I tried to run away many times afterwards, but every time I failed to do this, I was constantly caught. They pulled us into our camp, and they resold it again. A beautiful girl named Nick continued her story. From such a sad and cruel story, Boylan became very angry. With all his strength, out of anger, he hit the table with both fists. Typing freaks hate them. I would tear them apart. The boy Lin was indignant. "Oh, I'm sorry. Calm down. I didn't mean to scare you. Please forgive me," the Lin boy said. "You did everything right. It's not your fault. Of course, any soldier will be stronger than such a young, thin girl like you," Lin said. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the Lin boy became embarrassed and thought about it. "Wait a second," Lin said. "Me too, but I'm also a human being. And you always ran away from people. Your clan is not friendly with people. These are the laws of your clan. I wonder if you're not afraid of me," the boy asked the girl's Link. A beautiful girl nicknamed bent her legs at the knees and put her hands on them. She looked at the Lin boy with very kind eyes. She had never felt as calm and protected as she did now. And most importantly, she was fed. "No, I'm not afraid of you at all," the beautiful girl said. At this moment, the boy Wedge was simply stunned with happiness. He was filled with feelings of delight. He looked at this beauty with big eyes. "I remember your kind and brave deed." I began to talk and remember the beautiful girl. I remember your face and your eyes at the moment when you spoke. You told that bad man that you couldn't accept his view of lives as commodities. The beautiful girl Nika became embarrassed and put her head on her knees. "To be honest, you are different from the bad ones," the girl said quietly. "You are not like them all, you especially." "Thank you very much," the girl said. "Really? Oh, come on, then there's no need for gratitude. I was simply protecting the innocent. Anyone in my place would do this. The boy spoke, but he was embarrassed like a boy. His face turned red, and it was clear that he was in love. And the girl continued to drink soda. Listen to me, Nick. Since everything turned out this way, then you can be with me for a while. As soon as we can find any information about your clan, then you can safely return to them, said the boy Lin. Okay, thank you very much, the girl answered. Great, I'm glad you agreed, Lin said. But now I'm going to my academy, and the only people who can be there besides the students are the servants, Lin said to the girl. It was clear from her eyes that she was scared and outraged. If you don't mind, could you pretend to be my servant? Boy Lin asked. The beautiful girl Nick was very frightened by this and began to squeeze herself into a corner. My grandfather spoke. My grandfather said that the word servant is very dangerous. I don't like this word. I know what I'm doing to the servant. At this moment, Lin himself was already angry. You got it all wrong, he shouted. I won't force you to work or do weird things. Don't worry, it's not difficult. You won't do difficult work. You will not be my maid. I won't mock you. You just have to call me young master in front of everyone. That's all, the boy said to the girl. Yes, but there is one more point. You definitely need to change your clothes. She's too noticeable. As for other people, you don't have to be afraid. As long as I'm around, nothing will happen to you. The girl nickname listened very carefully to the boy. It was clear that she was no longer afraid. It was clear that she began to trust the boy Lin. She relaxed a little and smiled. Okay, my young master, the girl said nickname and laughed very loudly. I will do everything, my young master. I agree, my young master. The girl continued to talk and laugh. The boy exhaled. He was pleased. He was happy and calm at that moment. A kind smile appeared on his face. He was glad that he managed to come to an agreement with this beauty. Apparently, now we have cleared everything up with her, Lin thought to himself. The Lin boy grabbed his head, but he slowly looked at the beautiful girl, Nick. Okay, I understand you, nickname. But it's quite late now, so it's time to go to bed. We need to rest. We go on the road tomorrow. You stay asleep in the cart, and I'll go and lie down next to little Jack on the street, the Lin boy said. Lin stepped out of the cart and into the street. A small fire was burning nearby, and baby Jack was sitting on a log. Modu, sir, why did you come out? It's too late. It's time for you to sleep. We need to gain strength, the baby said. What is the problem? The boy asked Lin and walked forward. There's a beautiful girl inside the carriage. Do you want to sleep with me? Young master, are you okay? He smiled and asked, Baby Jack, 3 days have passed. Our heroes arrived at the academy. This is St. Iris Magic Academy. Young master, we have arrived at the place. We've arrived. Hooray! You can go out. Little Jack spoke in an enthusiastic voice. The lens boy began to climb out of the cart in which he had been traveling all these days. Mr. Oliver wrote that he would tell me about the book as soon as I get to the academy. The boy Lin said out loud. Mr. Lin stopped. He began to scratch his beard with his hand and think, I wonder when he gave me this book. He knew about the dragons that were inside or not. Very interesting, Lin thought. Lin stood silently and looked at St. Iris Academy. So his dream came true. He had dreamed of being in this academy for so long. Where did the best magician study? Where did his relatives study? He hoped that this academy would make him stronger. Suddenly, Lin heard a voice from outside. Attention! The young master has arrived at St. Iris Academy. Please explore the location to receive the quest to open the water dragon egg, said the voice. Lin was shocked and a little upset. Are there other dragons here? Lin asked indignantly. The voice from outside began to continue speaking. Dear rancher, don't neglect this. Think about it. Wouldn't you be a lot stronger with an extra dragon? We are much stronger, asked the boy Lin. The voice from outside continued. Exactly. At the moment there is only one. A dragon hatched for a fight. Accordingly, your abilities are first level. Lin opened the book and read. Ranch owner Lin, level 1 mage. Open dragon times 1. Magic symbols began to glow before Lin's eyes. The voice from outside continued to speak. When the rancher consistently completes all system tasks, and also opens 6 types of dragon eggs: fire, water, earth, light, and darkness, he will receive the properties of all magical attributes. A voice spoke from outside. Aline was focused and listened to his every word. Properties of all magical attributes. What it is? Lin asked. What the voice said was very promising. As I see it, if I can get them all the magical attributes, then I can easily become a sage mage. The boy Wedge was very happy. Then it turns out that the higher the risk, the greater the reward. So, the boy asked Lin. The Lin boy quickly turned around and began to walk away. He moved with very fast steps. Near the cart and horses there was a beautiful girl named Nick and baby Jack. The kid was feeding the horses after a long ride. You can use all your strength, I thought at this moment. The boy was Lin. Me, baby Jack, and Nick wait for me here, said loudly. Boy Lin. Believe me, your young master will return in triumph, Lin said. Good luck to you, our young master, Jack and Nick shouted back. A messenger was flying near the academy. He threw packages that arrived to students on the balconies. Gentlemen, students, general attention, your parcels have arrived. The messenger shouted loudly, see this method of creating a magic cloud. Can automatically adjust the density of sunlight for dragon scale grass. Yes, and improve survival several times. The students were talking among themselves. They looked at a transparent ball, inside of which there was a small plant. At this moment, Lin was very pleased. He looked at them with a satisfied look and smiled. This situation is completely acceptable to the Magic Academy, he thought to himself. The boy Lin stood and looked at the statue in admiration. These were 2 stone hands that held an open magic book. A magical light emanated from this magical book. Suddenly Lin heard that someone was addressing him. Lin's student assistant Dean Oliver was away on his own business. He won't be at Iris Academy for a while. A voice behind him told him. Link was very surprised. He was even afraid to turn around. There was only one question in his head. How do they know him? How do they know his name? The Lin boy plucked up his courage and turned around. He saw in front of him a young man in a suit. Even though the dean made an exception for you, he continued talking to the young man in the suit. But our academy has rules, so follow me to take your entrance test. Okay, answered the boy Lin. Do you think the person who got here through connections with the dean has a talent for magic? I think he will be somewhere in the middle level. People around the academy spoke out loud. Who knows? Maybe he will become a top-level magician. And in general, Mr. Oliver chose him for a reason. You need to trust his choice. People continued to talk. There are no ordinary people in our academy. And here he is. Look, said someone from the crowd. The Lin city boy walked forward to the academy. Mr. Lin Lanster, my name is Fred Edmund. I will test your magical abilities. I hope you are ready, the man with blonde hair asked. He was holding in his hand a certain blue magic ball. The Lin boy smiled. It was his dream to get into this academy. Therefore, the young master was very serious. Of course I'm ready, the boy answered. This is very good, this is very good. I like your confidence, said a man with blonde hair named Fred. Then free your mind and put your hands on this step. A blue magic ball flew straight towards the Lin boy. Okay, no problem, Lin replied. The moment the Lin boy practically touched the blue magic ball with his hands, he became a little scared. Damn it, I completely forgot about one thing. What if this might bother me, Lin thought. The stepmother began to ask a question to the voice from outside. Butler, tell me, will Wheat Ranch not be discovered by that magical blue orb? What will happen if they find out about the existence of my fire dragon? A voice from outside answered immediately. Do not worry. This crystal only determines your magical abilities, and he will no longer be able to interact with the ranch. That's just... And at that moment he was interrupted. Student, why are you silent? What clouds are you flying in? Please get ready, you have an entrance test. Boy Lin was very nervous at this moment. Yes, I understand. Excuse me, please, Lin said. Lin began to place his hand on the blue magic ball. I wonder what magical abilities I have, Lin was thinking at that moment. My father was a genius in magic, so I must have abilities too. My father was the best in magic, so my abilities must be good too. The Lin boy continued to think to himself. He put his hand on the ball and waited to see what would happen. When Lin placed his hand on the blue magic ball, it immediately turned golden in color. Inside, he glowed with fire. This ball began to shake very violently in the air. Lin didn't know if this was good or bad. Don't tell me this is the highest level. If this is so, then Lin was hiding from us very well. Before him, no one was given exceptions at this academy. Fred spoke. The wedge boy was very scared at that moment. This was his first time taking such an exam, knowing that she had never been good with magic at school before. This time he was also afraid that it would not work out. Although he believed that the book that he got was magic, should help, Mr. Fred continued talking. I even filed complaints with Assistant Dean Oliver, but this baby is pure gold, Mr. Fred said loudly and also laughed loudly throughout the room. There were a lot of people around watching the test take place. Lin continued to keep his hand on the magic ball. This ball became blue again. So the results of Mr. Lin Lanster's ability level test. Low fire element, low efficiency. Everyone was upset. Of course, the boy Lin began to worry the most. How this is possible, I don't understand. Lin was indignant. A voice from outside began to speak to the boy Lin. Last time I didn't have time to finish. Your method of awakening magical abilities is different from others. Your abilities are limited by your level. The ability level will become greater once you increase your magic level. Hall voice. You're kidding me, right? Lin asked. Boy, Lennon was very upset by what just happened to him. It was a shame and a failure. Students around them began to talk. Is he really that weak? A lot of words, but little action from him. People spoke. And who said that he would have at least an average level? Did you ask someone from the crowd of people? Why did he even choose Mr. Oliver? Mr. Fred looked at the boy Lin and said, Since the dean has already made his exception and condescension, my word means little. Here, take these your things. I ask you to be at the academy tomorrow morning, Fred said. Thank you, sir, said the boy Lin. A handsome, tall young man with white hair appeared in front of the Ling boy. He was wearing purple clothes. Lin lanced her. He turned to the boy. Colin immediately heard a voice from outside. This is Ding. An important character for the mission has been discovered. His name is Augustine. Position. Association of Students of Truth. The voice from outside continued to speak to Lin. Your task is to defeat him in the Tower of Magical Trials and get a fragment of the Water Dragon Egg. Will open only after completing the quest in the Magic Tower of Trials. The difficulty of the task is high. The system can also detect other people's ability. The first goal is not easy either, Lin thought. Student, please hand me your uniform and badge, Augustine said, and immediately leave the territory of the Holy Iris Academy. This young man said in a very angry voice, I don't know what tricks you used to fool the assistant dean. This young man continued to threaten Lin, but the scum of society who used such vile means to get here. And he still has a lot of nerve to stand here next to him. People like you desecrate this holy place. We are desecrating the glory of the academy. Augustine shouted loudly. Link was scared. Lin immediately remembered his childhood. The boy remembered how he was pushed during his childhood. He fell to the ground. He was in pain. Various nasty things about him and his parents were shouted in his face. The boy was kicked out of the store. They shouted to him that the son of a traitor had no right to enter the store or even breathe the air that everyone in the area breathed. A scumbag like you doesn't even dare come close to the store. The boy was screaming. He remembered all this. He remembered all the anger at this situation and perked up. The Lin boy dared and laughed. If you are the president, why do you sound like a street punk then? Lin said, laughing and loudly. President, you say? Presidents don't behave like that. Presidents must lead by example. Lin continued to laugh. Hey, listen to me carefully. The boy blade turned to the president. A president who tramples on the fate of other people just because he has more privileges. Doesn't he himself desecrate the name of the academy? Lin asked. President Augustine stood and looked at the Lin boy with an evil gaze. He's also smart, someone shouted from the crowd of students. The one who got into the academy by deception is still trying to deceive us all. Talks about fate. They continued talking in the crowd of people. President, don't get your hands dirty on this piece of scum of society, the student said. Don't touch him. He won't even pass the test. He is not worthy of your attention. The students were screaming. All this made me very angry, Lena boy. Sooner or later, he will still be expelled from our academy. The student standing nearby continued to throw out options. Dolan clenched his fist tightly, and fire was already appearing around his hand. Calm down, Lin, calm down. The boy Lin spoke to himself. Despite anger and rage, you must not lose composure and control. You can't just give up and give up. It will be too easy for all of them. The young master unclenched his fist, and little by little the fire around his hand began to disappear. He calmed down and stopped being angry. After all, I really did not use the most honest method to get here, Lin thought. It is simply useless to argue with them all. Lin thought to himself, if I ruin my reputation in front of students and teachers, then my studies will not be easy in this place. And this will not be the best start for becoming a mage of the rank of sage. Lin was focused. He heard students talking about him. Look, he barks like a dog and doesn't bite. Look at him. He's just a coward. Students continued to shout from the crowd. We need to quickly find a way to become stronger, the boy thought. We can no longer rely on the system. I use my own power to make them regret their words. Lena relaxed and found himself at his ranch. Welcome back, owner. A new dragon fruit has ripened today, a voice told him. A small home also brings a normal income. The voice continued to speak, but the dragon Aya, the voice spoke. He is constantly in a bad mood. It is impossible to come to an agreement with him. He is always puffing warm air and releasing fire from his mouth. Hey, you man, why haven't you enlarged and improved my habitat? The dragon asked the boy Lin. The dragon became very angry and began to shoot fire from his mouth directly at the boy. Lin did not expect such a wild reception from his dragon at all. Yes, they haven't seen each other for a long time. But this is not a reason to burn off all the hair on his head. The young master stood with his head smoking. He was unusually irritated. This has never happened before. Be smart, dragon. Eat a little. Come here and eat. Believe me, within a few days I will change your home. I promised, the Lin boy said, but the dragon refused to eat. The dragon continued to get annoyed and yell at the boy. He snorted and breathed fire. You told me this 2 days ago. The dragon spoke. I will not eat. I refuse to eat until you change my home. The Lin boy jumped up to his fire dragon's head and forcibly shoved all the fruits and vegetables into his mouth. He had no other choice. The dragon urgently needed to be fed. Definitely, I'll do everything next time. Now eat, the boy said. The fire dragon sat with his mouth full of food. You are a liar. Do you think that if you force-fed me, then I care about your problems? The dragon spoke sadly. You are acting like a little child, the boy said. I'm leaving. Butler's exit, the boy commanded. The boy was lazy and thought about it. The little fire dwelling produces 500 gold pieces a day. After planting the dragon fruit, there is still some left. But to improve my small home, I need 10,000 gold, the boy Lin reasoned. Boy Lin put on his pajamas and went to bed. He had practically no strength. So many things had happened to him emotionally and physically. He was simply exhausted. It seemed to him that he had died. Then young Master Lin stood up in his bed. He scratched his head and thought, after today, I need to find a quick way to make money. Boy Lin quickly ran to get dressed. He stood and thought. What to do? Maybe become a waiter, or to be the driver of the gods, or maybe carry out several orders for mercenaries, or become a nanny and raise children. How difficult it is to make the right choices and find a job that will pay well. Suddenly the Lin boy heard a voice. Young master, time for breakfast. Okay, thanks, Lin replied. The young master opened his room door slightly. Yes, thank you, I'm on my way, the Lin boy said and saw the girl. Boy Link just froze. He didn't know what to say. Now he was truly in shock. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. In front of him he saw a charming nickname. The young master servant from the hotel said, that these are the most suitable clothes for me. A beautiful young fairy girl stood in a maid costume. She was simply wonderful. This is very unusual, the young girl said. These are very strange clothes for me. I feel beyond awkward. But until they find me other clothes, I will stay in them, said the beautiful fairy. That girl? The Lin boy stroked the girl's hair. These are not strange clothes at all. Trust me. This type of clothing is usually worn by people in the human world. This is normal and natural. The most important thing is that it does not attract attention. It just feels like I offended you." The young master immediately became sad at this moment. He narrowed his eyes, and I couldn't find any more words. If it were possible for anyone other than servants to come to the academy with students, I would give you a more beautiful dress, the Lin boy said quietly. A young fairy girl named Nick looked at her young master with kind eyes. "Young master, I am not offended by you, believe me," the girl said. A young beautiful girl jumped into the arms of a boy named Lin. She hugged him tightly and said, "My young master, I will never feel uncomfortable or offended around you." The wedge boy put his head on the hair of a beautiful girl. He inhaled through his nose all the scent that was on her hair, this clean and fresh smell of the forest. "How pleased I am now," thought the boy Lin. "Let's get ourselves cleaned up and then go to school," Lin said. "My entrance test yesterday made me a celebrity." "Are you Lin Lanster?" asked the fat man sitting at his desk. "Yes, it's me, sir," the boy answered. "So," the fat man said loudly. After which he took the seal, they slammed it into the personal file of the boy Lin. Although they treated me badly, they did not try to make my life difficult. "Ready. Take your documents. Hurry up. Don't make me nervous," said the gentleman sitting at the table. "This is your class in Zone 1, Building Number A, Year 1, B. Quick children, introduce yourself properly to the teacher." Everyone did not try to complicate Mr. Lancer's life, except his teacher. Boylan walked into the classroom. "Wait, who gave you permission to enter my classroom?" A loud female voice rang out. It was Teacher Aisha. "Is that you, Mr. Lin Lanster?" she asked loudly. She stood in a very defiant pose. One hand was on her belt. The large hat covered almost her entire body. "The reason I look down on these nobles is because their only ability is to make connections, even if the whole school doesn't mind your tricks. For the respect of the assistant dean, I will never ever allow you to be in my classroom," Teacher Aisha said. The Lin's boy stood in the classroom and listened to the students shouting at him. "This is the same link. How did it even get here? Driver, do you like to find workarounds? Why did you come through the front door now?" The students continued to scream. "Let's point out where the exit could not be." Lin concentrated. "Butler, please scan their abilities." "Yes, sir," answered a voice from outside. "Wait just 1 minute, and I have complete information about everyone." The information was displayed on screens. "Please have a look. Kalu, this is a newcomer, a first-rank mage." A voice spoke from outside. "Let's move on. This is Shua, novice and second-rank mage." A voice spoke from outside. "Let's move on to the next ones. His name is Lucer. He is also a first-rank newbie mage. While we are Lord, I didn't find anything special in them." "Let's continue," said a voice from outside. "Here's another student. His name is Ami, newbie, second-rank mage. I think sir, you have already realized that they are not as strong as they think they are." The Lena boy was delighted and combed his beard. "They're not that different from me," Lin smiled. "How can the best academy train such snickering idiots?" Lin thought. "Teacher, tell me better what is the main topic of our lesson?" The Lin boy confidently asked his teacher. "What? After all this, you are going to stay in my classroom, continue your studies." The teacher was indignant. "You don't want to let me into class, do you?" "Because it is believed that my skill level will not allow me to study well. Do you think I won't study hard?" the boy said, wedged to his teacher. "But if I can prove that I am the best of all the students who study at this academy, prove that I am the best of all the students present, then I can calmly study in this classroom?" the Lin boy asked his teacher. The students in this audience began to be indignant. They laughed. "Who told you that you are better than us?" one of the students said. Idiot, this is a hobby for potions. You don't belong here, the second student said. Making a potion depends on the level of a person's abilities, but you don't have them. The students continued talking. Silence, I said. The teacher screamed loudly. Everyone quickly closed their mouths. Only I can speak here. This is my audience and my lesson. I'm in charge here. Tell me. You will be there when I can allow it for you. I think it's clear to everyone. Once again loudly, the teacher said. The teacher looked at the boy and smiled. It is very interesting, she said. It turns out that my student Lin is so confident in himself that he can tell me this. The teacher spoke. If you're that confident in yourself, then maybe we'll up the ante. The teacher asked. Everything is fine. I'll give you a chance. You will only have 1 week, and then I'll give you a test that you have to take. If you take first place, I will allow you to attend my classes in my classroom. This will be the best gift for you from me. I have never made such compromises, but I'm even interested. And if you fail the test and fail this exam, then I personally, with my own hands, will throw you out of this great academy. The teacher said to the boy in a very angry voice, and you will never enter the territory of this academy again. The teacher continued talking. If I lose, I will be kicked out of the academy. The stakes were high. Sweat appeared on my face from excitement. The bet became much more serious than I expected. The Lin boy said, Well, what do you think? What can you tell me? Do you accept my terms or not? If not, then you can leave right away. The teacher said, The main task is to obtain a water dragon egg. It's a bet with the teacher, said a voice from outside. The requirement to pass is to place first. Damn it, I completely forgot about the butler. Damn, I thought. Once this task has been accepted, you will have to complete it. Moreover, there are awards for it. The wedge boy looked carefully at the teacher. His look was very serious and decisive. Yes, teacher, I agree. I accept this bet, Lin said. This guy is still holding his face even after such a warm welcome here. He pulled not only the strings of the assistant dean, so that he would put pressure on me, but he also manages to think through situations that are dangerous for him. Maybe the rumors about him were lies? I thought, teacher, looking at this student. Lin walked out of the classroom and the teacher continued to look at his back. She thought and thought. She was always trying to find where the catch was. Very funny. This situation is getting a lot more interesting than I thought. I thought it was a teacher. Mr. Lin Lanster, believe me, I really hope that you can surprise me. And this beautiful building with interesting architecture is called the Academy Library. Now I understand why the academic library is called the most mysterious and beautiful place in the entire academy. How beautiful it is inside. The boy Lin stood and admired. There must be a lot of books about magic potions here. Perhaps I will find how to properly brew a better potion. The boy Lin was looking at the library and thinking to himself. Boy Lin again heard conversations behind him. Is this the wrong Lin by any chance? This is a failure who only got here through connections. What is he even doing in this holy place? How did he get here? The students were talking behind the boy's back. Shouldn't freshmen be in classrooms now? What an idiot. Perhaps he was kicked out of there for his stupidity. The students continued talking. We're not very sorry. Hey, I'm telling you, the boy heard Lin. These idiots only know how to talk, student Lin said. This was the library consultant speaking. You should feel sorry for yourself, young people. You are third-year students. Have you completely forgotten that you can't talk in the library? Have you forgotten that you can't laugh or make noise in the library? How dare you? The consultant began to swear. If you don't shut your mouths, you'll get a big fine. The library consultant said, I think you're so good at being a library consultant. The students began to be indignant. So everyone, stop it. Let's get out of here. Stop arguing. Let's go before they give us a fine for this. The second student said, and students began to leave the holy library. The lens boy exhaled calmly and smiled. This girl, this consultant, simply saved me. The library consultant girl was embarrassed. Please forgive them, student. They are simply ill-mannered. There is still a lot of work to be done with them. Wait, they were the ones insulting me? Why are you apologizing for them? You have absolutely nothing to do with this situation. He was surprised and asked if the boy was Lin. Just understand one thing. I work as a consultant in a library. It's entirely my fault that you weren't allowed to read in peace. So I apologize. Sorry again for disturbing you. Some very strange girl, thought the boy Lin. He had never met such modest and shy people. At first glance, it seemed to him that this girl was very kind. If only because she saved him from these idiots. Young Master Lin did not understand only one thing. This girl has a very strong feeling of guilt. Where did this come from? It was unclear. And it seemed to the Lin boy that she was afraid of something or someone. The Lin boy decided to approach the library consultant. Then help me, please. Lin turned to the girl. I'd like to borrow some books on magic potions. Can you help me find them? Lane asked. Of course. I will help with pleasure. This is my job, the consultant said. Of course, I will help. I will definitely help. And you can call me Vivian. The girl consultant looked at the boy Lena with very kind eyes. And here she is. This is what we need. Beautiful large black and green book. A small green glow immediately emanates from it. An encyclopedia book on creating magic potions. The girl, a consultant in the library, turned on her magic. Magic was turned on to collect the necessary books around the entire perimeter of the library. A bright white glow appeared around the girl. The wind began to swirl, and this wind began to bring the necessary books. Mr. Lit held his hands in front of him, and the books themselves flew up and landed right in his hands. It was real magic. What else could you expect from a magic academy, thought the boy Lin. The consultant girl spoke to the Lin boy again. Lin student, these books contain a large amount of information about magic potions. And recently, I heard that you are studying for a test. This is true? The girl asked. So, I have to warn you. Memorizing this will not be a written exam of knowledge, but a practical one. Tell me, can you handle it or not? Can you handle it if you just read these books? The consultant asked the boy. Len's boy was holding a very large stack of books in his arms. He hoped to reread all this before exams and testing. He looked at the girl, Vivian, and thought, strange, very strange. Is this Vivian girl worried about me? Why? Unclear, Lin thought. A pop-up computer window appeared in front of the boy. It was written on it. A voice from outside said this. Clue. Wealth and beauty can be obtained through. Study hard. What could this be, the boy thought. The boy's eyes sparkled with joy. He was glad that at least someone in this academy was worried about him. Lena smiled partly. Don't be afraid, Vivian. I'm confident in myself, said the boy Lin. Lin held a huge stack of books in front of him. He had more questions, so he stayed to talk to this girl. In truth, you are the first person, Vivian, in this academy who did not start insulting me. So he finds out the rumors about me and immediately begin to change, like, fuck. Thank you so much, said the boy Lin. The Lin boy began to leave the library in a good mood. He turned around again to look at the consultant's girlfriend. I'll have dinner after I take first place, the Lin boy said and smiled. The girl Vivian, a library consultant, was very embarrassed. She pulled her hat almost over her glasses. Her face was practically invisible so that Lin would not see that she was blushing from embarrassment. Student Lin. The girl, the library consultant, shouted and fell silent, as if she wanted to say something very important to him. Out of frustration, she clenched her dress very tightly with her fists. A tall woman with blue hair approached the consultant. She looked very strict. Do your best to get close to the Lin student. Remember this, the woman said. The consultant girl crossed her arms near her chest. She had a very confused and sad look. Lin student, if you knew that I was apologizing, it wasn't for those guys. And for myself, Vivian thought. And this is Lin's house at the academy. Nice 2-story house. Voices were heard from the house. Young master, stop reading, stop, go eat. You're hungry, stop reading. If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to read. Through the window of this house, one could see Mr. Lin reading, and his baby Jack sitting next to him and trying to feed him. Okay, I promise you to eat as soon as I finish reading this book, young Master Lin said. You've been reading it all day. Little Jack was indignant. Don't you understand, little Jack? I only have 1 week left until the test. After I finish studying this book, I still have to hurry and try out the knowledge. Wow. Now is the most important thing. And you got attached to me with your food. He can take and eat his portion. I allow it. 5 days later. The weather was beautiful outside. The sun was shining and there was practically no wind. The birds that settled outside the young master's window have already laid eggs. They sat together and guarded them. At this moment, the room was a complete mess. There was a boy lying on the floor. It seemed that he was lying completely exhausted. Around his body lay open and closed books that he had taken from the library. There were open notebooks and notes, various entries. Lin lay his body on some books. Boy Lin lay on the floor, brooding and thinking. So, was this a clue that the key to solving the problem was Iya? My dragon. My fire dragon. Lin ate practically nothing. The face became pale and sometimes even gray. The eyes fell into the air. Wrinkles and bruises appeared under the eyes. This was all due to malnutrition and systematic lack of sleep. Lin almost always read and did not sleep. He came to the same conclusion. Creating magical potions requires stable mental powers. If you think correctly, then beginners usually don't have them. I thought, damn it. Damn continued to reason. From this, it turns out that in this way you will need to add dragon saliva as an additional ingredient. It will then be a powerful potion, thought Lin. If we think logically, then, of course, with the addition of the dragon saliva of a real dragon, even the most ordinary person without magical abilities will create an impeccable potion. A potion that can compete with a potion from a professional in this matter. Boy. The client started mixing it in his glass vessels. As soon as he added drops of saliva, a reaction began. Blue, white, and green smoke began to rise from the vessel, and the potion itself turned out to be red with mother of pearl. Something was gurgling inside, making bubbles. Lin thought that it should be so, since he has his own secret ingredient in this potion. So, the day of the test arrived. Lin came to the classroom, sat down at his desk, and took out his vessel, which contained the potion. "It can't be. It can't be," the students in the audience shouted. "Look at him. He actually created the potion." The students continued talking. How does he manage to control his mind so well? The students were surprised, but they were all as friendly as some could be. He cheated. He is a deceiver. He definitely wants to deceive everyone and trick everyone. A student who looked like a dog was screaming. This student began barking at the entire audience out of indignation. He forgot the dog, and at that moment a good bang hit him on the head. It was a bundle of papers, which hit him right in the middle of the head, so that his eyes almost popped out. Of course it was the teacher. She walked into the audience and didn't particularly like Lagi's scream. This is her audience, only her rules here. She stood and held a bundle of papers in her hands. What's that noise in the audience? Have you all decided to fail the exam? The teacher asked loudly and indignantly. She herself is more like a dog than I am. The student whom she hit began to be indignant. Link was ready. He was focused and had a clear concentration in his head. He looked carefully at the teacher and expected a dirty trick from her. The boy was sitting alone at his desk. There was a vessel with red liquid on the table. This is precisely the land that he brought to take the exam. Smoke and magic swirled around the jar. I'm very surprised. With his talent, it's strange to do such a thing, the teacher thought to herself. The teacher looked at the jar containing the red potion and thought, did he really make such a good reagent? How is this even possible? What's the secret? He can do practically nothing. The match client was sitting at his desk. He showed off his potion. He took the flask in his hands, pumped it a little, and pink and white smoke began to come out of the flask. Then the smoke turned blue. This meant that he had done everything right. Not bad, very good, Lynn Lanster, the teacher said. The teacher took into her hands the vessel that contained the Ling boy's potion. She looked at this flask and admired it. The quality of this potion is really good. If no one can do better than you, then without question you will get the best result, Mr. Lin, the teacher said. Then the teacher looked askance at the Lin student. But Student Lim, you yourself heard the doubts of the other students who are in this audience. Based on recent events, there is no trust in you. To convince everyone of your honesty, you will need to stand on the podium and under the supervision of the entire class. And under the supervision of the whole class, make another exactly the same potion. If you did it yourself for the first time, of course, you will be able to do it a second time. I think you are missing this work, but I repeat, if you did it yourself. The teacher spoke. In fact, the teacher appreciated the potion that the Lin student had prepared. But as we said before, she was very biased towards this boy. And of course, she didn't want to lose this argument. Dispute between teacher and student. The students were not very upset. He tried so hard to prepare this potion and did not expect such a reaction. Teacher, do you really think I'm cheating? This is not true. I did everything myself. Everything is as it is written in the books. The students began to become indignant and shout various bad words at the Lin student. Of course that's right. Who else would teacher suspect? I know it's all about the dragon, if the moon. Another student shouted. All the students were indignant and shouted at the entire audience. There was a terrible scream. One of the students shouted very loudly and started pointing his finger at the Lin student. I know. While creating the potion, he added an additional ingredient. This ingredient helps beginners stabilize their mental abilities. The students continued to scream. I'm sure this is the case. Then explain to me, how else could such an idiot reach such a level in 7 days of self-study? Without a teacher and practical classes, explain how. Students? Lin smiled a little and said, additional ingredient? Butler, if I'm not mistaken, the time on the training ground is 7 times slower than in the real world. This is true? So, is it possible to practice potion brewing there? I asked Lin at the computer. The pop-up window responded immediately. Perhaps. Lin gathered all his confidence and strength. He stood up from the table, put his hands on it, and said, Okay, since no one trusts me, then I will do as you want. Did it right before your eyes. I'll create another potion right in this auditorium. Let everyone see I'm cheating or I'm telling the truth. I don't want to be accused of something that is not my fault. Student Lin spoke very confidently. It's strange that he agreed so easily, the teacher thought. What was he up to? Never in my life will I believe that such mediocrity is how he prepared the potion himself, the teacher thought. The boy wedge began to prepare the potion. So to start, we'll take 5 grams of ghost vine stem, Student Lin said out loud. And a beautiful flower appeared. Lennon immediately began to remember how he trained in another dimension. Everything happened much faster there. Then there was the 35th attempt, and it was unsuccessful. Add 10 drops of demonic rhinoceros snake saliva, said loudly Boy Lin. And immediately memories began to emerge. This was the 291st attempt, and it was also unsuccessful. It needed to be fixed urgently, and most importantly, naturally 3 grams of fire and water stone. The Lin boy throws these mysterious red and blue stones into his vessel. A red liquid has formed inside the glass container. This was the very potion that needed to be prepared for the exam. It had exactly the same color. There were bubbles inside the liquid. The teacher began to watch the student named Lin very carefully. What's this guy to do? How can this be? Is he that good at controlling his mental powers? But how? The teacher was surprised and asked herself questions. Although it is true that such a result can be achieved even at a low level of ability, such a concentrate can only be obtained with impeccable mental balance. Boy Lin poured his potion into a vessel in front of everyone in the audience. It was a red liquid. The students stood up from their seats and came closer to take a good look at everything. They wondered how he did it. He's truly better than anyone I've ever taught, the teacher thought. Teacher, I'm done. Loudly, enthusiastically, said the Lin student. He was pleased with himself. He was in a good mood. He even smiled a little. Because he succeeded. This is impossible. He really did it without additional ingredients. The students were surprised. The purity of this potion is simply top-notch. Other students spoke. The teacher looked at the student with completely different eyes. All the students who were in this audience lined up behind her. They were still talking and couldn't believe their eyes. He's just a magician. The students spoke. It turns out that we really underestimated him? The girls spoke. The teacher made a very stern and serious face. She asked the boy Lena, Student Lin, could you tell us whether you have such a talent from birth or whether it just recently appeared and began to manifest itself? The boy was a little worried. Talent from birth? No, that you are not at all. The boy answered the teacher, This is all just the result of study and practice. The Lin boy began to remember how his training went, how the youth beat on his body and blood flew from his mouth. Grueling and relentless training. This is the only way he could achieve this level and skills. There was blood and tears on my face during training, and the hammer struck with great force more and more often. If it didn't work out, he recalled how he had to maintain full concentration and relax. Wasps and bees were flying around. They did not forgive the boy's mistakes. Did they sting him with all their might? The face was covered with large blisters. He recalled how he continued to meditate, only to avoid becoming dinner, because behind him there were huge bears who wanted to eat him after hard training. The boy sat in his room and cried, because it was unbearable. Why does he look like he's been through hell? The students and the teacher asked. I understood everything. The teacher thought, looking at the student Lena, he made up for his lack of talent with great effort. I now understand that for this reason, the assistant dean made an exception for this boy. There is an exception for the admission of this child to our academy. Then, if he does not become the greatest magician in the future, then his persistence will be a great motivation for our entire academy. The teacher thought to himself, I call myself the punishing hand of the law of our academy. But even I couldn't see the perspective in it. The teacher thought to herself, Student Lin Lanster, I apologize. Yes, you heard right, I apologize to you. In front of everyone, the teacher said. Study. She took off her hat from her head and bowed to Student Lin. I was wrong when I banned her from attending my classes. Teacher Isha, what are you doing? The boy asked. The teacher moved closer to the student. Actually, there were other students who were able to achieve a similar result. But because you studied on your own, you also practiced a lot in a very short period. All the students were on Student Ling's side. They said behind our backs, well done, handsome student. Just great. Your first place is a Lin student, the teacher said loudly. It rightfully belongs to you. A voice from outside immediately said, Quest completed rewards. 1 piece of water dragon egg fragment. Magic power gives you 20 experience. Due to the fact that the rancher has chosen a more complex method of completing the task, an additional reward will be given. A teleportation array in the amount of 1 piece. For not relying on the dragon, spat, and undergoing the hardest training, the gentleman can be considered very wise. The voice from outside continued to speak. At this moment, Student Lin was sitting near a tree and resting. Whether I'm wise or not, I don't know. Did Lim speak? I just didn't want to leave a stain of shame on the place where my father worked so diligently. Moreover, as such a precious ingredient, dragon saliva can be used in such a simple matter. Lin spoke and held his bottles of various potions near him. I still want to use it in exchange for wealth. Thought the boy Lin. He stood and carefully looked at the liquid that he got inside these vessels. Young Master Lin thought that he could put various magic potions into production. The main thing is that you can make good money on it, and the saliva of this animal is really useful. With its help, I can easily prepare advanced potions. This is the best potion in the world. 1 bottle can sell for thousands of gold coins. I should go to the dealer tomorrow and sell it, Lin said. At this moment, the fire dragon became very indignant. The whole ranch was buzzing with his bad mood. If you don't create a new habitat for me, I promise you that I will burn the ranch to the ground. The dragon screamed loudly. Quietly. Don't shout so loudly. You live here too, dragon. Calm down, the boy said. It will be necessary to urgently find a new home for the puppy, thought Boy Lin. He is growing and needs a home much more. The Lin boy sat and reread the books. It was already late evening. Link was constantly distracted from reading books and thinking about that girl he met in the library. It's quite late already. I wonder if William has already finished her work in the library. I asked myself a question, boy Lin. I promised that I would invite her to dinner after I passed the test. The boy Lin remembered. He sat, dreamed, and remembered this girl from the library. Yes, indeed. If she had not helped me find the books I needed then, I would have easily failed this exam. She just saved me. Vivian is wonderful and kind. Boy Lin sat and thought about it. The action takes place in the library. Young Master Lin couldn't bear to sit at home and went to the library. He went to find his Vivian. Lin looked in all countries but could not find her. I wonder why I can't find Vivian. The workday is not over yet, which means she must be here, thought the boy Lin. Suddenly, a girl in a large hat approached Lin from behind the boy. She came up very quietly and put her hand on the student's shoulder. "Student," she said. Lin was a little scared. It was unexpected. "Student, you must be Lin." "Yes?" asked the girl in the big hat. "I hope I was not mistaken and approached you correctly." "Yes, indeed, my name is Lin. You didn't make a mistake. Is there something wrong? Did you accidentally misidentify yourself?" The boy asked Lin from the girl. The girl became invisible and spoke quietly in Lin's ear. "Student Lin I about Vivian. Remember my words, she is behind the school," the girl said. Lin didn't understand at all what was happening and why such secrets. The girl in the big hat leaned close to the ear of the boy Alina. "I'll tell you a secret. She's getting ready to confess to you. Very quietly," the girl said. The boy Wedge at that moment simply turned red from excitement and worry. He was very embarrassed. "What?" the Lin boy shouted loudly. He began waving his arms and showing with all his appearance that he did not want this. The girl with the big hat laughed. "You shouldn't make such a sullen face." The girl said to the boy Lin, "Even if you plan to refuse, that is, you must do it face to face correctly. You have to tell her this in person." The girl in the hat began to push the boy out into the street. "Don't push her," Lin said. The voice came from outside again. "The main task is the water dragon egg. This princess carried by Vivian. The conditions for fulfillment are to be a princess who will be carried by Vivian. The difficulty of the task is low. Rewards: a fragment of a water dragon egg." Damn butler. Why are you always so out of time? Boylan began to be indignant. At this time, Lin was planning to go and see if Vivian was really waiting for him behind the school. And then a new task arrived. Student Lin began to slowly walk out of the school. He looked around and looked at the girl wearing the hat. He saw that she didn't like the fact that he wasn't going to go to Vivian. "Student Lin, you better hurry. She said that she will wait for you there until you come to her." "Vivian has something to confess and say to you," said the girl in the big hat. "Student Lin, just follow this bee and you will find it. The bee will show you the path and lead you." The girl in the hat opened her palm and a real bee flew out. The Lin boy began to worry and think. There must be something wrong. Perhaps something bad happened to Vivian. Or she's just in trouble, thought Student Lin. The Lens boy began to remember their first meeting in the library. "I only met Vivian once." The boy began to remember. "Even though we had a fairly pleasant conversation, that's not enough for a confession, right?" Lin asked. "And in general, compared to the last task, this is more like a joke," Lin said to the butler. A voice from outside began to speak. "Two main tasks in progress. This task is the princess carried by Vivian." He continued to speak out loud from outside. "It's not as simple as it seems," thought the boy Lin. We need to do something urgently. It seems to me that Vivian is in trouble. The boy began to worry very much. With all his might, he ran to look for Vivian. Vivian! Vivian! The boy screamed very loudly at the top of his voice. The young master ran behind the school to where Vivian was supposed to be waiting for him. It seemed to him that something bad had happened to her. Lin was now more worried than ever. He was frightened, but he was afraid not for himself, but for that beautiful girl whom he had only seen once in the library. Lin ran behind the school. Behind the school there was a very strange place. These were round steps that led to an elevation. In the middle of this platform, there was a gate of sorts, and large rectangular stones hung in the sky at different heights. The Lin boy stood and looked at this place. He had never come here before. No one told him or the students about him. A strange, light white and blue glow came from this place. 100% there was magic there. There was a very strong wind behind the school. The cloak that hung on the boy's shoulders was inflated by the line like a sail. He saw that a fire began to light up in the middle of this place. But most importantly, he did not see that beautiful girl. The steps went up and the warning lights came on. These were torches. Nobody lit them, they caught fire on their own. So there is magic here, thought the boy Lin. One thing he didn't understand was why the academy was such a strange place. Suddenly a sharp blue glow appeared. It was a circle. It began to glow from one of the stones. Young Master Lin stood and looked at this round blue and blue glow. It was like a portal to the other world, a portal to another dimension. Suddenly, a voice from outside spoke again. Attention, owner. Vivian Mason entered, waiting for the second participant. Stop. Wait. I do not understand anything. Vivian Mason is the second participant. She is also a participant. The boy asked Lin, please, answer me. At least someone. Vivian Mason came inside? She is there? Young Master Lin asked indignantly and loudly. He stood and looked at this glowing blue circle, and a certain girl in a big hat was watching him. At this moment, suddenly fiery red rays flew into the lino. They left right after he slept. Because of this magical power, large stones were thrown at him. Who does this? The boy asked Lin. The power of magic was very great. The young master wanted to jump into that glowing blue round window, but an otherworldly force held him. She began to spin it in the air like a spinning top. The fire from the burning torches was practically blown away. What the hell is going on here? The wedge boy screamed loudly. He couldn't land on the ground or run up to jump into this portal. Red fiery rays held him back. The boy managed to grab this blue circle with one hand. He managed to put his hand into this portal. Then his body was completely sucked in and he entered the portal. A voice sounded loudly from outside. Link Lanster has entered, starting the test. Suddenly, a woman's hysterical laughter was heard. Then the loud sound of women's heels was heard. Hey you, Lin Lanster, have you really come here? The girl spoke in a loud and angry voice. This angry girl began to tell the story of her childhood very loudly. She talked a lot about herself. It seemed that she was offended by the whole world. When senior students offended me, at that moment no one stood up for me. This girl spoke. She told the story so believably that the whole picture stood before my eyes. But you little bastard got here through connections, and everyone called you trash. Everyone called you the scum of society. How do you like that? Mr. Lin, so why? I ask you why. Since she loves helping people so much, let her do this for the rest of her days. Best of all, both of you. You both will come to your senses here. the girl screamed. Suddenly the earth turned 90 degrees. The boy Link tried to stay in this magical blue cloud so as not to fall. A strong white wind tried to lift him off the floor. He resisted with all his might. Then she turned him over and he fell. He fell and hit very hard on the icy floor. The boy clenched his fists very tightly. But he understood that besides him, a girl named Vivian no longer had any help here. Then young Master Lin stood up on his hands. He saw that he had fallen near the abyss, and below, sharp metal and ice bayonets were waiting for him. The boy Flax heard that somewhere in the distance, in this abyss, a girl was crying. The boy did not tense up much and began to worry. He couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. "Lin, I'm here to help." The girl from the library screamed loudly. Boy Lin saw that she was tied with orange thick ropes, and it hung over the abyss, at the bottom of which there were sharp pins. "Vivian, hold on, I'll save you." "Why, young master? What's going on here? Who did it? Are you okay? Can you hold out for a while?" The boy Lin shouted loudly and asked. A library consultant girl named Lin was bound with golden fire chains. She couldn't move. Her mouth was taped shut, so she couldn't even scream loudly. Lin was simply shocked by the picture he saw. It couldn't even occur to him that this innocent girl could get into such trouble. Suddenly the Lin boy heard breathing behind him. The breathing grew into a light growl. Lin turned sharply and looked at what was behind him. "Damn it, where is this from?" Hearing said loudly, "Boy Lin." Behind him stood a huge gray wolf. He was many times greater than the boy's height. He was 30 times taller than the boy. The Lin boy stood on the edge of the abyss. There were sharp pins at the bottom. If he falls down, they will pierce his body and he will die. The huge gray wolf opened his mouth and took it. "This is real magic. Where is she here from? Who controls it? Who is even behind all this?" The Lin boy thought as the wind twisted him. "Lin, I didn't understand what was going on here at all." He was not ready for such a development of events. He changed himself at the same time, that he did not go immediately when he found out that Vivian was waiting for him behind the school. Young Master Lin resisted this wolf's magical power as best he could. His feet stood on the very edge of the abyss, after which there is a cliff and probable death. The wolf tried to reach him with his paws and tear him to shreds. Lin knew he had to react quickly. The main thing is to dodge him. Don't let him touch or hit you with his paw. If cold comes from this magical aura, then I will die. But we have to try. One accelerated and jumped over the head of a large wolf. At the same time, the wolf jumped to tear the boy to shreds and fell down the cliff. The magical wolf did not have time to break, and the stones rolled out from under his feet. Lin walked over and looked down from the cliff. "And he's damn strong," the boy said. Literally a minute later, a realization came to the boy named Lin. Fear faded into the background, and he began to think. Where did he get new superpowers and such skills? The Lin boy flew so high above that wolf that he had never jumped so high. Since when can I jump so high? I didn't train for this. The boy Lin asked himself questions. "She likes it," the Lin boy said. A voice came from outside. "Mister, send me a reminder about the bet by Teacher Aisha. Your task is completed. Your reward is 1 fragment of a water dragon egg. Magic experience plus 20 points. So friends, after completing the task and after gaining this experience, I became a 2nd rank magician," proudly said Boy Lin. Now he was sure of everything. "My main discovery for today, I'll tell you now. I didn't expect that my physical abilities would increase along with the level. Young Master Lin stood in front of the magical wolf. Like the two most powerful warriors, they looked into each other's eyes, if you think about it correctly. Put the whole puzzle together, then in that case I will be able to defeat him, the Lin boy thought as he pondered. At this moment, the magical gray wolf quickly jumped towards the boy named Lin. It opened its mouth exactly above his head. It seemed like another second and the wolf would simply bite off the boy's head. "Wow, what a fast wolf you are," the Lin boy said. With the last of his strength, he held back the mouth of this wolf so that it would not bite off his head. After a few seconds, the gray giant wolf closed its mouth. He snapped his teeth right in front of the boy named Lin's head. He began to turn on his magic. He understood that he needed to use it, but he just didn't know which one. There was no way to screw this up. It was necessary to say the correct spell. Young Master Lin began to act. The magical wolf understood that it was not just a boy who began to resist him, but a poppy of some level or rank. It opened into a large drop and growled. The boy flipped through using magic that allowed him to travel through time very quickly. From one area to another, he quickly changed his location around this wolf. Great! Now my body can keep up with the speed of this huge magic wolf. Lin jumped from left to right over the large wolf. The wolf had nothing to answer. Great, now mine will be much more effective against this creature, the boy said. He extended his hand towards the head of the giant magical wolf. Fire circles began to spin from his hands. Full concentration. Boy Ling just kept his eyes on this magical big wolf. He looked at him and controlled his fire magic with his fingers. Lennon gathered his strength, gathered his will into a fist, and jumped very high above the wolf. He flew higher than he had ever gone before. A magical fire tornado descended directly on the wolf. A lot of fire came down from top to bottom, right at that giant wolf. He was very hot and he was burning in this fire. The wolf screamed in pain. He opened his mouth and screamed. It's in a few minutes due to the fire. Due to the fact that the wolf began to burn, he fell straight to the bottom of the gorge, where there were sharp stone bayonets. Hooray! It worked! The Lin boy shouted in a rather loud voice. Out of happiness, he clenched his fist tightly. A smile appeared on the street. He was pleased with himself. We then saw that the pretty girl who worked in the library was still tied up above the gorge. Her fiery chains began to break. The girl named Vivian squealed very loudly. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't because her mouth or eye was taped shut. She was scared. The chain of fire broke and it began to fall down. "Vivian!" The Lin boy screamed loudly in panic. "No! No! Not this! Lord, why?" The Lin boy shouted very loudly. He saw his girlfriend fall. By some miracle, the driven chains caught and the girl stopped near the sharpest tips of these bayonets. Her mouth was still taped shut, and her big, beautiful hat fell down. In an instant, the boy just fucking froze. There was a pause. At that second, he did not have the strength not to scream, not to run to help. He didn't know what to do. Boylin was very angry with himself. Damn it. What a fool I am. I will never forgive myself for this. I was so focused on fighting this magical wolf that I completely forgot about Vivian. The boy could not forgive himself and kept talking. Why did she sink lower? I asked myself. Boy, was he watching what was happening below? It turns out that the wolf I defeated destroyed some of the steel lances. These pins fell apart. He destroyed the pike. The pins scattered, but he is still alive. The gray giant magical wolf's eyes were open and spoke in red. He lay and growled at the bottom of the cave. Matches named Laziness immediately began to reason further. Then it turns out that the fewer sharp peaks remain. the lower William sinks? The young master stood and looked at the bottom of the cave. Lin stood and blamed only himself for everything that was happening, for everything that happened to a girl named Vivian. But if I don't get rid of them, then how can I save her? Lin thought. I just came up with an idea. I can save her. I can help her. The Lin boy shouted loudly, Vivian, can you hear me? Vivian, wait for me, please. I will help. There are many experts in our academy, and they will be able to save you. The Lin boy shouted. This one named Vivian just looked at Lena through her big glasses and couldn't say a word. Match's wedge for her was the only hope and the only salvation. Lin immediately began to use the method of deduction. He began to rewind events back like a film. He rewinded and remembered. So, I got here just recently, through the blue portal, and from here the magical beast appeared. This is a giant gray magical wolf. A wolf with red wild eyes and huge teeth. A wolf that is tens of times taller than a human. The gate, that's what I need. Exactly the gate, said loudly Boy Lin. The young master began to look in all directions and look for these gates. So far, nothing has caught my eye. He found the place where the gate was. But now they were not there. It was just some kind of mysticism. Gates. Where are they? Where did they go? Yeah. What the hell is going on here? If there was an entrance, then there must be an exit. Constantly asking himself questions, Boy Lin. The young master began to feel the walls. He had hoped that the gate would appear, but it was all to no avail. The entrance has indeed disappeared. I think we're stuck here forever, Lin thought. He placed both hands on the large blue wall and looked up to the very ceiling. The young master became a little desperate. Then the boy Lennon began to further rewind the film of his previous events. He remembered the girl who approached him from behind. She spoke in a sweet, quiet voice. As for Vivian, she is preparing to confess you. I remembered those words, boy. We were set up, Lin said loudly. This is the same bastard who threw me through these gates. That bastard who circled me in a fiery whirlwind. She looks a lot like the girl I met in the library back then. It was she who spoke to Vivian in an angry voice. Young Master Lin was constantly thinking and reflecting. He compared facts and events. But why? Why would she kill us? What's the benefit? There were a lot of questions, but there were practically no answers. Is there really no other way out? Am I really going to have to let my Iya out? Release my fire dragon? Thought the boy Lin. But Vivian, will she keep it a secret? I don't know if I can trust her 100%. While about this, the boy thought. The wolf began to rise to his feet. He was already standing behind the boy. Damn, that magical wolf again. Why does something always appear at the wrong moment that always bothers me? The boy was indignant. Wolf, don't bother me. The boy shouted loudly. Machine Lin. He stretched his hand forward, and a large and strong fire came from his hand. The flash and impact was very strong. The wolf flew several tens of meters away. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations on your victory over the phantom wolf. So you have received exactly 1 experience points. Difficulty level 2. Phantom wolf? The boy asked Lin. What it is? The boy asked the question again. A voice from outside began to speak. Is your assignment outside the ranch's jurisdiction? Please, my lord, find out more information yourself, said the voice. At this moment, the Ling boy became very angry. He was furious and beside himself. The boy grabbed the pop-up electronic display, and he began to throw it aside. Not daring to appear at such an inopportune time, he shouted, I'll break you. Damn butler. The boy continued to scream. He already wanted to throw this computer to the ground and break it, but something incomprehensible stopped his action. He held this monitor above his head and froze. Boylan saw a pink, bright cloud begin to emanate from the dead magical wolf. It was as if the soul was leaving this body. This was the release of all the magic that was in the magical wolf. It was as if steam was emanating from the body. This steam shimmered with different colors from the crimson White House. Boylan saw that the girl named William was still in limbo. She is bound by chains of fire. Horvat is taped up. She tries to say something, but all that comes out is a hum. Cannot understand anything. Vivian, how are you? The boy shouted loudly and asked the girl. Hold on, I will definitely help you. Do you hear me? Just hold on, hold on. At this moment, a pink cloud of magic was already flying up to the fiery chains. It was these chains that enveloped and shackled Vivian's body. This lump of pink magic lay completely on the fiery chain. The target began to melt under its influence. The girl Vivian looked at the boy named Lin with big, frightened eyes. The Lin boy began to reason and think. Each broken, sharp peak brings my Vivian lower and lower. And every time I kill, the boy asked Lin. Lin stood and watched as his beautiful girlfriend Vivian still hung over the abyss. She was tied with strong gold chains, and if she falls, sharp peaks await her below. How does this happen? The boy asked himself. The Lin boy couldn't believe his eyes. Just recently there was one magical wolf, and now there are already two huge wolves standing in front of him. Lin stood, and opposite him stood two huge wolves who bared their teeth and were ready to eat Lin. I realized that it turns out that every wolf I kill is automatically divided into two. It all looks like some kind of mechanism. Fighting two wolves is much more difficult than fighting one, the Lin boy said. So stop. Mechanism. I saw this somewhere, or read about it somewhere. The boy began to remember. It seems like there was something similar in the student manual. A third-year student and above can enter the world of trials and compete with demonic creatures. The teacher will configure the testing mechanism in accordance with the required task. A boy was reading a student's manual. Once you win, you will automatically return back. Damn it, I looked at this book with just one eye. I read it quickly and without delving into the details. So that's all I remember from this book, the Lin boy said. Matches continued to reason. It turns out that the reason the wolves have the name Phantom is because it is a test for the undergrads. It turns out that this is what's going on, and I had just enrolled in the first year of Iris Academy. These tasks are clearly not for my first year. Well, since I got here, it means this problem needs to be solved, the Lin boy said. If I misunderstood the system of this mechanism, then the key to passing this test must be the salvation of this girl. The Lin boy continued to fight the magical wolves. He used instant magic, fire magic. Sometimes he was able to hit this giant wolf's jaw very hard. Even teeth flew out and blood flew in all directions. The key to passing the test must be precisely saving Vivian. The Lin boy killed another wolf. It was burning near his feet. Another wolf was already trying to attack him from the side. Vivian was still suspended from the chains. A voice from outside said, "1 experience point gained." A girl from the library named Vivian was hanging from chains of fire. Her eyes were wide with fear. She cried from pain and fear. "Okay, let's continue then," the Lin boy shouted loudly. And a big blue wolf with a huge mouth was already attacking him to eat him. The Lens boy immediately applied his. Your fast fire magic. A large flash of fire hit one of the large wolves with great force. A voice from outside said the experience points gained are +1. As soon as one wolf died at once, it was divided into second place of one killed. 2 new living, healthy wolves appeared, and now they were practically gnawing on the body of our boy named Lin. He fought them off with all his might. Crap. What's happening? I can't understand what kind of magic this is. My strength is running out. Something needs to be done, but I can't figure out what. Boy Lin was confused. He dodged these wolves as best he could. The boy's legs practically slipped off the cliff. He understood that Volgi was simply driving him into a dead end. Behind the boy, there was an abyss. He fought off the wolves with his fast fire magic. Of course, it was unequal. At this rate, I won't last long, thought the boy Lin. Each defeated wolf is divided into 2. There are many more of them, tens of times more. Lin stood on the edge of the abyss, and there were a lot of large blue magic wolves around him. I won't be able to defeat everyone with just fireballs, thought the boy Lin. If my affairs continue like this, then even if I avoid being bitten, there is a risk of falling off this cliff. Then I definitely won't survive. The blue giant magical wolves were simply merciless. Large mouth with sharp white fangs. There were also white sharp spikes on the paws and back, if I remember correctly and from the abilities received from my dragon. Then, besides the fireball, there were others that could be used. The boy remembered. A voice from outside said, "The rancher currently has 1 fire dragon. Rancher level is first. Available abilities: basic magic, shield, bite, claw, fire magic, instant fireball, shield, bite, claw. This is exactly what I need." "Shield!" The Lin boy shouted loudly, and a fiery red, large and round shield appeared in front of his hand. But the magical wolf, with its large pace and sharp teeth, very easily dealt with the magical shield. He bit it in half. Doesn't work, the shield doesn't work against these magical wolves. The wolf's bite force is much stronger than the durability of this shield. He easily bites through this shield with his teeth. While the Lin boy was fighting with one of the wolves, the rest of the pack stood and waited for their time. They were ready to attack at the same time. The Lin boy tried his best to hold back the bites of this big wolf with his hands and a magical red shield. The strength was running out. Lin understood that a little more and he would lose this battle. Young Master Lin used his shield to deliver a strong blow directly to the big blue wolf's jaw. He knocked him down. The defeated wolf began to fall from the cliff. Mr. Lin looked down as his defeated wolf fell. He knew it was just one wolf, which can again split into 2. And behind him there is already a whole pack of wolves. Lin quickly remembered. "Claw!" The boy screamed loudly. Eye and a large paw with claws appeared on his hand. She glowed blue and white. The claws were like those of wolves. The boy began to strike with this paw and claw, one blow after another. He hit the big wolves on the head. Blood from the passes of the defeated wolves flew in different directions. The claw was much more effective than the shield. The boy Wedge is already very tired. He himself had abrasions on his face. Lin began to think. Indeed, the claw is stronger than the shield and fire magic. Although it causes enormous damage to these wolves, it does not solve the main problem, Lin thought. Suddenly, the boy Lena 5 heard a voice from outside. He saw a computer window pop up. "Congratulations on defeating the Phantom Wolf. Experience points gained +1. Experience points. Experience points? The boy asked. But I didn't kill anyone now. I continued to think about the match. Perhaps this is a magical pink ball flying into the abyss, the boy thought. So it turns out that when I throw the wolves down into the abyss, the mechanism can be activated, the boy realized. He looked down and began to count how many wolves he had already thrown into this abyss. Young Master Lin opened his palm, and fire appeared in it. He decided to use fire magic again. She was the most effective in fighting magical wolves. At this moment, about 10 magical big wolves attacked the Lin boy at the same time. Each of them wanted to tear his hide into pieces. Lin fought back with fire magic. As long as I control the wolf population, I have nothing to fear, thought the boy Lin. He began to spin his hand and thereby produce even more fire. A very large amount of energy has accumulated in this fiery flash. A 6-pointed star was clearly visible in the luminous circle. "Come on, join me as wolves," the Lin boy shouted. Every pack of wolves that jumped on the young master immediately received a fiery blow. The magic was practically burned to the ground during the flight. The voice from outside continued to speak. More additional points received. Experience +1. The boy continued to fight using fire magic. Now it worked out very well. The voice from outside spoke again. Experience points gained +1 more. Young Master Lin alternated between fire magic and ice claw. The voice from did not say the magic level is 42. There is very little left until 50. The roasted wolves flew down into the abyss. Now they were not flying in ones or twos. They were flying in dozens and flocks from this rock. They flew and burned in flight. Lin slightly extinguished his fire in his palm. He looked and assessed the situation around him. Apparently, I don't need to fight anymore, because there are no wolves left around, the student Lin thought. With quick steps, he rushed towards a girl named Vivian. It was necessary to quickly free her from the shackles of these chains. The Lina boy freed a girl named Vivian. He hugged me very tightly. I pressed him to me. The girl burst into tears. She was very scared. "Calm down. I'm leaving you. Calm down. You're fine. It's all over." Lin calmed the girl down. The two of them sat down on the ground. Lin held Vivian's shoulders with both hands. He continued to reassure her because she had suffered a lot lately. The girl continued to cry. "We've finished testing, so we'll be teleported out of here soon." "A little patience," said the boy, Lin. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes and down her cheeks. She was crying and couldn't stop. The Lin boy stroked her hair with his hand. He tried to console and calm the girl. Suddenly, ahead of them, they saw the abyss below, where the wolves of the stairs were falling. These were big steps down and forward, a staircase that led somewhere. "What it is?" Lin asked. The girl and Vivian calmed down a little and began to apologize to Lin. "Student Lin, please forgive me. As soon as I got here, they tied me up and hung me up." "Sorry, I couldn't help you." The girl Vivian spoke. "I saw how hard you tried. I saw that you gave all your strength to save me. You wanted to save me, but you yourself suffered." The girl Vivian spoke and began to cry again. She wiped her tears from her face with both hands. The lens boy again began to stroke the hair of the girl named Vivian with his hand. He looked at her with big eyes and smiled. "Villain, I understood your most important secret. You really like to apologize," the boy said and laughed. "And let's stop blaming ourselves already." The boy said, "Damn it. Moreover, you helped me before and helped me very much. Do not forget. And let's remember that now we both need salvation." The boy continued talking. They looked at a large staircase that went somewhere into the distance and down. "Was it clear where this staircase ended? I just thought that if I could free you from your chains, then we could get out of this training world together," Student Lin said. "I didn't think there would be another round of testing here," Student Lin said. He stood on the edge of the abyss, where now there was no cliff but large steps going down. "Vivian, you're a very smart girl. You've been at this academy much longer than I have. Remember, do you know anything about these training worlds? Student Lin asked. The Vivian girl sadly lowered her head down. Forgive me, Student Lin. Training worlds exist only for senior students. So I don't have any useful information for you this time, the girl Vivian said in a sad voice. Student Lin laughed very loudly. He found it funny now more than ever. Vivian, you're apologizing again. Stop it as soon as possible. Relax already. Remember what I told you. There's no point in apologizing so much. There's no point in blaming yourself. Forget it, Lin said. Sorry, that is. This won't happen again, the girl said, since we do not know the further development of events with us. We can only hope that we will cope at the next stage. I've killed a lot of wolves recently, so there may be even more danger ahead than these wolves, the boy said. He extended his hand to lift Vivian up from the ground. There can be many dangers. I hope the magical wolves are all over. The Lin boy smiled. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Let's go, Lin said. Suddenly Vivian became very nervous. She became more emotional. She pushed away the Lin boy's hand and said, No, Student Lin! I don't understand what's going on. What's wrong? The Lin student asked the girl loudly. For the next stage, and I wish to fight next to you. The girl raised her hand up and green fire began to glow from her palm. It was a kind of magic. Then this green fire turned into a long green spear, around which a green light was circling. The girl screamed loudly, I will fight next to you. This is not disgust. Her face was more serious than ever. Suddenly, the girl Vivian saw large bats flying towards them. They were really big and glowed purple. The girl was immediately scared. The girl and Vivian quickly hid behind her guardian angel, her savior, her guard, the Lin student. She was shaking with fear. Lin stretched his hand forward and, using his finger as if from a pistol of fire magic, shot these bats in flight. Student Lin turned to the Vivian girl and laughed. Have you changed your mind about fighting me yet, beauty? There was irony and sarcasm in this question. The girl was still standing behind Ling. She was trembling all over with fear. It was purely an accident, Vivian said. I think we need to take these stairs down steps. There is no other way out of here anyway, the girl said. Student Lin and a girl from the library named Vivian began to walk down these steps. Boy Ling put his left hand forward. Fire burned in his palm. The fire illuminated their path like a torch. They stopped for a while. The Lin boy looked forward very carefully. He shined his fire to see what was ahead. Vivian, look closely. Do you feel the fog clearing? The boy asked Lin. The girl in the even looked ahead carefully through her glasses. Yes, I feel the fog is lifting, but I also heard some strange sound. The girl said. Our heroes froze, fell silent, and it seemed even stopped breathing for a while. The Vivian girl listened and carefully looked forward through her glasses. The strange noise continued. Vivian and Student Lin looked around the countries. So far, they haven't seen anything, but a strange noise and crackling noise was approaching them. The boy Lin stood there trying to illuminate it with fire and at least see something. The crash began to approach with great speed. They saw that the steps they were walking along began to break and fall down. The boy grabbed the girl Vivian's hand and screamed, Don't stand still, let's run away from here quickly. They ran as fast as they could. They jumped over several steps to run faster. Father, the steps that were behind them were already breaking and falling down the cliff. They didn't have enough speed. The steps had already begun to break right under their feet. It seemed that a little more, and they would simply fall down the cliff together with these stones. And then, the steps collapsed under their feet. Damn it. That's not what the Lin student shouted. With one hand, he hugged the girl Vivian, and they began to fall down into the abyss. The girl held the young man tightly with both hands. They fell at very high speed. There was a lot of fear on their faces. Damn it, I'll have to do this, Student Lin shouted. Butler, can you hear me? Call Iya. But they were still falling down at high speed. Suddenly, the girl Vivian began to say a spell. O great wind, your servant calls to you. Give me wings. Vivian screamed loudly. Then she took the Ling student into her arms, and a lot of green light appeared around her. The speed of the fall began to decrease, and they floated in the air. William, what was that? This is incredible. Vivian, do you know the amazing magic of the wind? It's just wonderful. You saved me once again, said Student Lin. At this moment, the girl named Vivian was in a very good mood. She smiled, was happy. Her eyes were filled with joy. Of course I know. I studied at the academy for 2 whole years, the girl said proudly. A voice began to be heard from outside. I congratulate the owner on completing the task. The princess carried by Vivian. The reward for this task is 1 piece of water dragon egg fragment. Magic experience plus 20 points. This is just wonderful. Not only was I saved, but the system task was also completed. Student Lin was delighted. The Vivian girl continued to fly with the wind and hold the young man in her arms. The voice from outside continued to speak. I congratulate the owner on achieving level 3. Your current experience is 12 out of 200. Since the dragon Aya only cares about his new habitat, he did not receive an improvement in dragon magic. I think I owe this girl a lot, Lin thought. Hooray, we did it. Finally, we are down. We are no longer flying and have landed, said boy Lin. He was pleasantly surprised that the girl and Vivian had such magic and once again saved him. White-blue flashes suddenly began to appear around them. These are shimmering stones. The boy asked the wedge. As soon as you step on them, they will automatically start to glow all over, just like people love. Then our heroes, the girl Vivian and the student Lin, saw the brick-lined road ahead. Along the edges of this road there were tall torches. They were on fire. Student Lin is a portal. The girl Vivian screamed very joyfully. She pointed her hand and finger forward, showed that we needed these exactly there. Ahead of them, there really was that same blue and white cloud shining. It was round in size. All this really resembled that same portal, but the student's Lin remained in his place and did not move forward. The Vivian girl looked at the young man with surprised eyes, and she asked, Lin students, can't we exit through the portal right now? I don't know, it seems to me that we didn't finish something. The wolves I killed, they were not resurrected, and the path to the portal looks safe. It is very strange, the student Lin thought. You know, Vivian, I don't think whoever came up with this test for us will just let us walk away from here. Don't you think it's too simple? The boy asked. William, please move away. Let's see, Student Lin said and began to wave his hands, turning on magic. Let's see if there are any traps hidden here. He took it and began to throw stones forward along the road along which they had to pass along the tall torches. At first, the stones bounced off the floor and pillars as if on springs. They bounced back with even greater force, as if they were springing. And then the stones simply began to pierce right through, floor covering, as if it was made of thin glass. The stone pierced right through the floor. Above the portal stood a stone cat. He stood on the gate like a lion. At that moment, a red stone lit up in his forehead. The stone began to shine a red and white laser downwards. "Tusk, quickly move aside," the Lin boy shouted. He grabbed the girl with his hands and they began to run away. A red laser shot at their legs. The girl Vivian and the student Lin fell to the ground. I knew that they would be waiting for us here. The student said, "Damn it! Tape student is okay. Are you hurt?" the girl asked. "Don't worry, I'm fine," the young man said. This stone activated the trap. But the main question I can't understand, is this why he attacked me? The wedge boy became very angry at that moment. There were a lot of questions, on which it was necessary to give an answer. Student's Link rose to his feet. He stood and looked at the stone cat, which a minute ago was shooting at them with a red laser. Now he just stood at the top of this gate and glowed with a slightly pink light. But some pieces of stone began to fly away from his body. Vivian, be careful. I think this statue, which looks like the kindest cat, is starting to crack. I don't like all this, student Lin said. The stone cat began to crack on all sides. The stones crumbled and a real white cat climbed out. He also had a red stone in his forehead, but now it was a living cat, not a stone one. Wait, that's not a cat. This is a wolf cub, little wolf cub. He looks a lot like my dragon, Aya, student Lin said. Oh, he's so cute, the girl said to Vivian. The white wolf cub really hatched like a chick from this stone egg in the form of a stone cat. It was bright white. He pulled his paws forward and tried to crawl completely out of the stone. Suddenly, very unexpectedly, this white wolf cub lit up white and pink. He opened his mouth, and inside there were a very large number of sharp fangs. The eyes of this white wolf cub glowed red. The white wolf cub began to howl very loudly, like a wolf. Magic waves spread throughout the room. The sound was so piercing that our heroes had to cover their ears to prevent their heads from bursting. Microwaves penetrated their entire body. White and red energy waves reached those magical wolves that lay already killed at the bottom of the gorge. The magical giant wolves began to rise and howl. They made the same sounds as all wolves, only from their mouths came white steam. The wolves came to life. It turns out that this wolf cub can resurrect others. He resurrects the rest of their magical wolves that I have already killed, the boy said to the girl Vivian. He took the girl's hand and held it tightly. They stood on the edge of the gorge and watched as the wolves, who had just come to life, began to rise up. The lens student began to think. He didn't have much time. Since he, this white wolf cub, can resurrect them, it means that here is the key to the exit. Exactly him. And the white wolf cub was sitting above and was already glowing with white and blue light. A second later, large blue, magical wolves began to attack the Lin boy. Alina loudly shouted spells. Claw. A glowing blue large claw appeared in his hand. He began to strike one blow after another at the concept of a volcano. The wolves woke up, were resurrected, and there were more and more of them every second. They all crawled towards our heroes to kill them. Damn, they were resurrected again. I understand this will never end. The students continued to fight these magical wolves. Vivian, I won't be able to deal with the wolf cub, while there are so many creatures with sharp teeth around me. The boy said loudly to the girl, The girl and Vivian began to use her magic. She cast spells. "O great wind, your servant calls to you," the girl spoke. Everything around her was already glowing green. There was a sharp spear in the hand. About the great gates turn into the sharpest blade and destroy the enemy. Completely cast her spell, the girl Vivian. She indicated the direction of her blade. This direction was pointed straight by the arrow at the white wolf cub's head. It turned out that Vivian is not such a simple girl. She is good at magic. This time she managed to surprise the Lin student again. "Vivian, you are simply beautiful," the Lin boy said proudly and with a smile. After her spells and magic, Vivian stood and breathed heavily. She lost a lot of strength, and at that moment a very loud howl of a wolf was heard. This disgusting loud sound was made by a white wolf cub. He opened his mouth again and screamed loudly. Then he suddenly froze. The white wolf cub did not make a sound. Green magic approached him. She enveloped him from all sides, and he could not do anything. "Did he block our shield? I can't believe it." The Lin student shouted loudly and was indignant. "This simply cannot be. Shield." He stopped the men. "We're all gone. I don't know what to do anymore." A girl named Vivian spoke in a very upset voice. Our heroes began to remember. It was a huge merchant fleet back then, and only one child returned. Of all the people, only one child survived. He was carried on a horse. I heard that they encountered a level 8 demonic beast. The escort group couldn't even break through his shield. He was that strong. When reinforcements arrived, they found only a living child among a mountain of corpses. "We can't win. We can't win. You hear what I'm telling you? We can't win." The girl Vivian screamed the same thing loudly. She was simply in a panic. The girl and Vivian knelt down, grabbed her head, and was simply in despair. "Lin, how can you not understand? Our level is simply not enough to defeat the shield. This is the most powerful thing. Lin, please understand. We will all die." She screamed when she saw it. At this moment, the Len student was fighting probably 10 wolves at once. He alternated everything he had. Fire magic, then a shield, then a claw. He held off the wolves as best he could. "We won't die," Student Lin shouted loudly at the top of his voice. "Believe me, we will not die. That's not what we're here for." Lin's student Vivian continued to shout and calm the girl down. "Don't be afraid, Vivian. There is always a way out." Student Lin shouted and continued to fight with the magical huge blue wolves. He struck one blow after another. Many wolves fell exhausted. Having filled Vivian, "We will not die." Repeat this to yourself always. And remember, the main thing is that I am next to you, Vivian, as long as nothing happens near you. Student Lin shouted loudly during the fight, thereby calming the girl. "Remember, Vivian, nothing will happen to you. I just won't allow it," shouted young Master Lin. At this moment, Vivian was very scared. She sat and cried. A snake appeared in front of them. It was a giant green dragon. Long tongue and elongated mouth, lots of sharp teeth. The eyes glowed yellow and green, and there were spikes along the edges of the head. "Don't be afraid, Vivian. I'm with you, and I won't let anyone harm you. Know that." Student Lin continued speaking. "Why is this repeated?" A Lin student asked this question. The Vivian girl was squatting on the ground. She was very scared. She cried. The only thing she wanted was for it all to end as soon as possible and to return home to school. "What are you doing, Vivian?" Student Lin shouted. "You swore to me that you would never hide behind someone's back again. Do you remember, or have you already forgotten?" Student asked Lim. And the girl was already hiding behind him. "Won't you hide behind your back? Vivian, are you going to watch him die again? We have to fight together. You promised me. Get your act together, Lin spoke. Even if I die, remember? Now the main thing for you and me is to defeat these magical wolves. The Lin student spoke and continued to fight with a large number of magical, huge wolves. Vivian looked at everything that was happening. Suddenly the girl became very angry. She screamed loudly, some sounds. I will never be the same again. I will never be the same again as before. William screamed loudly. She grabbed her magical green spear and ran to help the Lin student. I will never hide behind other people's backs again. I swear. The girl Vivian screamed. There the girl ran up to the Lin student and with all her strength thrust the spear into a stone that was located below on the ground. There was a huge explosion. Sparks and lightning scattered in different directions. She uses physical attacks. Student Lin thought to himself, where did she learn this? Sorry, Student Lin. I used up all my mana, so now I can only fight and fight this way, said girl Vivian. Vivian, you're at it again. We agreed that you will no longer apologize so often. Stop doing that. Actually, it was only thanks to you that I understood how to deal with this shield, Student Lin said. You are telling the truth? The girl asked. I will use a fireball to give you a way out of the wolves' cordon. I will do this so that you can hold them back in 30 seconds. You can do it? Student Lin asked. Yes, of course, I will try my best, the girl Vivian answered. This is very good, the boy said. Damn it. He extended his hand forward, spread his fingers, and fire began to glow from his palm. Circles began to appear around the fire, and then it was clearly visible. 6-pointed fiery star, then instant fireball. The Lin student shouted his spell loudly. As if fiery cannons began to shoot with fire all the wolves who stood opposite our heroes. These animals flew to the side and burned. Student Lin jumped high, even higher than the burning torches around this road. With his fiery magic, he shot these animals from above, and down the road the girl Vivian was running. With all his might, Student Lin flew to the place where the white wolf cub stood above the gate. Magic helped him survive and made him stronger at that moment. And down the road, a girl named Vivian was running forward with all her might. Magic held back the edges of these wild magical wolves. She ran towards closer to the portal. I got it. Magic attacks are reflected from walls. This gives me additional strength and energy. So then, I will use my fists, the Student Lin thought. With one hand, he held onto the edge of the wall, and with the second hand, he struck the white wolf in the head. In front of the wolf's head was a magical blue shield. I hope this should work. Why not? This is definitely going to work, the Lin student told himself. He waited very hard for his right fist and struck. This was the most powerful blow. Get it, mad dog, Student Lin shouted. He began to strike one blow after another. To break through the shield that protected the white wolf cub, the white wolf cub bared his sharp teeth, online and howled at the Student Lin. The wolf cub understood that his level of protection would withstand. So far, the blows that the Lin student had thrown had not been successful. But the boy did not give up. He continued to pierce this magical shield with great force with his fist, and after a while the shield began to crack, like crystal of the highest standard. The fragments from this magical shield began to fly in different directions. Yes, 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 it worked. I managed. A boy named Lin shouted loudly and joyfully. Blood was flowing from his fist. He was a little injured. At this moment, Lin screamed with all his might. With his loud voice, he put all the strength he had in his fist into his fist. He added all the energy there. and he began to punch further through this shield with all his might. In 1 second, he delivered about 20 or 30 blows, and on the ground, a girl named Vivian fought in the same way. She screamed loudly and waved her magical sharp green spear. She punched right through these huge blue wolves, and after some time, the Lin boy managed to completely break through the protective shield that stood in front of the wolf cub's head. His fist shattered it completely. "And now goodbye," the student Lin said menacingly. In front of the white wolf cub's head, he spread his fingers and said a spell, "Instant fireball," and an instant fireball flew out of his palm. The force of the explosion was very great. It was so big that the blast wave threw the Lin student slightly to the side. Everything was on fire. The white wolf cub howled in pain. His eyes glowed red, and there was continuous fire around him. The Lin student smiled. He was happy and pleased with himself. He was happy because everything worked out for him. Vivian should be fine now. Student Lin thought and looked down. Below there were still a very large number of magical, huge wolves. Below on the ground, a girl and Vivian fought like a real warrior. She dealt damage and killed these big wolves one by one. Lin began to descend. A voice came from outside. "Congratulations to the rancher for defeating the boss. You have gained experience plus 10. Do you receive the title of Wolf King? You gain the ability to bend wolves to your will and summon their packs." "Wow, there's even such a reward," Lin said. "Student Lin, quickly run here," the girl, Vivian, shouted. The voice from outside continued to speak. "Congratulations to the rancher for independently learning a new skill as a rank 3 Fire Fist technician. You get rewards, fire magic, from beginner to master. And also the book is one piece." Kevin's girlfriend began pointing in the direction where a large blue circle was glowing. "Laziness! Look here. Apparently, this is the real portal. The portal that you and I were looking for." The girl spoke. They stood together and looked at this luminous ball. There was a fear that this was also a hoax. Student Lin very carefully began to move his hand towards the blue portal. The hand was already very close to this portal. For some reason, Student Lin didn't dare try to put his hand inside. There were too many traps and deceptions here today, the Student Lin thought. Then the Lin boy gained strength and stuck his fingers into the magical blue glow. He felt a slight coldness on his hand. "Lin, I realized this only after I calmed down," Vivian said. Then the girl looked at the body and hands of a guy named Lin. The body was all wounded. It was all there. Bruises, abrasions, cuts. Student Lin really got it from these wolves today. His body was covered in wounds. Now I worried about him as about myself. I thought the girl was Vivian. "Please forgive me, Student Lin." The girl began to apologize. The young man froze for a few seconds. The Villian girl continued talking. "Please forgive me if you can, Student Lin. If I had been more useful, you would not have suffered so much," the girl said to Vivian. She got upset and cried. Vivian calmed down. "You started apologizing again. This is too much." "Have you forgotten that you promised me not to apologize again?" "Well, at least not as often as you always do," the young man said. "But your body is covered in wounds and cuts. There are bruises and abrasions all around," the girl said. The young man took her hand and said, "It's just scratches. Don't worry so much, Vivian. Let's go for a walk. Don't you want to go for a walk?" the young man asked. At that moment he was in a great mood. He smiled and partly even closed his eyes. "I really want to go for a walk. Let's go." He took the girl Vivian by the hand and led her away. "I want to see the sky. I want to show this sky to you. It's just wonderful." The young man named Lin spoke. A voice came from outside. "Congratulations. Congratulations to Vivian Mason and Elin Lanster for passing this test. The results of this test will be sent soon. Young Master Lin was very pleased. It's strange. Why suddenly there was a feeling of lightness in my body? He asked the girl Vivian. Vivian, quickly look at my wounds. My wounds are gone. Look, there are no abrasions or bruises on your arms or legs. The boy Lin spoke. At first I thought it was the butler, just making a joke and healing my wounds, thought the boy Lin. But after studying the student handbook, I found out that there are 2 ways to leave the world of trials. The girl Vivian began to read this from the book. 2 ways to leave the world of trials. The first way is to pass it, and the second way is to simply die. But students need not worry. The world of trials is simply a complex illusion. The Vivian girl continued to read the magic book. At least the pain is felt there. In fact, you came out of there without a single scratch. The boy Lane lay with his head on the table and seemed to listen very carefully. Why didn't I read this book completely before? I asked myself, boy. But it's good that I fought my way out of there. If a wolf had killed me in reality, it would have been much more painful. The boy Lin thought and reflected. Near the school, students began talking to each other. Hey, did you hear last night that student who got here through connections without any talent? He passed the tests for third-year students, and they say that it was set up by the senior student who launched this test. It turns out that he passed it with flying colors. Yes, he even got an upgrade. Everyone around was talking only about how a lean student passed a level that is only passed in senior courses. After this incident, teachers suspected that there was a mistake during the entrance test. Then they allowed him to go through it again, at this time, inside the Student Union of Truth. These students stood and watched everything that was happening in the classroom. They watched this through a magic ball. Here it is. Here are the results. One of the students said loudly, "Are you kidding me?" Suddenly, for the second time, Mr. Lin's abilities and his mastery of the fire element became average. This is interesting. How did this happen? He's mediocrity. The students began to discuss what was happening with student Lin. As soon as possible? How did this happen? There were questions in the hall. Wasn't he the same level before? How did he do it? Since the founding of the academy, management has never made a mistake in tests. How can there be 2 completely different results? The main student wondered. Roll. Don't tell me that the assistant dean settled here just for this guy. This is very suspicious, because a lot of people are now praising him and apologizing. And if he is twice average, he should not pass the 5th test. The main student became very nervous. He shouted loudly, "Enough!" He was very angry and rejected the proposals and words that the other students said. The main chairman of the students became and looked at everyone else with a smart look. Stop acting like idiots. Stop discussing this topic already. Take care of yourself, he said. The chairman of the students' union really didn't like the fact that absolutely everyone was discussing the student Lena. He became too popular at school. Lessons are almost over, so get ready to go on patrol, the chairman said. I will find a way to see for myself whether this student is good or not. Now let's get back on track and listen to my commands. And stop discussing this boy already, said the chairman of the students' union. I just want to see for myself. Is this lean student really that good? Said the chairman of the students' union. He was very angry with Mr. Lin. All the popularity from him passed in an instant to some freshmen, and student Lin was very pleased with himself. He accomplished a lot, even things that he did not expect from himself. Moreover, he did not expect such good fame in school after returning. I wonder why I suddenly felt trembling all over my body. I started asking myself about Lin. "Hey friend, don't go," the merchant from the food stall shouted. "Friend, if you think this price is too low, we can haggle some more," the seller shouted from his tent. "Oh, sorry. I was just thinking for a minute," Student Lin said. 15 bottles of potions for 2,000 gold. Your price is too high," Student Lin said. The seller from the food stall began to apologize and bow at the waist to the Lin boy. No, sorry. Your potions are of the highest quality. Please accept this," the seller said and extended his hands, on which there was a whole mountain of gold coins. "Thank you, come again," the salesman shouted. "I will be happy to buy everything else from you. Just bring it." "I'll think about it," said Mr. Lin. With a full bag of gold on his shoulders, he walked and smiled. "Considering how good things are right now, I don't think I'll need the money anytime soon," the student Lin thought. He was pleased and happy. His eyes sparkled with joy. Maybe the animal waited too long for me with the money. I need to help him, because my dragon is worried, thought the boy Lin. He left this bazaar with a sense of accomplishment. "My dragon, I will return and make you a new home." Student Lin continued to think about his dragon. The dragon has actually grown too much. He needed to change his home a long time ago. Mr. Lin returned to the ranch. The home was successfully improved. "Iya, iya, iya," the dragon Iya shouted joyfully. The dragon, together with his master, Student Lin, stood and looked at the huge dwelling that now appeared to him. "Hooray, this is my big house, this is my big house," the fire dragon rejoiced. "Well, how do you like your home?" "You see, dragon, I didn't lie to you," Mr. Lin spoke. At this moment, the dragon was already dipping into the golden lava that was inside his dwelling. "I always trusted you, master. I knew that you would not deceive me. You're just great. You're just smart. You are the best. You are super. I love you, man," the dragon Aya shouted joyfully. Suddenly a lot of fire flew out from the dragon's new home. The fire slightly scorched the Lin boy. "Is this how you show your love for me?" the boy shouted indignantly. "Sorry, boss, it just happened that way. This is an outburst of emotions. Sorry," the dragon screamed. A voice spoke from outside. "Congratulations to the rancher for upgrading the dragon's nest to medium level. Magic experience gained +5. Gold +200. A new area has been opened, the dragon training ground. Would you like to move there now?" the voice asked. "Hooray! Training ground." The Lin student shouted loudly and joyfully. "Hooray! I will have new entertainment." The dragon screamed loudly. "Fire Dragon Aya, let's argue with you?" the boy asked loudly. "Come on!" the dragon shouted loudly. The two of them were so happy and cheerful that they no longer cared. Young Master Lin snapped his fingers and said loudly, "Butler, make a teleport." The teleport worked, and the fire dragon, together with its owner, Student Lin, flew into unknown spaces. "I'm very interested in what this place will look like," the boy asked Lin. He climbed onto the back of his fire dragon and flew on top of it. "It might be a course of dangerous flying," the boy asked Lin, "or will it be an arena of ferocious and brutal battles?" The Lin boy continued to ask himself. He imagined himself sitting on his fire dragon, which spews out fire and he smashes all opponents. In any case, this sight will be larger than my little one. Boylin winked with one eye. He laughed loudly. During this time, the fire dragon was eavesdropping on everything. Suddenly, they found themselves in a very small square. It was a small piece of sushi. "What is this training camp?" the boy asked Lin. "What can we even do on such a small piece of land?" "We had nothing to hope for," thought the boy Lin. "Are you, man, kidding me?" "Unhappy!" the dragon shouted. A voice came from outside. Please, rancher, be patient, because the more tasks you complete, the larger this place will become. And after completing all your tasks, you will be able to open the Divine Dragon Arena. Divine rental of dragons? The boy asked. That's exactly how the Divine Dragon Arena is. The voice from outside repeated once again. Please, rancher, complete the first training tasks. The voice continued to speak. The match named Lin put his hands forward and some unknown magic began to fly near his hands. The voice from outside continued to speak. Dear rancher, you must swing the dragon's paw bait 1,000 times. You young Master Lin took the long stick at the top, which was a dragon's foot. He began to wave it very awkwardly. It turns out that it is a dragon's paw, and this is a kind of bait. Very strange. Who will I attract? The boy thought. The dragon's paw bait looked like a toy for a cat or dogs. Yellow-orange color. In the middle of the bait there were multicolored balls, and then there were orange and yellow ribbons extending from the middle. It was all at the end of a long stick. While the Lin boy was waving the bait, the dragon Aya turned to this time. He made wide eyes in surprise, practically did not breathe, and watched the bait called the dragon's paw. After the law realized that it was a bait, it won't harm him. It is absolutely safe. The dragon, like a little kitten, began to play with this toy. He sat down on his paws and wanted to jump to catch this bait. He really liked the bait. At this moment, the Lin boy simply laughed. It was so fun and funny to watch the big dragon turn into a little kitten. The dragon didn't have to wait long. Literally a moment later, he jumped on this bait and crushed it with his front paws. The dragon was very happy. I'm glad I took the bait. For him, it was just a game. Isn't it for cats? The boy asked Lin. You think that if you change one word in the name of a thing, it will completely change its name, the boy continued to ask the butler. The voice from outside, who is also the butler, has not yet responded. The Lin boy walked to the pop-up computer window, grabbed it with his hands and said, Butler, can you give me a more serious task? And the happy dragon continued to gnaw his toy. The dragons really didn't like the fact that the Lin boy decided to get rid of this bait. He was sad. Tears welled up in his eyes like a baby. He was very upset. He really liked this toy. From birth until today, he has never played with such a toy. Please don't give my toy to anyone. The person sees that I liked it. You've never brought me toys before. The dragon Aya was indignant. The dragon became very sad. If you don't want to play, that's okay. If you don't want to play like that, you would have told me right away. If you don't want to play, then don't bother others to play. And he is also called a man. The dragon spoke sadly. Young Master Lin immediately remembered his childhood. He recalled how he himself sat on the floor as a little boy, with no one to play with. There was a horse dragon ball, but there was only one. When will Dad come back and play with me? This is exactly what the child wanted then. What should I do now? After all, my dragon really liked this toy. Although, he probably liked it better that I was playing with him. If he played alone, then he would look like me in childhood, thought the boy, Lin. This baby really crunches, the boy thought. Of course, but it is because the fire dragon is the only dragon of the ranch. He has no one to communicate with, no one to play with, and now the only toy has appeared and I am next to him. That's probably why he's having fun. The boy continued to think, and every time I come here, I'm always in a hurry to get somewhere. I wonder why the butler even gave me such a task, the boy thought. The toy lay to the side, and the sad fire dragon sat to the side, turning his back to the toy. I think it would be right if I play with my fire dragon. After all, he is truly alone, and it turns out that he has no one else but me, the boy thought. Then I will consider that I am just playing with a child. Or not. I will consider that I am playing with a small kitten. Then the boy, and then the young master took the bait and began to wave it, and his fiery dragon again began to have fun and play. A voice spoke from outside. Rancher, wave the dragon's paw at the bait 1,000 times. So far you have done this 368 times. There's not much left. Good luck. Lin tried very hard, waving this bait with all his might to cheer up his dragon. The most important thing is that the fire dragon really liked it. The dragon was having more fun than ever. He shouted and smiled. He stood on his hind paws and his front paws and tried to catch the bait. The voice from outside spoke again. Dear rancher, keep swinging the dragon's claw at the bait 1,000 times. Your progress is 687 times. There's not much left to reach 1,000. Good luck. The boy Klim was already very tired of waving this bait. Yes, when will it end? Is this training for the dragon or for me? My hands are already tired. I was indignant about the long match. The voice from outside continued to speak. Wave the bait at the dragon's paw 1,000 more times. Your progress is 999 times. Left a little. Good luck. At this moment, the dragon became very frightened. He was also tired of playing. He saw a large shadow in the sky that resembled a huge dragon. This was really scary. What's going on here? The boy Lin began to ask. He too was scared along with his fire dragon. Cold sweat broke out on his face. I can't move. The boy spoke. Wave the dragon's paws and bait 1,000 more times. Your progress is 1,000 out of 1,000. The task is completed, said a voice from outside. The boy was very tired. The frightened dragon grabbed the bait with its mouth and began to tuck its paws under itself. A voice spoke from outside. I congratulate the rancher on completing the task. Your fire dragon, Iya, has learned a new skill. This is the fear of the dragon. The boy did not understand what this meant, and the dragon was playing with his toy, which was in his mouth. I wonder how he was able to learn this simple stick game, the boy asked. A voice from outside began to speak. The rancher has reached rank 3 and is now capable of learning rank 3 magic. This is the fear of the dragon. This skill paralyzes all magical creatures of a rank lower than that of the rancher. There is a small chance that you will be able to paralyze creatures of a level higher than that of the rancher. The greater the difference in ranks, the longer the duration of paralysis. So I was able to learn a new magic skill? The boy asked. This is interesting. And more sights appeared on the territory where one could be. The voice from outside continued to speak. We congratulate the owner of the Locust on the opening of a new training task. A serpentine road made of rectangular stones opened in front of the boy. This road led to a circular platform. The task limit for today has been reached. Come back next time. A voice from outside said loudly and clearly. The Lin boy and his fire dragon stood and looked at this road. The boy began to reason. I understand everything. So the butler wasn't lying when he talked about increasing the territory after each task. There's so much space here now. I wonder when I will have the opportunity to open the Divine Dragon Arena. I asked myself, boy, The fire dragon happily began to say something in his language to the Lin boy. "I know, baby, I know you enjoyed playing. Don't worry, we'll play again later," the boy said. "I promise you that from now on, I will play with you more often. And I always keep my promises," he said. The boy began to stroke the belly of his fire dragon with blades. The dragon turned over on its side. It was pleasant for him. He laughed because he was ticklish. The dragon was so ticklish that he could not stand it and hit the Lin boy with his tail. The Lin boy flew very high. "Man, who gave you permission to touch my stomach?" "It's very tight," the dragon shouted indignantly. "Yes, I just wanted to play with you," the boy shouted from above. The next month passed without incident. Teacher Aisha kept her promise and allowed the Lin boy to attend her classes. Finally, I learned this mysterious magic, which I had only heard very little of. The student Lin thought, "The most important and pleasant thing is that my classmates became more friendly with me, and those who humiliated me at the beginning of our journey now call me their elder brother. Nice. Therefore, student Lin." My butler also sat quite quietly and did not disturb me. I thought I could finish the semester in peace, but I didn't think that by helping Vivian clean up the library. Student Lin thought and laughed. "It seems to me that there is something behind the curtains," Student Lin said. The boy removed the curtain and saw magical symbols. It was beautiful and mesmerizing. "It's definitely a magical aura," the young master said. "This is his father's magical aura." The line student shouted loudly and removed his mask from his face. He was simply shocked by such an interesting find. These symbols burned with blue fire. This symbolism was a kind of portal. The boy did not immediately understand this. He began to stretch his hand forward to feel what was there. "What it is?" Lin asked in surprise. He was very focused at that moment. The boy did not know what awaited him there. Perhaps this is a new challenge or some kind of trap. "You could have been careful." With every second, this symbol burned brighter and brighter. Circles of hieroglyphs and a star in the middle of the circle were clearly visible. All this attracted the boy. Student Lin thought and made up his mind. He walked forward straight towards this symbol. In just a few seconds, he passed through the portal. Glowing star circles and hieroglyphs were already shining behind him. "What kind of place is it?" Student Lin asked. The smell was very terrible, so Lin covered his nose with his hand. Student Lin was very shocked. With big eyes, he looked at everything he saw in front of him. "What the hell is this place?" the boy asked himself. In front of him, he saw several work tables, many different documents, folders with papers, pen to write, globe and table lamps, and ahead on the wall he saw the skeleton of a dragon. It was just bones. This skeleton was bound with fiery golden chains, tied by the neck, paws, and tail. "What is this? A dragon skeleton?" Student Lin asked. Although, to be more precise, these are simply the remains of a dragon. But this place does not look like a local history museum, Student Lin said. He looked at the skeleton of the skull. "I wonder why such strange things are in this academy. This is an academy of magic, not an academy of history. And why would a portal with my father's aura lead to such a strange place?" the boy wondered. A voice spoke from outside. "The main task of the water dragon egg is the last wish of the sleeping dragon. Necessary conditions for execution. You need to break the chains on the skeleton and help the sleeping dragon move. The difficulty of this task is medium. The rewards are 2 pieces of water dragon egg fragments. Magic experience will be added 50 points. Oh my god, another task. Student Lin said, "This is my first task of medium difficulty. You just need to break the chains and that's it. At first glance, it seems very simple. So that's it. Pull yourself together. You should at least try it first." Lin spoke to himself. The students concentrated very hard. He stretched his hand forward, spread his fingers, and fire appeared in his palms. This was his fiery instant magic. One day he saves a girl, Vivian, and this comes in handy for him. "Well, let's go," the wedge student shouted loudly. He put his hand up and fire began to flow from his fingers. It was a powerful flash and stream of fire. Instant magic was already working at full capacity. The fire that the Lin student released from his hand began to touch the golden chains. The fire was supposed to heat this metal, and then the chains will fall apart. Strange, I can't melt them. What is the reason? I've been able to do this before. And the chains were exactly the same. Of course, it would be too easy if I went ahead and used the same magic. The student Lin thought, "So, Mr. Lin, get ready quickly. You set yourself up, boy. Apparently first I need to find out what these chains are made of. What metal, what alloy, what are they made of?" The Lin student began to step forward to see what the chains were made of. Suns magically, the wind did not allow him to go forward. Magic enveloped his legs. This dragon's skull began to move a little. His eyes began to glow in white and blue light. Something magical was clearly happening. The skeleton of this big dragon began to move all over, from head to tail. It was as if he was trying to break out of these shackles. Then the dragon skeleton began to make strange sounds. It didn't look so harmless anymore. "Has he become a ghost now?" young Master Lin asked. After a few seconds, the dragon skeleton burst out of these prison metal supports. He stretched his bony paws forward and began to jump at Lin Boy. There was an urgent need to act, make a decision urgently. It is not known what to expect from this skeleton. The student decided to use shield magic. He loudly shouted the word, "Shield!" At this moment, the dinosaur skeleton already jumped on student Lin. He pushed him in the neck with his long, bony paw. The young master fell to the ground. Alan's boy jumped back a little. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He didn't know what to oppose to this skeleton. The bony paws practically reached him. The dragon's claws were near the neck. I was lucky. And thanks for the chains limiting his movement. The dragon skeleton did not break all the chains. But this means that if a Ling student breaks all the chains, then he will die. So this dragon skeleton will reach him. The Len student became very worried, nervous, and angry with himself. He was angry at his helplessness. He didn't understand how to confront this skeleton. At that moment, he heard a voice from outside. "Master, before, please don't worry, my lord. I will never harm you." Suddenly, student Lin heard an incomprehensible voice. It was an inhuman voice. It was the voice of a dragon. He said, "My child, my child." It was definitely the language of dragons. The dragon skeleton wriggled around stakes and golden chains. He growled, made strange sounds, and then spoke again. "My child, give me back my child." The skeleton spoke clearly in dragon language. "It turns out that he is talking," the boy said. Student's Link was slightly shocked. "It turns out that thanks to the butler, I can now understand the language of dragons," thought the boy Lin. This big dragon's skull became a little sad. He lowered his head down. Her eyes glowed blue and became sad. "Child, my child. Child, my child. Or rather, my child." The dragon continued to speak. He can't move because his bones and flesh were removed before he died? The boy asked the butler. A voice from outside answered immediately. Your question is outside the jurisdiction of the ranch. Please find out more information yourself. Young Master Lin became very angry. Why do you tell me that every time? How useless you are, Student Lin said. Linen stood in front of the skeleton of a large dragon and reasoned. I wonder if we will have a relationship with this law. If I can understand the language of dragons, the boy spoke. Then maybe you can understand me, dragon? Student Lin asked the skeleton happily. Match stood and waited for an answer from this dragon. The dragon skeleton placed its paw on its forehead. The dragon continued to say only one thing. Child, my child, give me back my child. The boy had a lot of questions. He couldn't stand it and started asking. Dragon, why were you locked here? What happened to you and your child? Look, if you tell me, maybe I can help you. The boy spoke. The dragon skeleton raised its head up, opened its mouth, and continued to say the same thing. Child, my child, give me back my child. It's strange why this dragon says the same thing. He understands me, and I understand him. Why can't he tell me more information? Apparently we won't be able to talk to him. The young master thought. I should look around. Maybe I can find something useful and interesting here, the student Lin thought. He began to walk around this large room and look at all the objects that caught his eye. After some time, he found one book. She was covered in dust. Grimoire, untitled. I'm very interested to see if there is anything useful here, the young man thought. When he opened this magical book, a pink light began to emanate from it. Many people were so drawn into it. It was fascinating. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared. There was this pink glow around him. Trust me, Zoe Alfred. Even if they don't talk about it in the near future, in any case, this research will go down in history. Father? Student Lin asked. Uncle Oliver. The boy screamed. He held his book in his hands with a pink glow emanating from it. Now he was simply overwhelmed with feelings. He quickly and greedily leafed through the pages of this book. He tried to read every word. Look at each drawing. Get into every note. Don't tell me this is their laboratory, the boy said out loud. After a second, the boy continued to leaf through the pages, and they turned out to be completely clean. Each sheet was white, and there was no longer a single letter on it. All pages became blank. How so? The boy was indignant. Don't tell me that the book that helped me awaken the Dragon Ranch is the result of these experiments. Young Master Lin thought. Here I managed to find out that there were good and evil dragons. But then all the sheets became completely white and empty. The boy thought. The student noticed 2 red spots that were on the wall. Evil dragons had to be exterminated. But it turns out that not everything, the boy thought. The dragon skeleton continued to wriggle in these hotel trenches. The skeleton kept saying the same thing, my child. Child, give me back my child. The young man continued to reason. Maybe my father let them go, because he did not agree to such terrible experiments. In that case, shouldn't the father be on the other side of the fence from Mr. Oliver? The boy wondered. Of course, something is going on with your father. Once you become a sage rank mage, I will tell you how to clear your family's name. The boy remembered. I wonder why Mr. Oliver wants to help me and my family so much. Very strange and incomprehensible, the boy thought. But let's not talk about that now. In fact, I can't prove anything. There is only an empty grimoire here, an empty book left by someone unknown. And the main thing is that now I don't have any leads, the young man thought. Need to look for more information. You really need to look for it. I will definitely find out the most, Student Lin thought, and began to stretch his hands into the glowing portal after completing the task. The boy stood in the library and asked the girl, "Vivian, put your hands on the wall. Do I feel anything?" The boy spoke. "I don't know what to answer you. I probably don't feel anything." The girl spoke. "Although I probably feel it." "I feel the cobwebs that you haven't removed, Student Lin," the girl said and laughed a little. One of the students, who looked like a dog, came to Student Lin. "Brother, I asked around and there is information for you. Although rather information years," the student spoke. "There are no legends about dragons in the academy," said the student who looked like a small dog. At this moment, Student Lin began to think. He really hoped that there would be information for him. In the library, Lin turned to the teacher. "Teacher, excuse me, can I ask you? Please tell me. Have any experiments been carried out on dragons at our academy?" Student Lin asked. The teacher thought and looked carefully at the student named Lin. She didn't expect such questions about dragons. "I don't understand your interest. Student Lin, why such questions? Dragons are fearless creatures, so why then bring them to the academy?" The teacher spoke. It sounded like the truth, but her expression gave it away. The student Lin thought, "Instead of asking such stupid questions, why don't I focus on your studies? I think this is the best option. Given your impressive result on the last test, the academy decided to give itself additional tests before the final exams," the teacher said. "Additional challenge?" asked Student Lin. "Yes, if you pass it, you will not only be able to skip 2 years of study, you will be allowed to enter the Tower of Magical Tests." The teacher continued talking. "The test you passed was a simulation based on the test in the tower. This is the most difficult test in the entire academy." "Is this the hardest test?" asked Student Lin. "The Magical Tower of Trials, this magnum opus of Dean Gladstone. The only magician sage in the academy. There are many dangerous traps and terrible demons. The most important thing is that it only becomes more difficult with each floor. Not everyone can do this. Few students are allowed to enter there. Few are allowed to test their strength there." The teacher spoke. "But those who will perform well in the tests, they will receive many awards." The teacher continued to tell the boy, "The rewards are different. For example, this award is the Medal for Courage. There's a golden star in the middle, and behind it are 2 metal swords." "I heard you correctly." "Medal of Honor?" the boy asked the teacher again. "I think I've heard of something like this before. Every time the tower opens, King Ornod himself comes." The boy spoke. "Everything is correct, right? The Medal for Courage is presented personally by the king." The teacher spoke. "And the students who receive the medal have the same rights as the professors of our academy." The teacher continued to talk to the boy. "Students have access to the Imperial Library. Perhaps this is where you can get information that is impossible to find at the academy." At this moment, Student Lin was thinking, "It turns out that the teacher herself just gave me a hint. The teacher hinted to me that information that was impossible for me to find at the academy would be there." Student Lin quickly ran up to the teacher. "Teacher, I agree to additional tests. Can I ask about how it goes?" the Lin boy said. The teacher smiled a little. She expected the Lin student to come to her. "Then come on and beat me," the teacher shouted loudly. She shouted, looked at the Lin student, and laughed. The teacher had a distinctive sign on his chest. It meant that she was a 6th rank mage. The boy wondered how he could defeat a 6th rank magician. Student Lin got angry. "Are you laughing at me, teacher? As a 3rd rank student, I must defeat a 6th rank teacher. This is impossible." The student spoke indignantly. "Maybe it would have been easier to just tell me. that I would never be allowed into the tower. The boy spoke. Of course, during the battle. During the battle, you will be able to defeat me. The teacher spoke. I will suppress my powers to be on the same level as you. The teacher continued her conversation. I won't bully you or try to beat you with experience. Could you have said this earlier? Student Lin said. There is still half a month before the test, the teacher said. She clapped her left hand on the Ling student's shoulder in a friendly manner. The student was very thoughtful. The teacher continued talking. I'll be waiting for you to come out. Lin heard a voice from outside. The main task of the water dragon egg. This is to obtain permission to enter the tower. Execution conditions. You need to defeat the third-rank teacher Aisha without using dragon magic. The difficulty of the task will be low. The voice continued to speak. As a reward, you will receive 1 piece of water dragon egg fragment and magical experience 30 points. How is this possible without using dragon magic? The student line thought. Third rank against third looks fair enough. A Lin student sat in his house and thought, but teacher Aisha can use magic that is inaccessible to me. This has its advantages. Moreover, she specializes in water magic. This is the complete opposite of my element. The student Lin thought. The young master continued to think. But opposing elements are not the only problem. Skill in this matter also affects. So this is my only chance to win. My chance to win is to learn something new that the teacher won't expect, so that I can resist her magic. A Lin student sat in his room and wrote down the main points. The Len student began to practice. In one hand he had a fire burning, and in the other hand he held a book. I need to learn. I definitely need to learn. We have to learn. The boy kept repeating the same thing. He kept the book given by the butler and constantly reread it. O fiery spirits wandering between earth and heaven, I ask you to answer my prayer. The boy Lin spoke the spell. He used his fire magic at this moment. You have to learn, but blindly learning is not enough. The student of Lin understood this very well. The fire dragon constantly distracted the Lin student. Man, look, am I not beautiful? The dragon spoke. I need more combat experience. The student Len thought. Then the young master began to fight with his fire dragon. They had 2 similar elements. Fire. Where did you learn this, man? The dragon asked loudly. Although it is difficult for me to train every day, I feel that my body has become stronger. My magical abilities have become stronger. And my relationship with my fire dragon has also improved. After every training session with him, I fed him delicious fruits. This made me very happy. The boy spoke, and while I was preparing for an important test, Day X quietly arrived. It was a circular battlefield. Almost all the students of the academy gathered around this field. They were talking among themselves. He crawled through the semester and reached rank 3. And now he has also entered the battle with teacher Isha. The students spoke. No freshman had ever been allowed to enter the tower. Like Leans, whose average level of talent can become the best. The students spoke. He would lose sooner, and we could get busy preparing for the trip to the tower instead of taking notes. But don't you dare say that Student Lin is simply amazing. The girl Vivian was indignant. They stood on the site and looked at each other. The student and his teacher. Well, Student Lin, shall we begin? The teacher said. Remember the most important thing. The first one to be hit by magic, or the first one to leave the circle, the teacher spoke. The first one to be hit by magic or to leave the circle loses, the teacher repeated. "Oh, fire, hear my call," student Lin said loudly. He began to twist his hand and fire formed around him. "Water dance for me," the teacher said. Or drops of water formed on her palms. The Lin student threw his hand forward and large tongues of fire flew out of it towards the teacher. It was a multiple fireball technique. Now he used exactly this magic. "Then I will respond with the following," the teacher said. "Try my multiple water balloon technique." The teacher put her hand forward and large drops of water flew towards the boy. Something unimaginable was happening in the sky. Fire and water, two elements met together, then one or the other element won. It looked very beautiful. She created 2 times more projectiles than me. Thought the boy Lin. That's what I expected from a rank 6 mage. Although she suppresses herself, suppresses her strength, she is still magically strong. The teacher felt this battle very well. At one point she screamed, "Student Lin is not so fast. Take your time with your fire." After that, she threw a large stream of water towards the student. "You haven't learned wind magic yet," the teacher shouted loudly. Dance of the furious silver and snake. The teacher said the spell. After this, the wind began to swirl around its axis. "This is bad," student Lin thought. "Then I will answer the following." "How about a ring of fire?" Student Lin shouted loudly. He quickly rotated his palm, and all the fire turned into a fiery tornado that flew towards the teacher. The circles of fire connected with the wind and water. First one or the other element lost, and then won. Due to the large accumulation of fire circles, the water evaporated, and the wind fanned the fire even more. "You used the ring of fire to evaporate my spell," I asked the teacher from the student. "Link, you're doing great. Hang in there." The girl Vivian screamed loudly behind her. The teacher watched very carefully how her student fought. At this moment, she reflected and made her conclusions. His understanding of elemental control is much deeper than that of his peers. However, what will you do as a lean student if you are faced with a force against which knowledge will not help you? The teacher thought. Then the teacher began to use the next magic, which was called the 3rd rank, Tide. She crossed her arms in front of her, and all the water, along with the wind, in the form of a large wave, headed towards the student. Student Lin was very focused on this fight. Then my answer. 3rd rank, Fire Spring. Student Lin shouted loudly. The student began to show fists, like blows, and martial arts, and in a powerful wave the fire flew forward. 2 large explosions collided in the sky. A powerful explosion of fire and a powerful explosion of wind and water. Student Lin's fire spring was immediately repelled. How did he come up with this? He really can fight with the teacher on equal terms. The students who were watching this battle shouted. Fire and water forced each other out, and it was unclear who was winning. At this moment, the teacher turned to the student. She crossed her hands in front of her and said, "Lin student, continuing this battle is not your wisest decision." At that moment, Link was focused on this battle. He didn't want to lose. He felt strong. Full concentration on everything the teacher was doing. It's impossible that my water column didn't put out the fire. The teacher began to be surprised and indignant. The flow and flurry of fire was so strong that it quickly evaporated the water. Lin controlled the flow of water and wind. His fire was practically everywhere. Fire had great resistance. There were flashes of fire around the teacher, which was directed at her by the Lin student. She also controlled this fight. Student Lin can already control the fire element so skillfully. This is wonderful, the teacher thought. Olina had a concentrated face and a smile. Thanks to you, I had time to prepare the spell, Master. It's all thanks to you. Student Lin smiled and spoke. Ooh, fiery spirits wandering between earth and heaven. I ask you to answer my prayers. Lin spoke. He waved his hands and fiery lightning flew in different directions. Let the fire meteor shower begin, Student Lin said. And fireballs began to fall from the sky, right on the teacher's head. It was just hell. Everything around was burning. Nothing was visible. There was so much fire that it seemed to be a fire of the highest category. The air around was heated to the limit. Not only did he become a third-rank magician, but he also learned the meteor shower spell. This is an almost impossible matter to study at his level. The teacher thought, Student Lin, you exceeded all my expectations. The teacher confessed. At that moment, the loudest and most terrible explosion was heard. A cloud of fire rose very high into the sky. Hooray, well done, Super Student Lin, you won. A girl named Vivian screamed loudly and joyfully. The student who looked like a dog also barked with happiness. It was impossible how he could defeat Master Aisha like this. Students were talking in the crowd. This is simply incredible. How did he do it? And at that moment, Student Lin stood proudly and confidently. You're doing pretty well for a third rank, the teacher said. Today you pleasantly surprised me, Student Lin. Third rank illusion of night bloom. The teacher said the spell loudly. She began to circle her hands near the body. A blue glow appeared around like water. The teacher turned into a mermaid, and fish swam around her. The teacher is very strong, said a girl named Vivian. Other students began to say, Look, what are the fish there? There is an illusion of a real river there, said another of the students. I heard that only those who have made a contract with the water spirit of a certain river can use such magic. It can be used as a shield, but at its core it is a teleporter. This magic can either reflect a spell or transport a river to the battlefield. Teacher, this is definitely third rank magic, Student Lin asked. Yes, I'm still on third. But Student Lin, you better think about how you will fight back. The teacher said with concentration, The spell is almost ready. A little more, and the preparation will be over. When the preparation is over, magic will consume the entire arena, the teacher said threateningly. She circled with her hands, and the wind, along with the water, seemed to obey her. How does she do it? Thought the student Lin. If only I could learn this, and then I would definitely not be afraid of anything. But I'm not sure if this is rank 3 magic. Perhaps the teacher is not telling me something, thought the student Lin. Student Lin stood on the battlefield, and large waters moved towards him like a tsunami. The waves reached several meters. The Lin student began to think. Did the teacher just say that her spell can reflect magical attacks directly into the river? Then, if magical attacks don't work, are there magical attacks? They don't work, maybe. This is the same magical shield as that wolf, the young man thought and remembered, an immunity only to magic. For that matter, I have no other choice. The student thought. Lin began to quickly attack the teacher with his fire magic. What? It can't be? How did he figure it out so quickly, the teacher thought. But she was pleased that the Lin student began to show his best qualities in battle. Teacher and student lenses collided in the sky. The student seemed to freeze all the water that was flying towards him. "Oh fire, please hear my call." The Lin student cast a spell. He began to make combinations with his fingers, and the fire began to spin around its axis. It was a powerful fire tornado. Circles of fire were directed towards the teacher, danced fiercely like snakes. The Lin student said loudly and clearly. And at that moment, the fire attacked the teacher from different sides, with different tongues of flame, small and large. The fire hit in a straight line and came from the side. It circled around the teacher. "Let's see what you say to this," she said loudly, teacher to student. She put her hand up, made a peculiar combination of fingers, and said, "Waterfall." This was the key word of her spell. All the water that was around her rose up. "Damn, that's a lot of water. I can't stand on my feet." The Lin student was indignant. With all his might, he tried to hold back the flow of water that fell on him. The voices of students who were watching this battle began to be heard. "Oh my God, run!" The water disappeared and Student Lin was sitting on the ground. He was all wet. "Student Lin, you won, right?" asked the girl Vivian. "Brother, did you lose?" asked the student who looked like a dog. Student Lane coughs and spits water out of his mouth. "No, it was me who lost." The teacher shouted loudly from the other end of the battlefield. Young Master Lin was very surprised. He looked at the teacher uncertainly. Everyone fell silent. It was me who broke the rules of the battle on one level in order to win. During our duel, I unconsciously perceived him as a real opponent. I perceived him as a real enemy. Of course, as a woman, I cheated. I'm a girl, I can. That's what they usually say, the teacher said. But I have one question. Student Lin, what kind of terrifying power will you gain in the future? I just really want to know and see it. You're just great, the teacher said. A voice came from outside. You are at the second level. Congratulations on your victory over Teacher Aisha. You completed the main quest and received a fragment of the water dragon egg. You received magical experience plus 30 points. At this time, the king gathered everyone in the square. So, the king of the Orang Levi Empire is the third. The king stood on a dais, and next to him on the left and right were his guards in metal armor. Indeed, the students who came to us were talking in the crowd. You will all soon enter the Tower of Trials. The king began to speak loudly. Friends, you are not only the elite of our academy, but also the future of our empire. The king continued to speak confidently. I want you to look at this medal. This medal of courage will be given to the first of you to pass the test, said the king. Just show what you can do, and today, the strongest will win. The king spoke from his tower. Hooray! Long live the king! Long live the king! All the students below were screaming. They raised their hands and saluted their king. The servant began to invite students into the tower. Please enter the tower on a first-come, first-served basis. The servant spoke. The passage was a glowing window in the form of a portal. I didn't think that a third-rank mage would be allowed to enter the tower. The girl said, Apparently, the teacher took pity on you during the battle. She continued to speak to the student. Student Lin was a little upset. An unfamiliar blonde student caught up with him. Don't worry. The student council, as always, only knows how to spread rumors. I was there as a reporter, and the lean student proved his skills. Another student spoke. What if Student Lin bribed you too? The student spoke. Calm down. You don't need to start a fight right before entering the tower. Another student spoke. Hey, I'll happily hit if he doesn't shut up. The third student spoke. A very big dispute arose, which Lin tried to resolve. Lin walked to the front of the line. He smiled a little. He was amused and happy that other students were talking about him. Many of these students looked at his back and asked, Is this really a lean student? Lin, I don't know how you fooled everyone, but this is where it all ends. The head of the student council shouted. In response, Student Lin simply smiled into his eyes. The students slowly entered the tower, little by little. The main thing is that our president has already said that he will personally test his strength. The head of the student council was happy about this. Augustine, why are you doing all this? What is your benefit? I think I have already proven several times that I can handle magic of different ranks well, Student Lin said. Are you scared? Augustine answered. There is a task with him that I still have to complete. But can I defeat him now? Lin thought. It was Augustine. His position is president, the Association of Students of Truth. A voice came from outside. The task is to defeat him in the magic tower of trials and get a fragment of the water dragon egg. Will open after completing an additional task related to the tower. The difficulty of the task is high. The voice from outside continued to speak. Attention notice. You have an additional task. Defeat Augustine in the tower. It was not fulfilled. We advised the rank owner not to start testing. The Lin boy thought about it. The additional task was not completed. I thought that I had fulfilled the conditions for entering the tower. Just don't tell me that there will be other tasks in the tower, thought Student Lin. Student, you are the last one to come in, the servant said. Sorry, Lin's student answered. Student Lin headed towards the glowing blue circle, which indicated that this was a portal and the entrance to the tower. All students have entered the tower. Let's begin the tests, a voice sounded. Then a man named Lin stood and looked at everything with big surprised eyes. What is this tower actually? Student Lin said out loud. This is what the first floor of the tower looked like. Compared to the training space, it's a completely different world, the boy said. This is truly a place for the nobility. Student Lin continued to speak admiringly. Before entering, the teacher handed me a map. Lin held a glowing scroll in his palm. It was a map. The tower has only 9 floors. The teleportation points of the first 3 floors are marked on the map. Each is guarded by a magical creature. There are quite a few teleportation points on the first floor. Here you can eliminate not only magical creatures, but also students. This also counts. The Lin student did not yet know his opponents, but he knew for sure that he should not rush. You need to get away from the nearest teleportation point, Lin thought, and quickly flew away. Fireball, ring of fire, multiple fireball technique. All this was applied by a Lin student. A voice spoke from outside. Congratulations to the gentleman for defeating a 3rd-rank magical creature. This is a dark night leopard. Experience gained 1. I quickly reached the 3rd floor. The level of magical creatures corresponds to the floor. That is, on the next floor, the monsters will be rank 4. Student Lin was talking to himself. Lenza concentrated and closed his eyes. He thought, the further I move, the rarer the teleportation points are. Therefore, the chances of meeting others only increase. 4th floor of the tower. It was a little creepy here. It was as if there was a volcano spewing lava nearby. I think we need to be careful here, Lin thought. Someone looked out from behind a tree. It was black. In his hands he had a sausage with a certain purple and pink potion. He opened this flask and said, I found you, Lin, this tower of tests. The king himself personally stood and controlled everything that happened on these floors, even though his highness comes to the battle every year. But what happens inside cannot be seen from the outside. The teacher stood and thought about it. We can only watch the students move around the lamp on the tower. She shows us signals, symbols, and the floor number. Now the 4th floor was on fire. The teacher was a little worried. The tower is divided into 9 floors. The last 3 floors are mechanical. Students need to defeat magical creatures from the 7th to the 9th rank. Those who can fulfill the conditions will move on. On the first floors, students just need to move up. Few will leave at this stage. Teams, representations, battles for places, only 10 people can make it to the end. We can say that the real tower starts from the 4th level. Lin is still so far away. Can you come in? Execution conditions. You need to get 1,000 points before all the magical creatures are killed. The rule is that each creature killed is plus 200 points. Killing a student minus 1,000 points. Killing students takes away so many points. This means that there will be practically no fights at this level. 1,000 monsters per 100 people means about 10 monsters per person. There are 782 monsters left out of 1,000. There are 100 students left out of 100. No, to pass, I need to get 1,000 points before destroying all the monsters. In general, there will be no problems if students do not kill more than necessary. I was thinking at that moment, I know for sure that someone will definitely not score enough points and will be eliminated. In general, I have to get ahead of the rest. Therefore, Student Lin. This is a chance, said a voice. Said the student who was hiding behind the tree. He stuck out his hand and started using magic. What? He cast his magic on me, Student Lin said. The young man quickly dodged those magical purple balls that were moving towards him. Student Lin gathered his thoughts and said his spell loudly. Fireball. He pointed his hand forward and an explosion occurred just like from a cannon. A large blast wave from the fire flew towards this student. The fireball was in the middle. Killing a student scores 1,000 points. Why is this idiot attacking me? What does he need? In this situation, this is at least stupid. Okay, it doesn't matter, said the Lin student. I don't have time to mess with it here at all. I don't want to play these childish shootouts. We need to run away urgently, said Student Lin. The young man ran and this student looked at his back and was glad that he had defeated him. One of the students laughed. This idiot Lin will get what he deserves. He's just an upstart at our school. You're marked. Remember this, he shouted after the fleeing student Lin, 10 minutes earlier. Listen to me carefully and fill it out. On the 4th floor, it is better not to fight with each other. Did you understand? Most likely, we will have to wait for him on the 5th floor, Augustine said. I don't understand why we have to go that far to compete with him. We could have dealt with him near the school. There was no need to wait for these tests. One of the student council spoke. If you have time for this, then gather your thoughts and share with me, the student shouted loudly. The president, I'm already at rank 4. Am I strong enough to compete with you? Asked the student. These statements made the president of the Student Truth Union think twice. He had a lot to think about. Most importantly, he wanted to completely destroy this upstart and idiot Ling student. President Augustine understood that this student was too weak. So many weak people say such nonsense. President Augustine, but you promised me that if the Lin student on the 4th floor had fewer points than me. When you promised to fight me on the 5th, the red-haired student continued talking. So I won't let him get a single point. Student Lin saw a rhinoceros standing. In any case, he very much resembled a rhinoceros. This is the magical creature, said the Lin student. I am very happy. Thank God. This time I was ahead of everyone. I think I'm the first here, Student Lin said happily. He put his hand forward and fire appeared from his palm. He began to turn on his magic. Fireball, instant fire, blade of the wind, bindings, shooting with water balloons. The Lin student constantly repeated these spells and simply smashed this animal. Student Link did his best, everything he knew in magic. What gave him the most pleasure was that he succeeded. This is the 10th time in a row, Student Lin said. As soon as I find a magical monster on him, someone immediately attacks him. Why is this happening? I am always the first one near him. He grabbed his head and said, Lin, why and where do such coincidences come from? I have very little time left. So far I have 0 points and there are 89 monsters left out of 1,000. The young man ran with all his might towards the next test. He wanted to be the first of all the students to find the magical animal. I need points. I need to score points. While running, he kept saying, This is a student. Lin saw how the Student Society president and his devotees interacted. They laughed. One of the students said, I have already received 1,000 points. Another student said, We also threatened the student Lin. We're just lucky. If we continue like this, we won't score enough points ourselves. Another student spoke. Suddenly, President Augustine saw Lin's student. His face twisted. He realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things. He realized that the student had heard everything. The Lin student could not stand it and jumped out from behind the tree. He ran up to President Augustine and grabbed him by the clothes. A little more and he would have punched him in the face. Student Lin was very angry. He sobered up with Augustine's hands and shouted at him. What did you say about persecution? What did you mean answer? One of the students' union said. Boy, are you completely crazy to attack the team alone? So are you out of your mind? Another student said. That's right, we'll crush you and destroy you here. Student Lin continued to hold President Augustine's clothes. Gentlemen, students, if you want to lose another 1,000 points, then you are welcome. You can do everything you just said. Student Lin said calmly. Young people and student unions were a little scared. There was no longer so much confidence in their eyes. On a subconscious level, they understood that the lean student was stronger than each of them individually. Lin continued to weave President Augustine. If you don't want to talk, it's okay, Student Lin said. In any case, I won't have time to get enough points for myself. So, why don't you and I have a duel? Student Link said, looking at President Augustine. Link smiled and was pleased with himself. He felt confident. No, I barely scored points. Please do not kill me. Augustine practically cried and spoke. Siren told us to do this. If we had not helped him, he would have broken our bones after leaving the tower. Believe me, I'm telling you the truth, Augustine shouted. Are you saying Siren? Who is this? This is the first time I've heard this name, Student Lin said. Yes, but we ourselves don't know why you didn't please him. But you were so busy looking for monsters that you didn't look up, right? Augustine said. Lin, just lift your head and see. The Lin student raised his head and saw a red and white inscription in the sky. Lin here. Even the arrow indicated where his location was. Now it's clear why absolutely everyone was ahead of me. The young man thought. Wait, is that red powder? Student Lin asked excitedly. Yes, it's definitely red powder. He continued talking. Young Master Lin recalled the first time he encountered a student who was in the shadows. He was not visible. But then he used magic of exactly this color. Red powder appeared on me a little later. A voice sounded from outside. There are 36 monsters left out of 1,000. We are an island with very few left. Students of the tape, aren't you in a hurry to get anywhere anymore? Asked one of the students who was close to President Augustine. Even if we don't interfere with you, you still won't have time to score 1,000 points. One of the students said. Student Lin got very angry and shouted his spell. Fire stream! He pointed his hand up, and just a huge stream of fire went up from his hand. The red powder writing was still in the sky. Lin is here, and there is a down arrow pointing to his location. What should I do about it? Student Lin asked. President Augustine responded, Don't waste your energy. This mark will not be scattered to the wind. A student with red hair leaned his back against a large stone. He was pleased with himself. As long as this mark is in place, my people will always be one step ahead. He said it was a student. I already told you that I won't leave you a single point, so you can forget it. I don't understand what this is. The student with red hair stood in a state of shock. His eyes were very big in surprise. At that moment, he saw several marks in the sky that were made and glowed with red gunpowder. Previously, there was one inscription, Lin here, and the arrow pointed down. And now there were several such inscriptions across the sky. Where else did these marks come from? This student asked himself. Have you decided to tag me? Did you want this? Student Lin shouted loudly in anger. The young man turned on his magic, and the fire began to spread upward in different rays. I wanted to tag me well. I can easily make 100 similar to me so that you follow them. Idiot! Student Lin said loudly, Oh, fire! Hear my call. Let the fireworks shine. The Lin student shouted loudly. This is a spell at the top of his voice. He pointed his hands up, and the rays of fire went to the sky. Now, all over the sky, the inscriptions and arrows glowed with red gunpowder. Lin is here. Lin is here. Lean here. Lin here. Lin here. The student with red hair was very upset and angry. What a freak he was. He was tricking me. This student said angrily. Okay, there aren't many monsters left anymore, said a student with red hair. Lin, you still won't get your glasses. You'll still lose. He spoke and continued to fight with the magical beast. Hooray, I did it, the student with red hair shouted. Student Lim heard a voice from outside. There are 24 monsters left out of 1,000. 1,000 points received. I almost succeeded, the Lin student shouted. There are only 8 monsters left out of 1,000. 600 points received. Student Lin was now more serious than ever. He wanted to snatch victory and score as many points as possible. 2 more, Lin said. The battle on this floor was coming to its logical conclusion. Student Linton is so tired of running all over this floor looking for the opponent to get points. Sweat dripped from his face. A voice spoke from outside. There are only 1 monster left in 1,000. So there's only 1 monster left? Only 1. Lennon, get your act together. You will succeed. You set yourself up, boy. Damn it, how bad it is. Disappointed, said the young man. Even if I manage to find it, I still won't have enough points, Lin said. They announced on the floor over the loudspeaker. Due to the fact that there is only 1 magical monster left on the floor, the order is activated. A hopeless counterattack. Whoever defeats the last monster will receive a golden ball. When opened, the ball will randomly give between 0 and 999 points. Time for tasks is only 1 hour, if you don't have enough points. When entering the last monster, actively participate. At this moment, Student Lin became very happy. He got an extra chance, from 0 to 999 points. This is great, Lin said. All that remains is to find him, and he will hide very well. President, hasn't Siren gone too far? Don't you think so? If he uses such methods against an ordinary freshman, our student council may lose face. The student council may lose face. Are you serious? Gone too far? What are you talking about? You need to know the main thing. Only the strongest survive in the tower. And if this student can't handle the small fry that Siren sent, then this boy named Lynn Lanster is not worth even a second of my precious time, the chief said. The young master was running around looking for Togo to score extra points. He only had 15 minutes left. What should I do? I only have 15 minutes. I can't do this anymore. I don't have enough strength. The Lynn student spoke. The young master had one last chance. Butler, use my title. I beg you, Lynn said. His face was very tired. The only hope was the butler, king of the wolves. This skill is obtained after defeating the white wolf cub in the 5th test area. This skill can summon packs of wolves and also bend them to your will, said a voice from outside. Suddenly, large blue magical wolves appeared. The same wolves that the Lynn student himself fought with just recently. Wolves with red teeth and large fangs stood near the feet, now of their master. They were the ones who should have helped Lynn. This is a rank 4 fire monster, Lynn said. My pack of wolves, help me find him. Student Lynn shouted loudly and gave orders to his wolves. The flock was so large that it was impossible to count them right away. The wolves ran forward with all their might to search. The wolves ran to the students who were wearing red capes and cloaks. Were these students immediately scared? Lord, where are the wolves from? One of them asked. Wait, weren't they called? Another student spoke. Look how many there are. They simply cannot be counted. There are only wolves around us. I have never seen such a large pack of wolves. There is no one in our class who could summon so many wolves. It's strange and thought-provoking. Maybe because there is little time left. Did the tower call them to give us a clue? Another student spoke, but I have one question. Student Lynn, what kind of terrifying power will you gain in the future? I just really want to know and see it. You're just great, the teacher said. A voice came from outside. You are at the 2nd level. Congratulations on your victory over Teacher Aisha. You completed the main quest and received a fragment of the water dragon egg. You received magical experience plus 30 points. At this time, the king gathered everyone in the square. So, the king of the Orang Levi Empire is the 3rd. The king stood on a dais, and next to him, on the left and right, were his guards in metal armor. Indeed, the students who came to us were talking in the crowd. You will all soon enter the Tower of Trials. The king began to speak loudly. Friends, you are not only the elite of our academy, but also the future of our empire. The king continued to speak confidently. I want you to look at this medal. This medal of courage will be given to the first of you to pass the test, said the king. Just show what you can do, and today the strongest will win. The king spoke from his tower. Hooray! Long live the king! Long live the king! All the students below were screaming. They raised their hands and saluted their king. The servant began to invite students into the tower. Please enter the tower on a first-come, first-served basis, the servant spoke. The passage was a glowing window in the form of a portal. I didn't think that a 3rd-ranked mage would be allowed to enter the tower, the girl said. Apparently, the teacher took pity on you during the battle. She continued to speak to the student. Student Lynn was a little upset. An unfamiliar blonde student caught up with him. Don't worry. The student council, as always, only knows how to spread rumors. I was there as a reporter, and the lean student proved his skills. Another student spoke. What if student Lynn bribed you too? The student spoke. Calm down. You don't need to start a fight right before entering the tower. Another student spoke. Hey, I'll happily hit if he doesn't shut up. The third student spoke. A very big dispute arose, which Lin tried to resolve. Lin walked to the front of the line. He smiled a little. He was amused and happy that other students were talking about him. Many of these students looked at his back and asked, "Is this really a lean student? Lin, I don't know how you fooled everyone, but this is where it all ends." The head of the student council shouted. In response, Student Lin simply smiled into his eyes. The students slowly entered the tower little by little. The main thing is that our president has already said that he will personally test his strength. The head of the student council was happy about this. Augustin, why are you doing all this? What is your benefit? I think I have already proven several times that I can handle magic of different ranks. Well, Student Lin said, are you scared? Augustine answered, there is a task with him that I still have to complete. But can I defeat him now? Lin thought. It was Augustine. His position is president, the Association of Students of Truth. A voice came from outside. The task is to defeat him in the magic tower of trials and get a fragment of the water dragon egg. We'll open. After completing an additional task related to the tower, the difficulty of the task is high. The voice from outside continued to speak. Attention notice. You have an additional task. Defeat Augustine in the tower. It was not fulfilled. We advise the rank owner not to start testing. The Lin boy thought about it. The additional task was not completed. I thought that I had fulfilled the conditions for entering the tower. Just don't tell me that there will be other tasks in the tower, thought Student Lin. Student, you are the last one to come in, the servant said. Sorry, Lin student answered. Student Lin headed towards the glowing blue circle, which indicated that this was a portal and the entrance to the tower. All students have entered the tower. Let's begin the tests, a voice sounded. Then a man named Lin stood and looked at everything with big, surprised eyes. What is this tower actually? Student Lin said out loud. This is what the first floor of the tower looked like. Compared to the training space, it's a completely different world, the boy said. This is truly a place for the nobility. Student Lin continued to speak, admiringly. Before entering, the teacher handed me a map. Lin held a glowing scroll in his palm. It was a map. The tower has only 9 floors. The teleportation points of the first 3 floors are marked on the map. Each is guarded by a magical creature. There are quite a few teleportation points on the first floor. Here you can eliminate not only magical creatures, but also students. This also counts. The Lin student did not yet know his opponents, but he knew for sure that he should not rush. You need to get away from the nearest teleportation point, Lin thought and quickly flew away. Fireball, ring of fire, multiple fireball technique. All this was applied by a lean student. A voice spoke from outside. Congratulations to the gentleman for defeating a 3rd-rank magical creature. This is a dark night leopard. Experience gained 1. I quickly reached the 3rd floor. The level of magical creatures corresponds to the floor. That is, on the next floor the monsters will be rank 4. Student Lin was talking to himself. Lenza concentrated and closed his eyes. He thought, the further I move, the rarer the teleportation points are. Therefore, the chances of meeting others only increase. 4th floor of the tower. It was a little creepy here. It was as if there was a volcano spewing lava nearby. I think we need to be careful here, Lin thought. Someone looked out from behind a tree. It was Black. In his hands he had a sausage with a certain purple and pink potion. He opened this flask and said, "I found you, Lin, this tower of tests." The king himself personally stood and controlled everything that happened on these floors, even though His Highness comes to the battle every year. But what happens inside cannot be seen from the outside. The teacher stood and thought about it. We can only watch the students move around the lamp on the tower. She shows us signals, symbols, and the floor number. Now the 4th floor was on fire. The teacher was a little worried. The tower is divided into 9 floors. The last 3 floors are mechanical. Students need to defeat magical creatures from the 7th to the 9th rank. Those who can fulfill the conditions will move on. On the first floors, students just need to move up. Few will leave at this stage. Teams, representations, battles for places, only 10 people can make it to the end. We can say that the real tower starts from the 4th level. Lin is still so far away. Can you come in? Execution conditions. You need to get 1,000 points before all the magical creatures are killed. The rule is that each creature killed is plus 200 points. Killing a student minus 1,000 points. Killing students takes away so many points. This means that there will be practically no fights at this level. 1,000 monsters per 100 people means about 10 monsters per person. There are 782 monsters left out of 1,000. There are 100 students left out of 100. No. To pass, I need to get 1,000 points before destroying all the monsters. In general, there will be no problems if the students do not kill more than necessary. I was thinking at that moment, I know for sure that someone will definitely not score enough points and will be eliminated. In general, I have to get ahead of the rest. Therefore, Student Lin, "This is a chance," said a voice. Said the student who was hiding behind the tree. He stuck out his hand and started using magic. "What? He cast his magic on me," Student Lin said. The young man quickly dodged those magical purple balls that were moving towards him. Student Lin gathered his thoughts and said his spell loudly. "Fireball." He pointed his hand forward, and an explosion occurred just like from a cannon. A large blast wave from the fire flew towards this student. The fireball was in the middle. Killing a student scores 1,000 points. Why is this idiot attacking me? What does he need? In this situation, this is at least stupid. Okay, it doesn't matter, said the Lin student. I don't have time to mess with it here at all. I don't want to play these childish shootouts. We need to run away urgently, said Student Lin. The young man ran, and this student looked at his back and was glad that he had defeated him. One of the students laughed. This idiot Lin will get what he deserves. He's just an upstart at our school. You're marked. Remember this, he shouted after the fleeing student Lin, 10 minutes earlier. Listen to me carefully and fill it out. On the 4th floor, it is better not to fight with each other. Did you understand? Most likely, we will have to wait for him on the 5th floor, Augustine said. I don't understand why we have to go that far to compete with him. We could have dealt with him near the school. There was no need to wait for these tests. One of the student council spoke. If you have time for this, then gather your thoughts and share with me. The student shouted loudly. The president. I'm already at rank 4. Am I strong enough to compete with you? Asked the student. These statements made the president of the Student Truth Union think twice. He had a lot to think about. Most importantly, He wanted to completely destroy this upstart and idiot Ling student. President Augustine understood that this student was too weak. So many weak people say such nonsense. President Augustine, but you promised me that if the Lin student on the 4th floor had fewer points than me, when you promised to fight me on the 5th, the red-haired student continued talking. So I won't let him get a single point. Student Lin saw a rhinoceros standing. In any case, he very much resembled a rhinoceros. This is the magical creature, said the Lin student. I am very happy. Thank God, this time I was ahead of everyone. I think I'm the first here, Student Lin said happily. He put his hand forward and fire appeared from his palm. He began to turn on his magic. Fireball, instant fire, blade of the wind, bindings, shooting with water balloons. The Lin student constantly repeated these spells and simply smashed this animal. Student Link did his best, everything he knew in magic. What gave him the most pleasure was that he succeeded. This is the 10th time in a row, Student Lin said. As soon as I find a magical monster on him, someone immediately attacks him. Why is this happening? I am always the first one near him. He grabbed his head and said, Lin, why and where do such coincidences come from? I have very little time left. So far, I have 0 points, and there are 89 monsters left out of 1,000. The young man ran with all his might towards the next test. He wanted to be the first of all the students to find the magical animal. I need points. I need to score points. While running, he kept saying, This is a student. Lin saw how the student society president and his devotees interacted. They laughed. One of the students said, I have already received 1,000 points. Another student said, We also threatened the student Lin. We're just lucky. If we continue like this, we won't score enough points ourselves. Another student spoke. Suddenly, President Augustine saw Lin's student. His face twisted. He realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things. He realized that the student had heard everything. The Lin student could not stand it and jumped out from behind the tree. He ran up to President Augustine and grabbed him by the clothes. A little more and he would have punched him in the face. Student Lin was very angry. He sobered up with Augustine's hands and shouted at him. What did you say about persecution? What did you mean, answer? One of the students' union said. Boy, are you completely crazy to attack the team alone? So are you out of your mind, another student said. That's right. We'll crush you and destroy you here. Student Lin continued to hold President Augustine's clothes. Gentlemen, students, if you want to lose another 1,000 points, then you are welcome. You can do everything you just said, Student Lin said calmly. Young people and student unions were a little scared. There was no longer so much confidence in their eyes. On a subconscious level, they understood that the Lin student was stronger than each of them individually. Lin continued to weave President Augustine. If you don't want to talk, it's okay. Student Lin said, In any case, I won't have time to get enough points for myself, so why don't you and I have a duel? Student Link said, looking at President Augustine. Link smiled and was pleased with himself. He felt confident. No, I barely scored points. Please do not kill me. Augustine practically cried and spoke. Siren told us to do this. If we had not helped him, he would have broken our bones after leaving the tower. Believe me, I'm telling you the truth, Augustine shouted. Are you saying Siren? Who is this? This is the first time I've heard this name, Student Lin said. Yes, but we ourselves don't know why you didn't please him. But you were so busy looking for monsters that you didn't look up, right? Augustine said. Lin, just lift your head and see. The Lin student raised his head and saw a red and white inscription in the sky. Lin here. Even the arrow indicated where his location was. Now it's clear why absolutely everyone was ahead of me, the young man thought. Wait, is that red powder? Student Lin asked excitedly. Yes, it's definitely red powder. He continued talking. Young Master Lin recalled the first time he encountered a student who was in the shadows. He was not visible. But then he used magic of exactly this color. Red powder appeared on me a little later. A voice sounded from outside. There are 36 monsters left out of 1,000. We are an island with very few left. Students of the tape, aren't you in a hurry to get anywhere anymore? Asked one of the students, who was close to President Augustine. Even if we don't interfere with you, you still won't have time to score 1,000 points, one of the students said. Student Lin got very angry and shouted his spell, Fire Stream. He pointed his hand up and just a huge stream of fire went up from his hand. The red powder writing was still in the sky. Lin is here, and there's a down arrow pointing to his location. What should I do about it? Student Lin asked. President Augustine responded. Don't waste your energy. This mark will not be scattered to the wind. A student with red hair leaned his back against a large stone. He was pleased with himself. As long as this mark is in place, my people will always be one step ahead. He said it was a student. I already told you that I won't leave you a single point so you can forget it. I don't understand what this is. The student with red hair stood in a state of shock. His eyes were very big in surprise. At that moment, he saw several marks in the sky that were made and glowed with red gunpowder. Previously, there was one inscription, Lin here, and the arrow pointed down. And now, there were several such inscriptions across the sky. Where else did these marks come from? This student asked himself. Have you decided to tag me? Did you want this? Student Lin shouted loudly in anger. The young man turned on his magic, and the fire began to spread upward in different rays. I wanted to tag me well. I can easily make 100 similar to me so that you follow them. Idiot, Student Lin said loudly. Oh, fire, hear my call. Let the fireworks shine. The Lin student shouted loudly. This is a spell at the top of his voice. He pointed his hands up, and the rays of fire went to the sky. Now all over the sky, the inscriptions and arrows glowed with red gunpowder. Lin is here. Lin is here. Lean here. Lin here. Lin here. The student with red hair was very upset and angry. What a freak he was. He was tricking me, this student said angrily. Okay, there aren't many monsters left anymore, said a student with red hair. Lin, you still won't get your glasses. You'll still lose. He spoke and continued to fight with the magical beast. Hooray! I did it! The student with red hair shouted. Student Lim heard a voice from outside. There are 24 monsters left out of 1,000. 1,000 points received. I almost succeeded, the Lin student shouted. There are only 8 monsters left out of 1,000. 600 points received. Student Lin was now more serious than ever. He wanted to snatch victory and score as many points as possible. 2 more, Lin said. The battle on this floor was coming to its logical conclusion. Student Linton is so tired of running all over this floor looking for the opponent to get points. Sweat dripped from his face. A voice spoke from outside. There are only 1 monster left in 1,000. So there's only 1 monster left? Only 1. Lennon, get your act together. You will succeed. You set yourself up, boy. Damn it, how bad it is. Disappointed, said the young man. Even if I manage to find it, I still won't have enough points, Lin said. They announced on the floor over the loudspeaker. Due to the fact that there is only 1 magical monster left on the floor, the order is activated. A hopeless counterattack. Whoever defeats the last monster will receive a golden ball. When opened, the ball will randomly give between 0 and 999 points. Time for tasks is only 1 hour, if you don't have enough points. When entering the last monster, actively participate. At this moment, student Lin became very happy. He got an extra chance. From 0 to 999 points. This is great, Lin said. All that remains is to find him, and he will hide very well. President, hasn't Siren gone too far? Don't you think so? If he uses such methods against an ordinary freshman, our student council may lose face. The student council may lose face. Are you serious? Gone too far? What are you talking about? You need to know the main thing. Only the strongest survive in the tower. And if this student can't handle the small fry that Siren sent, then this boy named Lin Lanster is not worth even a second of my precious time, the chief said. The young master was running around looking for Togo to score extra points. He only had 15 minutes left. What should I do? I only have 15 minutes. I can't do this anymore. I don't have enough strength. The Lin student spoke. The young master had one last chance. Butler, use my title. I beg you, Lin said. His face was very tired. The only hope was the butler, king of the wolves. This skill is obtained after defeating the white wolf cub in the 5th test area. This skill can summon packs of wolves and also bend them to your will, said a voice from outside. Suddenly, large blue magical wolves appeared. The same wolves that the Lin student himself fought with just recently. Wolves with red teeth and large fangs stood near the feet, now of their master. They were the ones who should have helped Lin. This is a rank 4 fire monster, Lin said. My pack of wolves, help me find him. Student Lin shouted loudly and gave orders to his wolves. The flock was so large that it was impossible to count them right away. The wolves ran forward with all their might to search. The wolves ran to the students who were wearing red capes and cloaks. Were these students immediately scared? Lord, where are the wolves from? One of them asked. Wait, weren't they called? Another student spoke. Look how many there are. They simply cannot be counted. There are only wolves around us. I have never seen such a large pack of wolves. There is no one in our class who could summon so many wolves. It's strange and thought-provoking. Maybe because there is little time left. Did the tower call them to give us a clue? Another student spoke. Don't worry, forget about it, Dia. Everything will be okay, said student Lin, lowered his eyes and head down. Of course, he was more upset than ever. Student Lin looked ahead and thought. I already fought for my life once, so this time I have no regrets. Let everything be as it is. We are moving to the 5th floor of the tower. Beautiful sunny weather. Fascinating nature. Grass, hills, and vegetation. Central teleportation circle. The girl Dia was happy to see the boy Lin. Hello, Lin. Aren't you out of the game? She asked the boy. Are you really out? Another student asked. Oddly dropped out students are usually sent back by this time. Why is laziness still here? Other students asked. Maybe because he completed the final task of the 4th floor. This means that moving to the next floor depends on whether it is worth it or not. Right? Do you think the rules are just written that way? A student with red hair spoke in an angry voice. Linka cheated again. I cheated. Student Lin was a little confused. He didn't understand what was happening. And a little out of fear, sweat appeared on his face. Don't tell me that the butler helped me here too, Lin thought. I don't understand your powers. I don't understand how you were able to jump into a volcano and come out unharmed. You even killed a monster. You lived for nothing from the very beginning. You deceived everyone. A student with red hair shouted. I answer this way. The student shouted in an angry voice. I was completely honest, said the student Lin. Stop talking nonsense, shouted the girl named Dia. Maybe instead of shouting, read the rules first? The girl Dia shouted loudly. Rules? What other rules? The student with red hair spoke. Tower rules allowed him access to the 5th floor. My little brother would never cheat, another person said. A voice came from outside. Attention. To participate, you must have an indicator card. This card can be obtained by hunting monsters. Manta Studio without a card will not be admitted to the addition. On this floor, you need to act in pairs, so Lin gets the missing points. Great! I didn't fight in the volcano in vain, Student Lin said loudly. Well, Dia, now we are officially a team. He smiled and said, Student Wedge. He and the girl laughed. Sure, what about him? The girl asked. Brother, take me too, please. I can be your shield. I can be of use. Let me go, I told you. The Wedge student was indignant. I won't let go, even if I die. I will be with you until the end. How wonderful it is to watch them, the girl said. Suddenly, all 3 of them froze. They looked away and were silent. Lin's students have something there, the girl Dia said. It's empty there. I don't see anything, Lin answered. It showed that there was something there. I probably imagined it. All mine. Most of the teams have already moved out. We should also hurry up so as not to lose in this battle, the girl Dia said. That's right, let's go, Student Lin said. Alan, if you want, can you come with us? But the order in which we receive the cards will be determined by how much effort each of us expends. If you are not useful enough, you will receive the card last, said Laziness. Great, as long as I'm with you, I agree to everything, Alan replied. I knew you were the best, Alan said. The idiot didn't shake my leg, Lin said. You are so charming. And when you swear and argue, the girl said to Dia, Your Majesty, judging by the light on the magic tower, all participants have moved to the 5th floor. What? How is this? Last year, almost half of the students had already chosen at this stage. This year, the guys are definitely stronger. Apparently, it's time for me to prepare more rewards for them, said the king. Of course not. This year, the students are clearly stronger. But the rules have also been changed. It is impossible that not a single student has dropped out yet. The teacher thought, I have a very bad feeling. The teacher thought and thought. She was worried about her students. In my experience, the more difficult the monster, the higher our chances of dropping an item, the girl Dia said. At that moment, she was fighting with a monster and some object already appeared in the air. If we add up our points, we have 14 attempts. In fact, this is a lot. We just need to choose our opponents wisely, Student Lin said. At this moment, the Lin students killed another monster. It wasn't even clear what he looked like. The main thing was that points should have been added to their team. Are you saying choose your opponents wisely? The girl asked. Dia. The 3 of them stood and looked forward. Dia, 200 points left. Alan, 200 points left. Lin, 399 points left. We only have 1 attempt left, the girl Dia said and was disappointed and sat down on the ground. Damn, the drop rate is too low, Alan said. Lin also spoke his mind. Drop chance. Is that really how she is? If you think about it, how can something as important as a card, is it possible to think that such an important item as a card can depend on the odds? Confident, said Student Lin. At that moment, a green vine began to twine around the student. The flexible and strong stems of this tree wrapped around his arms, legs, and torso. This is a rank 3 magic monster. This is a man-eater vine. The vine completely began to wrap itself around the torso of our heroes. Shouldn't the monsters here be rank 5? What is the 3rd rank doing here? The girl Dia screamed. I was just so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice this guy. Disappointed, said Student Lin. There were too many coils of the ogre's vine around his body. This monster is quite cunning. After he marks his victim, he will not rest until he kills her. When he grabs you, it's best to fight back immediately, but no one lifted a finger. Ling was bound hand and foot with a vine. He concentrated and began to think. No one moved because we knew that this monster would not give us the map. It was obvious. The girl Dia screamed and begged for help. It was very difficult for her to resist the onslaught of this vine, which was squeezing her body. Alan was also completely bound by this vine. She was ahead of his body so that he could not even say a word. I still have 399 points, so I won't be eliminated if I kill him, the student Lin thought. But I won't be able to kill another monster later. At this moment, Lin thought very seriously. Everything had to be weighed carefully. Is it worth risking everything for them? Student Lin was thinking about this at this moment. Link was bound hand and foot with a strong green vine. He thought and reflected. He remembered who was behind him. He thought about his team. Making the right choice was very difficult. Think, Lin, think. What to do? The Lin student kept telling himself. Unexpectedly, Lin smiled. I think I came up with everything, Lin said. I have one idea. The Lin student began to recite his spell. Oh, fire, hear my call. The young man raised his hand up, and the flames of fire began to swirl around his body. The magic began to work. I hear the Ling spell screaming. Turning around, the girl Dia said, Brother, you will succeed. Alan pumped it up. Student Lin continued to say the spell. Fire dance fiercely like a snake. And at that moment, the flames of the fire began to wriggle like a large anaconda snake. Water barrier, Student Lin said loudly. A lot of water appeared next to the fire. Alan, what are you doing? Student Lin asked in surprise. There is this moment when Alan spins a stream of water with his hand. For what? Why did you do that? Alan asked in a sad voice. Oh, you're a cunning one. Alan shouted loudly. Why did you do this? Answer quickly. Why did you do that? He continued to scream. Sly, I'm a cunning one, Lin asked. Do not you see? Can't you see that none of us want to fight? We are all ready to go over our heads. Have you decided to intercede? Alan said. He said and burst into tears. He was scared and depressed. It's just a terrible sight. When fire flies around you, then you drown in a stream of water, and at this moment a strong green vine is squeezing itself. I admit I am a selfish and cowardly person. I never tried to help others. Alan spoke. But even despite what I am, I don't want to live with a burden on my heart. You hear me? I don't want. Lin, you saved me, even though I set myself up for it. He continued talking. Vova, yes, hear my call. Become a sharp blade. Student Lim continued to cast spells. It's just a rank 3 monster. Why make such a farce? Dia, you stole my job, Alan shouted. But since you are so right, then I won't do it anymore. Dia said in an offended voice. I wonder how you two will remain friends after this trial is over. This question worries me most now. Friends. The Len student was silent and thoughtful. What concept is now included in the word friends? Everyone began to strain their bodies, arms, and legs, trying to break this strong vine. But there was too much of it on the body. Damn it, she doesn't give in. I don't have enough strength and energy to break the shackles of this vine. The girl Dia spoke. Student Lin also tried to break the strong stems of the vine. He didn't succeed either. He carefully watched the others as they tried to free themselves from this vine. Arlen tried his best to break the green strong hole that completely wrapped around his body. He clenched his teeth and groaned as loud as he could. He tried to raise his hands, but he couldn't. My eldest sister, Dia, didn't you kill the monster? Why didn't I get points for the potion then? So it wasn't enough to kill? Alan spoke. Just don't say that this is not a cannibal vine, but a 5th rank monster. A monster that disguises itself as a man-eater. Tree puppeteer. Our heroes were still bound tightly by the green vine. Now a huge puppeteer tree has grown behind them. Usually when faced with a vine, they instinctively counterattack. But the puppeteer's vine only compresses the tree even more when it resists. Our heroes have already understood this. The more they resisted, the more the vine squeezed them. This tree disguises itself as a vine to force its prey to continue to resist. This is its main feature. I have never seen such a shameless tree, Alan said. How can we fail? Lin asked. Someone will obviously have to go down and find the root of it. Friends, this is the only way we can be saved. But we are all hanging here, so there is no one to do this. Our heroes talked to each other. The girl Dia sat tied up and crying. I realized that we no longer had any hope. We are doomed to die. We lost. Root, I'll find it. A loud voice rang out. Student Lena. The girl Dia and Alan continued to hang tied near the tree. Lin, how did you do it? The girl asked. Brother, how did you free yourself? Alan asked. And at that moment, a Lin student was already standing on the ground. He was completely freed from the vine. So in short, how can I tell you all this quickly? He smiled and said, Student Lin, everything is very simple. Because I was too strong, Laza tried to strangle me. But in the end, they strangled themselves. And as a result, Laza burst and fell apart. To be honest, it was after the volcano incident that my body became so strong. It has become as strong as that of my fire dragon Aiya. But can I really tell them the truth? The student Lin thought. The satisfied Len student stood on the ground and listened to what his friends were saying. So does he know how to use the spirit of a knight? The girl Dia said. Wow, amazing, your morale is so high, Alan said. Not only did they understand everything, but they also gave such a good excuse from close friends. Nothing less was expected. So let's not waste time. It's time to dig, said Student Lin. President, didn't you say that the hotel was losing with me on the 5th floor? Why don't you do this? Siren spoke. Siren? Shut up. Don't you know that if you attack a non-target monster, 1,000 points will be deducted? Do you want the president to be kicked out of the tower? I know everything. But why does he want to find Lin so much? Asked a student with red hair. Why is it always about this boy? And anyway, why is he worth our president's precious time? The president stopped abruptly in front of the student with red hair. He reached into his pocket to take something out. The president showed the map. He showed it to the student with red hair. He was simply in shock. President? Why did you show Siren your card? Have you forgotten? Is your target a lean student? What if he does something again to interfere with your duel with Lin? Don't worry. He won't be able to do anything. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about, the president said confidently. Simon will never beat a lean student. President Augustine continued to speak. At this moment, Siren was very surprised. President, what are you saying? Are you saying that I will never be able to defeat Lin? Why would the president even say such a thing? It's probably because Lin jumped into the volcano and I didn't. He showed his card. Even the tower believes that Lin is a suitable opponent for the president. Once you can't argue with a tower. The card showed two pictures. President Augustine was drawn at the top. A Ling student was drawn below. This made Siren very angry. He chewed his teeth out of anger and trembled all over. Out of anger, Siren used his magic and suddenly flew up into the sky very quickly. With his upward flight, he raised wind and dust. Just see what I can do. Can he do the same thing as me? Siren shouted. He was very angry. He just wasn't himself. Who is worthy of a duel with the president is Lin. Siren shouted. Below there was a tree made of vines, around which there was a deep ditch in the ground. It was Lin who dug such a ditch. He was digging and wanted to get to the desired tree root. The tree hid its roots very deeply in the ground. He knows how to play hide and seek from the tree. Lin thought and continued to dig the ground. His hands were bloody. There seems to be soft soil here, but it is hard as metal. Even though I am as strong as my dragon Aya, I will still take damage if I keep digging into this hard ground, thought the student Lin. Nodia said that the root must be somewhere at a depth of 2 meters, so I should find it soon. Although this monster may have a card, the Ling student could have discarded it long ago, the girl thought. He cannot use magic as it would trigger the tree. Yes, his boy doesn't have any tools to dig a hole, the girl thought. Alan saw something in the distance. He fell silent, made big eyes, and opened his mouth in surprise. Brother. Lin. Look ahead. Something is moving there. Alan started screaming. At this moment, something actually moved and crawled underground, slightly showing out. Student Lin became very angry. Smoke just started pouring out of my ears. And I'm wondering why I still can't find this root. And he just moves. Lin shouted very angrily. I told you to stop. The Lin boy shouted loudly and hit the ground with his fist. He tried to cross the root so that he could not move further. The root constantly changed the direction of its movement underground. Stand. Stand. I said stand. Student Ling constantly shouted and punched the ground. O spirits of the wind wandering between heaven and earth, hear my prayer and dress our warrior in a combat suit. O water, show your heart and give it strength. Friends began to say their spells and help the student. He had a protective suit, and there was already power from the water around him. Friends, how do you manage to use your magic? Thanks, friends. I hope this will help me, Student Lin said loudly. We're fine. Don't worry. We will still help you survive this vine, the girl said. That's right. You almost caught him, so we couldn't let you brag about how great you are, Alan said. Attention, Student Lin said loudly. Even though we have killed many monsters together, it is only now that I truly feel it. Strength that we are a team, Lin said. Super nicely said. Through pain, said the girl Dia. She tried to escape from this vine. Yes, well said, friend. We liked it too. I wouldn't be able to say that, but could you hurry up there? Otherwise a little more, and this vine will simply crush us in half, Alan said. Large drops of water began to fall to the ground. The magic that was summoned by friends from the team began to work. A few seconds later, a large impact of water hit the root of this large tree. The blast wave threw the root up. Fireblade shouted loudly, "This is a spell from a Lin student." He put his hand forward and a sharp beam of fire flew forward. The fiery ray, like the sharpest blade, cut the root of this tree. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Melos team, congratulations. Congratulations to Student Lin, Dia, and Alan. We congratulate you on receiving your ID card. Student Lin was very happy. Hooray, the card has appeared, he said. Great, you managed to get it, Alan said. You should certify it, you deserve it, the girl Dia said. But to tell the truth, the card is not only mine. He smiled and said, Student Lin, this is a shared achievement. We worked like a real team. There are actually 3 of them, Student Lin said and showed 3 cards in his hand. They were black with gold embossing and designs. Are you saying 3 cards? Can a monster give so many cards? Alan was surprised and asked, "This is just some kind of miracle." The girl Dia screamed enthusiastically and joyfully. They were very happy and held their cards in their hands. During the battle with the tree, the puppeteer, key information and clues were provided by Dia and received the status of protector. During the hunt for the root, Alan was given observer status. For fighting on the front lines of battle and delivering a fatal blow to the enemy, Lin receives the status of destroyer, said a voice from outside. Each team member receives a card. Apparently, I was not the only one who received special status. This is all thanks to joint efforts. Lin spoke. "Thank you, brother. It's all thanks to you," Alan said. "Great. If we hadn't had Ling with us, we wouldn't have been able to get this far." The Dea spoke. They were very happy. "Okay, friends, let's hurry up. We need to prove that we are worthy of our cards. It's time to move forward. Let's hit the road," Student Lin said. "Diatomaceous earth, the restorative elixir, is simply a miracle." "Do you want to become my second big brother?" Alan asked. "Why do you like finding older brothers so much?" the girl asked. Student Lennon looked at his map and realized that he and President Augustine were drawn on it. "So it turns out that my opponent is Augustine?" the young man thought. "My opponent is the Grand Vice President," the girl said loudly. "And my opponent is Siren," Alan said and laughed. They were happy, walking along the road and waving their cards, which they had recently received for merit. For some reason, Alan was scared and imagined how Siren would deal with him. He already imagined that he had lost this battle. Alan went to hug the student and ask him for help. "Marriage, please save me." "Wei, use your head like you did during the fight with the tree. You are our observer," Lin said menacingly. Suddenly, a green glow appeared in the air. These were magnetic laser beams. Clearly someone was attacking our heroes. "What's happening? Who could it be? I have never seen such magic before." The Lin student spoke. "This is a sneak attack. Alan, watch out." Student Lin shouted loudly. The boy was already holding a protective shield in front of him. Thus, he blocked the path of the green laser. Stormblade. The spell sounded loudly. The lane student held his shield in front of him with all his might. He held back the onslaught and thereby protected Alan. It was a very strong magical attack. Gritting his teeth, Lin held his protective shield in front of him with all his might. Vadim, the protective shield fell into several parts from a strong strike of green lightning. "Brother, hold on!" Alan shouted loudly. In pain, Link sat down on the ground and held his right shoulder. "Brother, are you okay?" Alan asked. "Why did you protect me?" "I'm not worth it," Lin replied. "That's why you call me brother, right? I suggest everyone to be very careful," the girl Dia said. A man appeared in front of them. It was an unexpected meeting. Siren stood in front of them. "Lin, are you still alive?" he asked. And then he began to laugh loudly throughout the forest. "President, did you see this? Just look at him. Do you still think that I am unworthy to be his opponent? He can't even parry one single blow. So you're always being cunning. So you always attack like a coward," the girl Dia said. "It's just that I'm your opponent, not my brother," Alan said loudly and confidently. "It turns out that you also dare to attack someone other than your opponent. This is not your opponent. Are you not at all afraid that you will be expelled from school?" Alan asked. "Exceptions? What are you talking about? I don't understand. What are you saying, Alam?" "I didn't attack Lin," said the student with red hair and laughed throughout the forest. "Remember, my opponents have always been you." A student with red hair spoke and laughed. Alan was very surprised at this answer. "I didn't attack Lena?" He helped you block the attack. You've been here before, shouldn't you know? The tower uses target lock to pinpoint the opponent. If he just left you and ran away, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The student with red hair spoke. The wind danced gracefully. He cast a spell. A light green glow appeared all around again. Magic was everywhere. Siren, if you win unfairly, more and more people will despise you. There are already many of them, Alan shouted. After my expulsion, let's see how you can cheat behind your big brother's back. Alan shouted in a loud voice. There was a strong explosion and fire scattered in different directions throughout the forest. The earth shook. The blast wave threw away everything nearby. Drops of blood began to fall to the ground. So far, no one understood whose blood it was. They understood only one thing, that nothing good would happen ahead. The Earth Shield shouted loudly from the Lin students. A transparent shield appeared in front of him. He covered his friends and himself with it. The situation was tense to the limit. It would seem that nothing foreshadowed trouble, but this idiot with dyed hair appeared. Alan, defend yourself, Student Lin said loudly. But at that moment, Alan was confused and even scared. Sweat broke out on his face with fear. Stop talking all the time. The word will be expelled. Since it so happens that Siren attacks us through holes in the rules, it means that we can too. Student Lim said loudly and seriously, yes, he is strong, but not stronger than the three of us. Remember this. Said loudly. Student Lin raised his hand up as the leader of this team. Brother, are you sure? I'm a little scared. Okay, I won't hide I'm very scared, brother. What if I don't succeed? Suddenly, if you set it up, nothing will work. Alan doubted and practically cried. Not stronger than the three of you. Siren repeated these words. He laughed very loudly again. Lin, let's not talk for a long time about whether the three of you will defeat me or not, he spoke. After all, you won't be able to attack me while walking. Spirit of the flowing light of the morning in heaven and earth, dance with me. Siren said his spell, and in an instant he was divided into many idiots just like himself. A lot of copies appeared next to him. Well, Lin, let's see how you repel these attacks. The Siren spoke and laughed. He was holding a green sword in his hands. There were a lot of his clones next to him. Which ones were also armed? Let the earth protect us, and the wind give us its dexterity. The girl Dia has cast her spell. It became visible in her hands. A bright glow in the form of a circle appeared in her hands, inside of which a six-pointed star was clearly visible. Our heroes stood back to back and fought with many clones of Siren. The clones moved very quickly around the perimeter. Alan, get yourself together. Be careful. Fill out our observer. The Lin student shouted loudly during the battle. Take a look and tell me which one is real. Alan froze for a second. It seemed like he wasn't even breathing. He began to look at all the clones very carefully. Water connect, follow the path of magic. And for now it's real. Alan cast these spells. A light blue glow appeared around him. It was as if he was looking through a prism at the clones, who were fighting with his friends at that time. Through this crystal prism, he tried to identify the real Siren. Alan was practically not breathing. Alan could do no wrong at this moment. He was now responsible not only for himself, but also for his entire team. He was the only one who had observer status. Friend Alan clearly saw one silhouette. In some details it differed from all the others. He realized that this was the one he needed. This one. This is it. Alan shouted loudly throughout the forest. He was glad that he was able to identify the real bandit. Student Link continued to struggle with his fire magic. He hit the clones with his fire and flashes one after another. After some time, the Lin students flew right up to the very face of one of the clones. It was a real siren. The student with red hair was a little scared. This was unexpected for him. He smiled and laughed, as always. Is there something you want to tell me, boy? Lin, be bolder. Maybe you want to attack me? Siren said. Student Lin quickly ran up to Siren and grabbed him by the torso. He began to fight him. There is fiery magic around the student Linabala. The boy's hands were busy, so he moved his legs and controlled fire magic. This fire struck the siren like lightning. What are you saying there, Siren? Student Lin asked loudly and smiled. Don't you know that the tower determines the opponent? Lin asked. Baby, I've always been the one to attack. I don't need these stupid rules. While they were fighting, the siren shouted these words. The Lin student grabbed him by the clothes and began to spin him 360 degrees. The rotation speed was already too high. A student with red hair started shouting in frustration. What are you up to, Lin? Student Lin continued to spin the siren around its axis. All this was accompanied by great wind and fire. Lin raised this body higher and higher above the ground. Siren looked down in horror. He had never risen so high before. He didn't understand what was going to happen now, which made him even more scared. Wings of the Wind. Cast the following spell. Lin student. Siren, you don't have time to activate them, do you? Yes? He smiled and asked Lin. A huge fiery tornado rose above the forest straight into the sky. Everything this fire touched burned to the ground. Student Lin began to rapidly fall down at full speed with this scoundrel. At the moment, he felt his strength and superiority over his opponent, and after a moment, the two of them hit the ground with all their might. The blast even caused leaves to fall off the trees. This powerful blow created a crater, 50 meters in diameter and 15 meters deep. Student Lin and the scoundrel Siren were at the very bottom of this funnel. How painful it is, said Student Lin. But his body withstood such a powerful blow to the ground. But Siren lay there and didn't even move. At the moment, he showed no signs of life. Brother, are you okay? Alan asked loudly. Lin, we're coming to you, the girl Dia shouted. The two of them began to go downstairs. The student has a big lump on his head. Why do you always get into things? The girl was indignant and cursed. Are you looking for death? But I'm fine. Lin was justified. Let us check you out. You are not injured. Please drink my restorative elixir, the girl said. Okay, thank you very much, Lin said. At this moment, the siren began to rise to his feet. Lin, are you alive? This scoundrel said. Answer me one question. Why did the president say that you are stronger than me? Siren asked. Is it all because of your determination? Just because. Student Lin thought for a while. He didn't know what to answer to this scoundrel. And is it worth telling him anything? Lin thought. Then Student Lin looked at this scoundrel carefully. Siren, do you really think you are stronger than me? If this is so, then why don't you use your brains every time we meet? Lin asked. All beaten up, covered in abrasions and bruises. With his teeth knocked out, the scoundrel stood in shock and digested the information that the Lin student told him. What did you say there? Siren asked. You are a 4th-rank mage. Much stronger than me. You know many more spells than I do. But on the last floor, you didn't dare to use your powers to earn points, said Student Lin. Here, look, a simple example of you. Even now, you are using the excuse, I cannot attack you, just to win. Please tell me, are you sure that you can defeat me without any tricks or deception? For example, I'm not sure about this. I won't believe it until you prove it to me otherwise, Lin asked. What do you think? I'm not confident in myself, Siren said with a very beaten face. Stop talking nonsense. I never treated you as an opponent. I considered you unworthy. He continued talking. Admit it, are you just afraid of losing to me? Student Lin got angry and shouted loudly. The student had never been so angry before. Siren looked absolutely terrible. Disheveled hair in different directions. Dirty beaten face. Bruises and abrasions all over the face. One eye was completely swollen shut from a hematoma. What if this guy can kill more monsters than me? We need to make sure it doesn't go any further. Otherwise, I cannot live in peace. Siren began to remember how he came up with this whole thing. The guy came out of the volcano alive. He can't be stronger than me, can he? It doesn't happen that way. Siren spoke then. No, I won't let the president look down on me. Coincidentally, I need to defeat Alan. If this is the case, then I use Lena. What kind of idiot are you? Do you really have no brains? It turns out that because of your fear of losing, you don't risk fighting me. Don't you think this is stupid? Lin said. I no longer speak and remain silent about Augustine. Who would recognize such a coward as the strongest? Lin spoke. Student Link spoke the honest truth. He was taught this since childhood. He was taught to be honest. At this moment, the siren was very angry. Anger simply overwhelmed him. But at the moment, there was nothing he could do. I don't think you have the right to scold me like a boy, telling me off just because you won. Nobody gave you this right? The scoundrel was indignant. Alan, what are you waiting for? Defeat me, Siren said. It is clear that he provoked Alan. But so far, everyone stood in their places and no one did anything. Water? Water. Hear my call. Alan began to cast his spell. A large accumulation of water began to form around his hand. Are you serious? Will you really give me a chance to fight you next time? Asked a student with red hair, although he looked like a beaten dog. The Len student looked at Sertna and felt a little sorry for him. He believed in himself too much, but his most important mistake is that he is stupid. I'll give you a chance to fight me one more time. No problem. I do not mind, Student Lin said, smiling, but only this will be outside the tower. I'll be waiting for you. The student in hair mode made a very sly face. He squinted his left eye, which he could hardly see and was swollen due to a hematoma. At this moment, Alan cast his magic. He controlled the flow of water with one hand. This water circled around the siren. The student, struck by his hair, was practically exhausted. It was very unexpectedly unclear where the white and yellow ray of light came from. With great pressure, he repulsed the stream of water that was heading towards the siren. This was very unexpected for everyone. Solar arrow? Siren asked. A large beam of sunlight hit the ground next to him. The sunbeam had great energy and power. Gren? It's you? What have you forgotten here, beauty? Student Siren asked loudly. At the top of this large pit stood a girl with golden hair. In her hands was a small golden spear. And due to her magic, she glowed almost like the sun. Am I here for one simple reason? The president ordered me to stop this battle. He ordered a gathering at the central teleportation array. Said a girl with golden hair named Greena. All the students listened to her carefully and looked at her. Alton became very indignant. What does it mean to stop the battle? And why is that? I don't think this is fair. I was going to get a new level. Did we even give such a right? Alan spoke. Even if there really is a collection going on there is no need, because there is no need to prevent us from raising the level. Student Lin said loudly. Grina was very focused. What? You still don't understand? Control of the tower is lost. Urgent gathering because control of the tower has been lost. This is far from a joke. The girl with golden hair said in an alarming voice, control of the tower has been lost. Right from the start, the control panel started to lose control. This was a sign that this would not lead to anything good. At that moment, a huge lion with a red mane appeared. He was holding something in his teeth. Why don't those who died move back? What are they doing here? The students spoke. Some students just walked around on this floor. Some were unwell and urgently needed medical attention, but they didn't move back. The security of our tower began to lose control. Those who were killed by monsters and were not brought back. The girl with golden hair spoke. She looked very upset. So that you understand, there are even those who died in our hands. This shouldn't have happened. But how? How is this possible? This system has never given pain. The beaten student with red hair spoke. Student Lin approached the control panel. She barely glowed. It already consisted of different pixels. Very strange. The control panel is really broken and doesn't work. All settings are reset, said Student Lin. My God, I almost killed a man. Student Alan said. The girl with golden hair turned to the siren. Siren, you are an airbender, so run to your wounds and come help me, the girl said. And further, let the others also approach the teleportation array. She continued talking. 5th floor central teleportation array. The picture looked terrible. There was a green glow and smoke all around. Our heroes were simply shocked by what they saw. Many of them opened their mouths in shock. This hand, Student Lin said loudly. Let me go, Lin said. I won't let you go for anything, Student Alan said. They began to fight and push each other. Oh, you are so cute when I look at you from the outside. Just like children, the girl said. Next to them, something green stretched like the tentacles of an octopus. One wounded bandaged student approached Student Lin. Lin, listen to me. The president said it broke the control panel. This is an incomprehensible monster. The monster is stuck in our array. He looks like a giant octopus. He made his way into our array and caused a glitch in the teleportation layer. Now we don't know what to do. Students cannot return. The girl with golden hair approached the president and began to speak. I report to the president. Absolutely all of our students are there. 22 people were confirmed to have died. 6 people were injured and 3 were missing. It is known that students who dropped out on the 4th floor successfully made it out of the tower. There is no more news, she said. What an accurate statistic, Alan said. I don't like her at all. Then it turns out that those who are missing may also be dead. He continued to speak Scarlet. It's just a nightmare. My God, at least 20 of the elite students who made it to the 5th floor died. The girl Dia said. The student council president thought about it. He didn't like this situation. In the entire history of the Academy of Magic, nothing like this had ever happened. Lin, do you know? Compared to those who have already died, you are really lucky, President Augustin said. Student Lin didn't understand what he was talking about. What do you mean by this, President? Young Master Lin asked. Do you think I should have died instead of them? Lin asked another question. You are a clever boy. Everything is correct, right? From my point of view, you are too lucky, but no matter what, you still count all the students of the Holy Iris Magic Academy. Therefore, we will deal with the monster later, the president said. Make sure your luck never leaves you. The The president continued to speak. The students, Lin thought very hard. I didn't understand what was going on there. Damn, I didn't understand why the president even started this conversation with him. At this moment, the green monster, which looked like a giant octopus, activated very strongly. He began to swing his long, thick tentacles and destroy everything in his path. He crushed and broke everything. A very strong stream of wind came from this green monster. The wind simply knocked people down and smog. It was practically a hurricane. After some time, the green monster appeared at its full height. "Oh my God, it's so big," one of the students said. "This way to get into our tower?" I don't remember them having any entries in the books about dynamic monsters at all. The student spoke loudly. The monster looked really menacing. It was a green giant octopus with big, thick, long tentacles. It seemed that its height resembled a skyscraper. The most important thing is that a glow of incomprehensible power emanated from him. It was the light that hurt my eyes. There was a disgusting, rotten smell, and a strong wind rose. The protective layer has also disappeared. One of the students shouted, "How do we even defeat him?" Did the other students speak? Nobody knew how to fight this giant. There is so much power in one tentacle. Let's run away from here quickly. The students were screaming. The octopus hit the ground with its tentacle, and it seemed as if the most powerful bomb had exploded on the ground. Some students simply went crazy with fear. They became hysterical. "I want to leave the tower," one student shouted. "Let me out of here, I beg you. Let me out, let me out." Another student screamed and ran through the forest like crazy. The president and student Lin tried to fight this green giant monster. "Lightning!" President Augustine shouted his incantation loudly. There were a lot of white and purple lightning around him. From the outside, it seemed that it was emitting an electric current. "Strike, strike with lightning." President Augustine said the incantations. Numerous electric lightning bolts were directed directly at the giant green octopus. The students said to worry. "They are for the president so that nothing happens to him." "President, are you okay?" "Here we will help you," one of the students shouted. Student Lin was also very focused and angry. He began to use his fire magic. Instant fireball. Student Lin shouted his spell loudly. He began to rotate his hands in front of him, and fireballs began to form around him. Look, not only the president, but even the guy who got into the academy through connections is also fighting against the octopus, one of the students said. "Who got there through connections?" "Idiot. I think, what are you saying? How dare you even talk about my brother in such a tone?" Student Allen began to become indignant and defend the student. "Since you yourself are hiding from this giant octopus, then shut your mouth and continue to sit quietly." Allen continued talking. "Hey, you boy, was it just me, or were you starting to be rude to me? Who gave you the right to rule here as if you were in charge?" The cowardly student with blue hair continued to scream. "Who told you that I would hide?" He continued to be indignant. "Then I will fight too." In a very loud and rude voice, said the green giant octopus. He rose above the ground and practically flew up several meters. Many students got scared and began to run in different directions. The others simply stopped, raised their heads up, and watched what the giant green octopus would do next. They didn't know how to deal with him. Nobody knew how to fight. "I'm no worse than this freshman," President Augustine shouted loudly. He aimed his white-purple lightning at the octopus. An instant fireball appears. Lin shouted his spell once again, and he sent fiery lightning into the body of a giant octopus. Lennon spent a lot of strength, energy, and magic. The damage of my attacks against this monster is too low. This is exactly what the Lin student understood at that moment. But still he continued to strike blow after blow with fiery lightning on the monster's body. Things didn't work out for the president named Augustine either. It seemed to him that he, too, was spending too much energy and his magic, but to no avail. He cannot penetrate this huge green monster with his purple and white lightning. After some time, it so happened that Student Lin and President Augustine fought back to back. One released fire lightning, the second released purple lightning. One fought with fire and the second with lightning. My body, of course, is strong, but this Augustine, I can't understand. Is he hindering me or helping me? What's the catch? Student Lin was angry and thought only about this. This could have been avoided, but this Student Lin... President Augustine began to burst into tears and thought. He didn't like the upstart student named Lin. Our heroes fought back to back like the two most outcast and bravest of the war. Fireball shouted one of the heroes his spell. Then a spell was heard, flying sand, and a lot of sand rained down on the green monster. The Windblade performs the following spell. One of them shouted, and a strong wind rose. Fire Spear. Student Lin shouted his spell, and a fiery spear appeared, which pierced the body of the green monster. President Augustine looked down at the ground. He saw how all the other students who were alive and could not leave this floor began to use their lightning. Each had their own spell and their own magical power. President Augustine, we are with you, one of the students shouted. President, we want to fight too. Other students were shouting. We will do our best with all the magic we have. The students on the ground continued to scream. This guy seems so arrogant. But in fact, he is very popular and strong. The students were talking about the student Lin. Lin fought like a god with this green giant octopus, just despite how he appears. In the face of danger, he is always ready to act like a wolf. He's a real fighter, Student Allen said loudly. Therefore, the students of the academy trust him. A girl named Dia said just as loudly. The student body president was very serious. The tower's protective layer stopped working. He said, "Friends, something needs to be done. This must be done very urgently. Dear President Augustine, the safety of students is also our responsibility. You know this very well. But we must help the others." The girl with golden hair said, "That's right. Everyone who entered the tower is the elite of our academy, so no one will run away." Another student said, "It was clear to you that President Augustine was very upset and alarmed. This is due to the fact that everyone here is the elite of the academy." The president said. At this moment, the president, let's say, was lost in thought. He tried to find the culprits. Who is to blame, or who is behind this? Or maybe it's because of him, thought President Augustine. I will fight too. The students were screaming. I'm no worse than this freshman. The students were screaming. President Augustine recalled all this in detail. All this is quite effective. Student Lin stood thoughtfully and reasoned. He and the president alone could not defeat this monster. But all together, perhaps we are strong, together we will succeed. President Augustine began to prepare for the most serious battle of his life. It's either life or death. But the main thing is that the honor and glory of the Academy of Magic was at stake. The main thing is that all the students were looking at him at that moment. President Augustine flew up. He was in the middle of a green, huge monster that looked like a large octopus. Attention, students. Everyone get ready for battle. The president commanded loudly. To battle. All the students who were on the ground concluded. The students chanted and shouted, "Fight! We are ready!" They raised their hands up and chanted these words. It was clear that all the students were ready to fight this giant green monster. Commands and orders began to be heard. So, Greena, you're looking at an analysis of the green giant monster's most vulnerable spots. I will do everything I can, Grena answered. Assignments and orders continued to be given out. Siren, you are in charge of managing the groups. Do not let me down. Everything will be at the highest level, Siren said. The rest of the students pay attention. Use all your magic that you currently possess. Be careful and protect the others and suppress all the monster's powers. Together, we are force. Together, we will win. Student Lin shouted loudly. The president of the student union, named Augustine, began to command. He screamed loudly, "Monster capture team! Everyone get ready, stay awake and be attentive." The green giant monster, which looked like a large octopus, was surrounded on all sides by students. Each student possessed magic. Everyone had different magic, so the only hope was for mass participation. "Grab him! Forward!" President Augustine shouted loudly. He himself flew closer to the green monster and commanded his team to attack. Their magic began to work. The green monster began to be surrounded by purple targets from all sides. Almost every tentacle already had these chains. The octopus broke some chains immediately. "Now prepare your fire spells," the president commanded. Behind him, all the students who possessed fire magic rose up Ognev. Fire spirits, wandering between heaven and earth. Hear my call. The Lin student commanded loudly. He raised his hand up, made a combination of his fingers, and everything around began to be covered in continuous fire, fiery spirits wandering between heaven and earth. "Give me the strength to burn everything along this path." Student Lin continued to shout the spell. There was so much fire that almost no one was visible. "Air spells, get ready." President Augustine continued to command. Behind him were students who knew and possessed air magic. "Now let's go," President Augustine commanded. Air currents, hot and cold, hit the green giant monster. Each of the airstreams was a certain color. Everything was mixed up in the sky. Behind the fire, air currents, wind, and all other magic were practically gone. A green giant monster is visible. Various magic flew at him from all sides. The electric flashes, like lightning, struck one after another in the body of the green giant octopus. After the electrical flashes, a barrage of fire hit the same place. After the fire, the windy magic continued. In a word, one magic replaced another. The green giant octopus staggered and began to lean to the side. The girl named Dia was very happy. She smiled and shouted joyfully, "Hooray, we made it!" Standing nearby was a student with blonde hair named Alan. "It's good that at least we didn't have to analyze anything here." He said it was a student. At this moment, all the tentacles of the large green octopus began to straighten out in different directions. Of course, after that, all the shackles and chains began to break. The magic was falling apart. Each tentacle was freed from its chains. Suddenly, a very loud and disgusting sound was heard. The sound was so strong that it was impossible to contain the strength. The sound came like a blast wave. Some students were simply swept off their feet and fell. "Dia, close your ears." The student Lin shouted loudly as much as he could. He screamed so loudly that he could shout over the sound. Students covered their ears to prevent their eardrums from bursting. People could not stand it and fell to the ground. They grabbed their ears and heads. They screamed in pain. This sound is terrible. It really hurts your ears. Did they conjure spirits? The students were screaming. Even Siren could not stand it and fell to the ground. He felt so bad that blood started coming out of his mouth. Student Lin was still standing. He clutched his ears tightly with his hands. He tried to clamp down and not let the sound enter his head. Although the pressure that this ultrasound created simply killed people. Student Ling also began to bleed from his mouth. "Don't give up, True Student Union," President Augustine shouted loudly. He called on all students to hold on as best they can. And at that time, he himself held one of the students in his arms. "It's my mistake," said President Augustine. Around this forest clearing, all the students were practically already lying on the ground. Everyone felt bad. They were all bleeding, either from their ears or mouths. No one had the strength to get up, those who are still on their feet. Those who still have strength left. Those who can fight back the monster. Get up and help attack the monster's mouth. President Augustine shouted loudly. Some students stood up and immediately turned on their magic. "It seems to me that this is useless." Student Lin began to think. He held his head in pain. Even with such a large mass presence, we could not harm him. There will be no point in you having even fewer people. We won't even scratch it. How can we defeat this spirit? At home, Lin student. Suddenly a voice came from me. You have reached rank 3 and can use abilities of the corresponding dragon level. Once activated, you can freeze a low-ranking enemy. The greater the difference, the longer the torpor time. I think I know what to do. This is the power of the dragon, the student Lin thought. Dragon power. Student Lin shouted this spell loudly. Student Lin even changed his face. His brows furrowed. The pupils became yellow. Yellow and white laser beams began to circle around him. The students began to attack the green giant monster, which looked like a large octopus. All the power and magic they had. At that moment they sent into his body. But this has so far been unsuccessful. "Gren, help!" President Augustine shouted. Several students behind the president's back began to attack this green bridge as well. Their purple laser beams flew straight into the monster's torso. The Lin student fell to the ground exhausted. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The eyes became cloudy. It's useless, the student Lin thought. Lord, isn't it clear that our levels differ too much? Maybe that's why everything is useless? The Lin student was injured. There were bruises and abrasions on his face. Tongues of fire and flames flew around his body. The lens boy remembered what the voice from outside said about dragon power. Dragon power, the Lin student shouted loudly. He began to wave his arms on the ground. Fire descended from Europe and rose up into the sky. From the fire dragon was formed. The dragon flapped its wings, and then opened its mouth wide and growled terribly. Fire began to emanate from his mouth with such force that it burned everything in its path. Flashes and explosions were heard on the body of the green giant monster. Bright rays of light came from the green monster. Some of the green octopus's tentacles began to darken. The fire stopped. It stopped only to begin again with renewed vigor. President Augustine shouted forward. And at that moment, absolutely all the students who were on the ground began to shoot their energy and magic at this green giant monster. After a moment, the laser beams began to reach the target. It seemed as if they were piercing right through the body of the green octopus with their powers. And a second later, a fire broke out inside the octopus. It began to burn and explode from the inside. The octopus lost strength and fell. "Finally, it's all over," said the girl with golden hair named Gren. Exhausted, she fell to her knees. After this battle, many students became weak and fell to the ground. "Have you noticed Gren?" President Augustine asked. "Did you notice that for a second everything seemed to freeze?" The president said. "Comes out a little worried." All the students gradually began to rise to their feet. Lenin began to ask, "Assistant, what happened just now?" A voice from outside began to answer. "What your dragon was taught on the training ground, all the skills you learned, can be used by you at any time. But judging by your current physical condition, recommended amount, use is once a day. President, we have to thank this second. I managed to find his weaknesses," said Student Lim. "This is a level 6 monster. This is a nightmare troll." The young gentleman named Len continued to speak. "Is this a monster, a terrible troll?" she asked the girl with golden hair. "How can he be so big?" "Shouldn't he have scales?" the girl asked. "To be honest, I don't know. This is what the magic circle says. If this is a troll, then nothing else will work during an attack except light." "Confident," said Student Allen. Not surprisingly, the combination was ineffective. It was only effective from lightning and light arrows. The trouble is that we only have 2 light magicians. What do we do? President Augustine thought. And one more thing. Unlike other magical beasts, this one is the most nightmarish. If this magical beast drags you along with it, this is a problem. The president is careful. The girl with golden hair screamed very loudly. And at that moment, the student siren pierced his back in ball, arched President Augustine's back. He did it like a coward from behind. "Did you still do it? You stabbed me." "What a bastard you are," said the president, Augustine. His face twisted to one side in pain. He clenched his teeth tightly and furrowed his brows. The siren student laughed. He rejoiced at his vile victory. He struck this blow like a coward, stabbed the president right through when he was not expecting it at all. The red-haired student named Siren laughed. He looked like a vampire or a mummy. He rejoiced at his vile victory. "I defeated the president. I defeated the president. Do you hear? Listen, everyone, I defeated the president. Now I am the strongest of the students." A student with red hair laughed and shouted loudly. "Light bonds." The girl with golden hair shouted her spell. She put her hand forward and a stream of light began to flow from it. Students with red hair tied these light points like ropes. "Alan, help me." The girl with golden hair shook her head and turned to Student Alain. She saw that there was a silhouette of dark power around his body. Alan drooped and lowered his head. Then Student Alan raised his head and looked at the girl. He turned into the same monster as the siren student. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and his eyes were not visible. And instead of eyes, there was a gloriously dark abyss. "Alan, what happened to you?" the girl asked. "Hooray, I'm finally free," Student Alan shouted loudly in a satisfied voice. Then he laughed very loudly throughout the forest. The rest of the students also began to rise from the ground and turn into such monsters. "I won. Now I definitely won. Finally, I can reach the 6th level." One of the startled students screamed as he turned into a monster. With a sharp spear, he tried to kill the student, who was still normal. "Guys, are you crazy?" a normal student shouted. "Not only him, not only this student. They've all gone crazy. Does this mean Alan was dragged into this nightmare? The girl with golden hair said. Student Lin and girl. Dia began to discuss something. Lin began to speak. Listen, Dia. Do you have any elixirs that can restore their minds? Such elixirs, so that they come to their senses and become normal again. Sorry, friend Lin. To be honest, I don't know how to fix this. At this time, a huge green monster that looked like a huge octopus was still hanging in the sky. The wind began to rise and swirl around him. All the students stopped abruptly. The normal students who had not yet been amazed stopped. And even those students who turned into monsters without eyes stopped. Brother, wait for me. Let's do this together. Student Alan shouted loudly and joyfully and ran forward. Alan, stop. You don't need to do this. Student Lin shouted loudly and tried to stop him. He ran after him with all his might. Student Lin caught up with Student Alan. He knocked him down and threw him to the ground. He pressed the female students to the ground strongly and harshly with his hands. Stop. Calm down. We haven't gotten out yet. This is a deception, little head. Trust me, brother. The Lin student spoke. Suddenly, strange sounds of voices began to be heard from ahead. All the students seemed to go crazy at one point. Student Lennon raised his head and looked at what was happening there. He was simply terrified. The octopus began to hear sounds and voices. Thank you, great king, for the honor you have shown me. I was the first Miss Aisha. Let's be together. They continued to shout to people. Mom, I missed you so much, another student said. At this point, President Augustine shouted very loudly at the students. Come back. Do not go there. President, the bleeding doesn't stop. Please don't move. The girl with golden hair spoke. Now, you are our only hope. We cannot lose you. President Augustine looked very worried at those students who were amazed and turned into monsters. He felt sorry for them. But the bleeding really didn't stop and he was losing strength. The students who were amazed turned into monsters, came as close as possible to the green monster, which looked like a large octopus. It was as if they were stupefied. They didn't realize it. It was as if thin and green hoses were attached to their heads. It looked like the octopus was sucking something out of them through these hoses. This green giant troll sucked and pumped out of the students with green hoses for strength and energy. Right before their eyes, life was leaving their body. They turned into a dry mummy. President Augustine could not stand it, shouted and ran forward with quick steps towards the students. President, no, not that. Stop. The girl with golden hair pumped it up. But President Augustine could no longer be stopped. At this moment, President Augustine was angrier than ever. This is our future, the president shouted loudly. The future of our academy. These are the best of the best. Continued to hold forward and shout these words, the president. These are the best young magicians of the Sacred Iris Academy, President Augustine shouted. The president flew high into the sky and a real flurry of lightning gathered above him. Troll, give me back my students. Give them back to me. President Augustine shouted loudly. He hovered over the green giant monster and began to spew rays and lightning into its body. The president is simply incredible. The golden-haired girl screamed with tears in her eyes. It would be simply impossible not to love me, Student Lin said. This time it worked, President Augustine said. He landed with white and purple lightning still sparkling around him. We carried out so many attacks. There wasn't even a scratch on him. Not a single trace of our attacks. And the magic of the scream destroyed the trap. Even if our combat power has fallen, of course. Will this work? Suddenly and very quickly a long green hose began to approach us. These are the tentacles of a giant octopus. The green long hose of an octopus tentacle suddenly stuck straight into President Augustine's forehead. It was clear that good things were not enough. The president froze and stopped. A green thin hose was sucked to his forehead. Damn it. How much does it hurt? What is happening and how to get rid of it? President Augustine shouted loudly. His complexion became very pale. The eyes have lost all color. They too turned into a black abyss. The president hovered in the air. You were just holding a green hose in the sky, which was sucking all the strength and life out of it. President, hold on. The students who were on the ground began to shout. Each of them began to use their strength and magic. They took turns shouting out their magic words and spells. Arrow of light, blade of the wind, the power of water. They all tried to help. After several attempts to attack the green giant monster, one light arrow cut the green hose in half from a great height at high speed. President Augustine fell to the ground. He screamed in pain, "Ouch." Guys, friends, let's quickly run to the president, all students concluded. Students? The limit was very angry. Green big creature. This huge octopus, he will kill us all here. We need to do something urgently. Lin asked for help. Assistant, can I continue to use this technique? A voice from outside began to answer. Owner, please control your emotions. This technique should not be abused. It worked once, but the more often you use it, the more painful it will be. Long way, he shouted loudly, Student Lin. A large fire dragon appeared behind him. From his mouth he spewed fire. The student himself stood ahead of this law, damn it. There was a lot of fire magic around. Hit, the student shouted, Lin! Fire magic flew towards the big giant green octopus. Come on, hit! Student Lin was angry and shouting. He realized that something was missing. It was necessary to do something urgently because there was no time. All the students could have died in an instant. Student Lin froze for a few seconds. He carefully assessed the situation. The boy concentrated and looked at one point. Claw spell. Lin's student upgraded. Many claws, large, long, and blue, immediately formed on his hand. He was already using two magics at the same time, fire magic and claw. The girl with golden hair lying on the ground screamed and began to tell the student to lean. It's all useless. You see that this doesn't work? This won't work, the girl screamed. The girl with golden hair stood up from the ground and looked at everything the Ling student was doing, with her mouth open and big eyes. She was very worried about him. Deep down, I really hope he succeeds. She was counting on him. Student Lin fought as best he could. He used his magic one after another. He read claw and fire magic. Exactly. Not only Long Wei, all dragon magic works on it, because young Master Lin. But if you think about it and think carefully, that Long Wei is definitely the most effective option now. I'm still wondering how long I can hold out, thought Student Lin, around the large green monster, which looked like a huge octopus. Its thin tentacles dangled. They looked like long green hoses that sucked all the strength, life, and energy out of people. In an instant, Student Lin flew up. He flew up to the very body of the octopus. All that remains is to use magic, or really wanted to help all the students. Damn it, body. It's time to release the Long Wei, the Student Lin thought. Student Lenin was covered in cuts and bruises. There were a large number of wounds on his body, but he felt no pain at that moment. He didn't care about winning anymore. The main thing is to save the rest of the students. Suddenly, President Augustine rushed forward to fight this green monster. He turned on his glowing magic. Other various symbols began to glow in the sky. The president formed the required combination of fingers and looked at the point where he wanted to send this energy. Young Master Lin was very worried about what was happening. He shouted at the girl with golden hair, "Greena, help him first." "Shut up," the girl answered. "The president personally told me to take care of you first." "I do not intend to argue with the orders and requests of our president," the girl with golden hair said. "What? Did he say that?" Student Lin asked. "Lin, I saw everything," President Augustine said in a calm voice. He had practically no strength. He was bleeding and all his clothes were also covered in blood. He placed a magical shield of his energy in front of him. President Augustine continued speaking. "Listen to me carefully, Lin. I don't know why, but out of all of us, only your attacks are effective on the monster. This must be used. All beaten and bloodied." President Augustine continued to speak. "Should we rely on luck in a situation like this?" "I think we need to use our greatest strengths," the president spoke. "Link Lanster, I don't think I should have such high hopes for you," President Augustine said. Student Lin was kneeling in front of the president, practically exhausted. "But remember, even if this is so, then living in itself is already luck," President Augustine said. "Just let others do these things." Augustine continued speaking. The line student expected this development. He was shocked by the revelations that President Augustine was now telling him right in the face. The green giant monster began to attack the students. With sharp tentacles, he pierced them through with a conventional spear. Students fell to the ground. Student Lin turned back. "President Augustine." "Grin, where are you?" Student Lin asked very loudly. "Link, watch out." A girl named Dia screamed. She shouted her spell, Flight of the Wind. After that, she began to fly up and green magic glowed around her body and hands. Almost every student was pierced by a green hose. These are thin, long tentacles that sucked life and energy from the students' bodies. Student Lin saw from above how his friends were pierced by a green beam. Penetrates the body right through. He saw and was helpless in this situation. "Dia!" Young Master Lin shouted very loudly. A sharp green beam pierced her through. She raised her hand up and looked at the Lin student. Blood flowed from her mouth. "Dia!" "No, not this." "Hold on, dear." Student Lin shouted in despair and very loudly. Boylin is absolutely furious. He urgently wanted revenge. A huge green monster that looked like a giant octopus was very high in the sky. He continued to shoot his green arrows and spears downward. These were green magic rays. These magical rays practically hit everyone. Down on the ground and in the air, green bombs seemed to be exploding everywhere, because there were flashes of green and white everywhere. Guys, hang in there. Moreover, a student of Lin, no choice. Now I understand for sure that there is no other choice. To save himself and save all the other students of the Iris Magic Academy, I must take the most important step. I must rely on the power of my dragon Iya. I thought at this moment the student was lean. My family was once expelled from the empire, banished because my father released a dragon. If anyone finds out that I am somehow connected with dragons, it will be more difficult to solve the crime. Can I release it now? This is my last trump card, thought the students. No, we can't wait any longer. Suppose even if I reveal myself, then I am responsible for their lives. Mom saved them all. The students got very angry and shouted a spell. "Show up!" He screamed with all his might. "Aya, where are you? Show up!" And literally a second later, his friend, the fire dragon Aya, appears. Student Link jumps with his organ and the dragon on his back, and they fly closer to the green monster. The fire dragon looked ahead and was surprised. Then he asked, "Man, is he the one who will teach you?" "Yes, that's him," Lin student answered. "But I ask you, my Aya, first, please help me get him away from the other students." The boy continued talking. "Sure, no problem. Man, let us do this together. I'm only too happy to help." The fire dragon kept talking. He and the boy flew as close as possible to the large green monster. At this time, outside the testing tower, on the observation deck stood the king, and some man bowed at his feet. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the wait." This man spoke. Why, after so much time, not a single student came out of the tower? Where are all the students? This has never happened in the entire history of our academy. The king was indignant and spoke. "What the hell are you doing at St. Iris Academy then?" the king asked loudly. "Your Majesty, my colleagues found out that not a single teleportation circle in the tower works. Therefore, it is impossible to enter or exit. There was also confusion in the tower rules. This could lead to unexpected situations." The man spoke. The king was very nervous and angry. "Then explain to me quickly how this can be fixed. Don't you understand that we need to get all the students back as quickly as possible? Your Majesty, we tried to find a way to influence the tower from the outside, but at the moment nothing has worked out for us. I have also tried to contact Decor but have not received a response yet." The man was nervous and spoke. The king was simply furious. "Answer me one question. Isn't this academy the best in the world of magic? So why do the best students, when faced with danger, have to just sit and wait? What are you paid for?" The king shouted loudly and struck with his fist with all his might. The man knelt down. "Contact your dean again immediately. I'll get up off my knees, otherwise you look like a rag." The teacher shouted from a distance. "Madam, please watch your words in front of the king." The guard said. "Haven't you figured it out yet?" the teacher thought to herself. "Your Majesty, may I leave? My colleagues just felt the breath of the dragon in the challenge tower." "This is something new," the teacher said. "Dragon breath. I asked for the password." "Dragon, where did the dragon come from?" said the man who was still kneeling before the king. "Didn't we humans seal away all the dragons a long time ago? It seems to me that it will be a similar disaster." The king spoke. "There's only one thing I don't understand. How could this happen at the academy? The best of the best study with us. The best students improve their skills in magic. The best teachers. And God knows what happens." The king was indignant. Young Master Ling flew around the big, huge green monster on his fire dragon. The dragon assessed the situation. "Great. Just great. Everything goes according to plan. After we manage to take the monster away, we need to deal with it. Figure it out so he can't hurt anyone else." The Lin student spoke. Lin sat on top of his fire dragon's back. "Man, look, there are a lot of people here too." The dragon looked down and said, "What? Can't be," Lin said. The dragon flew past this place. The Lin student looked down. "This is the school uniform of the St. Iris Academy. What is happening there?" The boy wondered this question. Lin began to remember in separate flashes everything that happened before. He remembered one student with glasses, who said that before and with the teacher was incredible. "I'm impressed by Lin." This student with glasses spoke. He had a gray face. "If you want to blame someone for this, isn't it his? In any case, I apologize," the man spoke. "Sorry, please, Lin. I didn't mean to attack you," the girl spoke. It was a very scary picture. Almost 2 shriveled mummies lay on the ground. Their bodies were lifeless. Their mouths were open and there were no eyes at all. The fourth floor was liquidated along with the students who left the tower. The young gentleman named Lin was very angry. The fire dragon turned to student Lin and said, "Hey man, maybe we can do something now? I want to show myself in action. Yes, sure. Now we will fight him back." "Dragon Ia, you are ready," young Master Lin said. And immediately at that very second, a young gentleman named Lin loudly commanded, "Long way!" He screamed. It was very loud. And behind his back, a fire dragon helped him. The dragon opened its mouth and roared for strength, spitting out fire. Student Lin sat on the back of his fire dragon. The dragon flapped its wings and they flew towards the giant green monster. The dragon Ia flew around him from all sides to understand the scale of the tragedy. So, we got ready. The Lin student began to command. "You attack from the left, and I attack from the right. First, you and I need to get rid of these annoying tentacles. Once we cut them off, it will be much easier for us to fight him." Student Ling and Fire Dragon. Aya separated in the air. Together they began to use their fiery and magical powers. "Come on, beat him." The other students who were on the ground shouted to the Lin student. Iceclaw shouted Student Lin. And in 1 second it turned into the paw of a ferocious beast with claws. The place on the body of the green octopus where the lightning and fire strikes flew became dark in color. The octopus began to use its ultrasound again. At the moment, neither the Lin student nor the fire dragon was bothered by this. A large giant green monster, which looked like a huge octopus, began to gain height and fly upward. "Do you really hope to escape from here?" Student Lin shouted. Suddenly a voice came from outside. "Urgently, urgently, urgently. An energy vibration from an unknown dragon family has been detected. Attention, attention." The voice from outside continued to speak. "Super dragon breath detected. Dear owner, please evacuate as soon as possible." The dragon organs and Ling students froze and listened to this information. "There can't be dragons here. Except mine, of course," the student said. "Dragon breath? Where are we from here? Isn't this monster a nightmare troll? Where did the dragon's breath come from here?" Lin student asked questions, and the fire dragon immediately spoke. "No wonder I felt something was wrong during the close combat. We didn't immediately dislike the black scales on that monster. It looked like the scales of the father of dragons." The fire dragon Iya said. It was clear that the fire dragon was truly angry. He was like a wolf showing his grin. "Dragon, are you right?" the boy asked Lin. "What does dragon scales mean?" Greena said that regular trolls don't have scales. We need to solve this mystery. This whole situation made the fire dragon Aya very angry. He flapped his wings, opened his mouth, and roared loudly. "Hey, you big green freak! How dare you do something to my dragon clan?" The big green giant octopus released something black and itself. Either black tentacles or black lightning fell down to the ground. "My dragon Iya, jump faster!" Young Master Lin commanded loudly. The dragon did not understand why he should do this. Then he asked, "For what? Should I jump? Do you want me to run away?" The fire dragon completely fulfilled the order that his master told him. He flew to the side, stood on his paw, and with a large powerful fire from his mouth, began to reflect the black lightning that fell to the ground. Fire and black dark force collided in the air. "Hooray, hooray, dragon! Oh, well done! You did it. Did you deflect the blow?" Student Lin shouted joyfully. The big green octopus stretched out its entire body. Now it was clear that he even had red eyes. He released a lot of dark magic from his body. They all flew down to the ground. From the center of this dark magic, black lightning constantly struck the ground. Lightning simply struck the ground with terrible force. Sand and stones flew out from there, leaving behind a crater, as if after the explosion of an aerial bomb. The fire dragon and student Lin hid in a large crater that was formed after a lightning explosion. The dragon began to speak. "This is not a dragon at all. It's not even a monster. Have you studied the magic of our dragon clan well enough?" "Fire dragon." Ia fell to the ground. He began to breathe very hard. The dragon laid his head at the very feet of the Lin boy. "My dragon Ia is seriously injured. He would no longer be able to fend off these types of attacks," the Lin boy said. The young master raised the dragon's head and began to talk to him. "Dragon Ia, there is no need to compete with him in magic. Just do as I ask. Just listen to me." The dragon was a little upset. "Man, what are you trying to say, that I am inferior to him in strength?" the fire dragon asked. A huge green monster, which looked like a large octopus, began to lower a lot of black evil magic to the ground. Like a web, he began to weave all over the sky, and he shot large, powerful black lightning at the ground and people. "My dragon Ia, no need, I beg you." Young Master Lin calmed the dragon down and asked him to stop. "Man, let's jump and attack him from above together," the fire dragon said confidently. Students Lin didn't think twice and jumped onto the back of his fire dragon. Now, as always, they were one and a team. "You are a good boy. Right choice," the fire dragon said confidently. They flew towards the green monster. The giant green monster constantly shot out its black lightning from all directions. Several times he almost hit the wings of the fire dragon. Dragon Ia, just keep dodging and getting closer to him. Just be as careful as possible. Student Lin prompted the dragon. "Let's do it even faster." Student Lin shouted and supported his dragon. With one hand, he held onto his dragon's neck. Jump on his head. Never before had a fire dragon been seen so serious. He was very angry. It was almost a personal insult. He wanted to punish the green creature. The fire dragon even had to fight off the energy waves launched by the green monster with its paws. But in return, it spewed powerful fire. The dragon began to shoot its black rays at the fire dragon. It was practically invisible. It seemed that he would have to shoot blindly. Then, like a ball of thread, a large cloud of black magical arrows descended. Black magic was simply everywhere. This ball shot out a wide, thick black lightning bolt. The fire dragon Aya dodged and skillfully struck, with the sharp tip of his wing right into the forehead of this green octopus. The hard shell and scales began to fly off from his head. "My dragon will be more attentive." "Well done," said the students. "Man, hold on to me tightly. Let's go one more circle. He constantly plays tricks on me to keep me stuck. But don't think, green octopus, that you can hit me," said the dragon. There were already 2 large holes in the dragon's head between its eyes. The fire dragon made these holes with its blows. The green octopus immediately began shooting its green rays at the fire dragon and the boy. It was those green hoses. Generally fingers, which stuck to the body and sucked out all the vital energy. Our heroes dodged as best they could. The octopus began to attack very powerfully. All the thin green tentacles he had. He sent a fire dragon and a boy named Lin towards him. "This is the magical power of the father of dragons." "Through his teeth," said the fire dragon. At least 3 green tentacle hoses attached themselves to the dragon and began to suck the energy out of it. He can also absorb magical energy. A student named Lin shouted loudly. Now he was ready to fight for himself, the students, and for his only grown fire dragon. AP is a green big freak. "Do you want to turn my fire dragon into a mummy? I won't allow this to happen. the laziness student shouted. Claws. The boy cast a spell loudly. His hand turned into blue claws. Instantly, a few seconds later, 3 green beams pierced the back of the boy named Lin. It was unexpected, and most importantly, very painful. The fire dragon saw all this. He saw the spear pierce his master's body several times. Tears flowed from the dragon's eyes. He opened his mouth wide and screamed at the top of his lungs. Master man, hold on. With loud cries of pain, the student named Lin fell from the sky to the ground. Blood was flowing from his body and mouth. The fire dragon turned and looked at its master. Master, stay close, the fire dragon shouted loudly. The dragon continued to fight the green large octopus. After the fire dragon saw that its master was very badly injured, so he got even more angry. He was absolutely furious. He spewed fire with his entire body. He was flying to attack the big giant monster. He wanted revenge. There was so much fire around the fire dragon that the green arrows couldn't get through to it. Aya, how do you do it? Student Lin asked loudly, falling to the ground and hanging. He was covered in blood and his wounds were bleeding. The dragon began to breathe a very large amount of fire. All this fire was approaching the eyes and nose of the green big monster. It was a real dragon-breathing fire. Everything around was covered in fire. It was as if our heroes were in the midst of the most terrible fire. A voice came from outside. The fire dragon Iya independently masters the dragon-breathing skill. His height is plus 100. I want you to die quickly with the green, giant, and slippery octopus. The fire dragon screamed. He attacked him with his fiery breath, and the green monster began to explode from the inside. The voice from outside began to speak again. The fire dragon and I defeated a modified level 6 monster, a nightmare troll. The voice from did not continue speaking. The growth value of the fire dragon Iya has reached its maximum. The dragon has been promoted to a level 4 fire dragon. Student Lin was very happy about this. Bloodied, he lay on the ground. The fire dragon, Aya, was now level 4. The voice from outside began to continue speaking. You have acquired skills: Bite, Stonebreaker, Dragon's Breath, Long Way, Medium Fire Immunity, Physical Immunity. The voice from outside continued to speak. Accessible Magic, Firebomb, Medium Shield, Regeneration Growth, value 1 in 1,000. Health is 90 out of 100. The fire dragon descended from the sky and faster. He flew up to his master, Lin. The boy was sitting on the ground and bleeding. The fire dragons looked at their master with very smart and kind eyes. We won. We won. And the fire dragon began to shout loudly and rejoice. Man, but tell me really, I was cool? Asked the dragon. The dragon rejoiced and danced on its paws. The dragon thrust its snout right up to its owner's face. The boy hugged her and laughed. You are a very cool dragon. What a cool one. Aya, you are my best. Of course, the appearance of my fire dragon has changed, and he has become stronger and taller, but inside, he is still the same baby. The boy thought. A voice came from outside. Since the owner played a minor supporting role in killing the nightmare troll, plus 5 experience will be received. The voice from outside continued to speak. Current indicator, level 3. You have 203 points out of 200. Can be promoted to level 4 mage. What disappointing progress I've made. Lying there covered in blood, Student Lin said. The fire dragon was next to its owner. Suddenly, the assistant who worked in the tower spoke. An anomaly has been detected. An anomaly has been detected. Attention. All students will teleport in 3 minutes. Of course, after defeating the terrible green troll, it's time to teleport everyone. Disappointed, said Student Lin. Of course, now it's possible. Take it off, it's all right, the boy asked Lim. Look, the creature is still alive, said the fire dragon, looking at something green lying on the ground. The fire dragon came closer to those green pieces, torn from the monster's body that lay on the ground. The dragon began to breathe very deeply and heavily. They saw a green egg lying on the ground. The boy and the dragon were very surprised. They came even closer and began to look at this green egg. It was a little transparent. It really was a little dragon inside. The fire dragon said, "This baby is the only begotten father of dragons." The egg lay on the ground and began to move a little. Trembling and vibration ran along the surface of this green egg. It was clear that the baby was crying inside. This was not a burst of energy before the attack of the terrible troll, Student Lin said as he touched the green dragon egg with his hand. Then it turns out that that whining sound before the attack is not a roar, but the cry of a baby dragon. He was simply trying to heal himself by absorbing the dragon's energy. The Lin student spoke. The fire dragon covered Student Aline and the green dragon egg with its wings. The egg made a sound and cried. The fire dragon said, "I can't stand this anymore, no matter how much I can cry. That's just terrible." The egg began to crack and fly apart. Yes, how dare he treat us and the dragon clan like that? "I will turn it into ashes." The fire dragon shouted indignantly and launched a lot of fire from his mouth at the remains that were lying on the ground from the green monster. The little baby dragon was already lying and sleeping in the dragon's arm. "The nightmare troll is really very guilty," the Lin boy said. "But something tells me that he is not the only culprit in this. Is the troll really powerful enough to completely control a baby dragon?" The young master thought. "Or is this all some kind of small human experiment to study dragons? Stop, this little guy reminds me of someone." "Fire dragon, don't you think that this little baby dragon is the hatchling of the locked dragon?" the boy asked Lin. "All that remains is to understand." Could this horrible green giant troll be the result of routine research from that lab? How could my father and Uncle Oliver treat this little creature so cruelly? Student Lin asked himself. The baby dragon slept very sweetly and snored. He felt good, warm, and cozy. Surely he slept and had some colorful dreams. What happened with me? Suddenly it hurt so much and I felt tired. Maybe it's because of the teleportation from the tower. Student Lin looked at his hand and thought, "It's no use guessing. I'll continue my investigation when I get out of here." The Lin boy said, "My dragon and me." "Take him to the farm. I'll bring you a restoration potion to cure him," the boy said. So he was ready to carry out this assignment. Good news, restored. The teleportation module in the testing tower has been completely restored. Absolutely all of the test subjects are teleported out of the tower. The teacher began to command on Earth. "Dear students, colleagues, teachers, let's hurry up. Check if everything is okay. Doctors, get ready to provide first aid." Then suddenly, the teacher froze and grabbed her face with her hands and closed her mouth. It was clear that she saw with her own eyes something very terrible. Something that should never have happened at the academy, after absolutely all students were teleported. The teacher in the clearing saw a terrible picture. She saw a very large number of students killed. Their bodies lay in the clearing. The teacher saw the boy and quickly ran up to him. She picked him up with her hands and began to ask in a trembling voice, "Lin, what the hell happened there? Tell me, what's going on here?" Lin stood and was silent because he did not even have the strength to speak. Is this the voice of my teacher Aisha? Yes, it seems like she is. The Lin student spoke to himself. He didn't even have the strength to raise his eyes to see who was standing opposite him. Tell me, has everyone got out already? With the last of his strength, the boy asked this question. Hurry to help, the teacher shouted, more like someone. The teacher loudly asked for help because student Lin fell exhausted to the ground and lost consciousness. All the doctors and doctors who were nearby ran faster to the boy Lin to help. On this day, the king became furious and ordered the academy to thoroughly investigate the incident. At the meeting that the king held, he was angry. He threw dishes and whiteware on the ground. He was dissatisfied and expressed everything to the teacher. The anger of the academy teacher was no less than that of His Majesty. They vowed to find out what really happened, to save as many students as possible. The king called the best doctors and magicians from all over the area to the palace. Absolutely all people who had anything to do with medicine were called. Girl Dia, Student Alan, Sairin, President Augustine, they all survived, but not everything was so good. Those students who turned into controlled zombies and injured other students left this world. Of the 100 people, only 28 remained alive. President Augustine. His name carried a very significant weight in the academy, so the teacher came to talk to him. Augustine, maybe you want to tell me something? She asked. How many times do you plan to ask me this question before you are finally satisfied with the answer? I answer again. And it wasn't me who saved them all. The teacher was very surprised. I'm surprised by this answer. Student Lin saved them all. He's the hero, President Augustine said. Student Lin was already feeling well. He stood near the open window, breathed fresh air, and admired the beautiful nature. His friends, Student Alan and Girl Dia, came into his room. Brother, let's go down to the gathering place, suggested by Student Alan. Don't worry, Lin. Don't worry, that's our hero. In any case, everyone will be very happy to see you, and everyone will be waiting, the Girl Dia said and laughed. Student Lin also laughed. Deanna, please stop teasing me already, the boy asked. Student Lin began to reason on the street. It seems that I received recognition from teachers and students after everything that happened in the tower. The boy walked down the street, and all the students turned and looked at him as a real hero who saved them all. I became on the same level as Augustine, Student Lin said to himself. I have become on the same level as Augustine, but such an honor does not please me at all. Clint came to the student cemetery, which had a lot of monuments and crosses. He wanted to observe a moment of silence in memory of our classmates who suffered in this disaster. May God bless the magic of their souls. How can I be happy when I see this? How can I rejoice that so many innocent victims and the souls of young children have gone to heaven? Thinking about this, the student felt sad and tears ran down his cheek. Father, tell me, is this tragedy related to you? It was with these questions that the Lin student went to bed. The next day came. This day promised to be full of different events. Student Lin came to the skeleton and from the large dragon. To the skeleton with whom he had recently fought. The skeleton kept repeating, "Baby, my baby. That little dragon that hatched before our eyes is apparently her child," Student Lin said. "Butler, I ask you to release the little dragon," the boy said. "Sorry," I answered quickly. "I obey my master and I carry out." And a beautiful white little dragon appeared in front of everyone. He had a beautiful fluffy tail and small paws. Lin took the small dragon in his hands and held it up to the skeleton that was above. I'm sorry, this is the baby you were looking for, the boy asked Lin. Yes, of course, answered the skeleton. The skeleton's head bent down and began to sniff the little baby dragon. The skeleton dragon's eyes glowed blue. He began to snort slowly and gently through his nose. The dragon skeleton was very happy. Hooray, baby, my baby! The large dragon skeleton screamed. Out of surprise, the dragon climbed right into the Lin student's face. Out of surprise and pain, because there were claws on the little dragon's paws, Lin let go of his hands to the sides. Quiet, calm down, my baby. Do not be afraid of me, said Dragon Skeleton. The dragon skeleton began to snort with its nose and calm the baby dragon. Student Ling held the white baby dragon in his arms and hugged him tightly. The baby carefully folded his paws on his hand. That boy. It's strange how flesh was born from a skeleton, the student Lin thought. Suddenly, very unexpectedly, the dragon skeleton turned into a beautiful dragon that glowed with white and golden light. The dragon had white, elegant wings, beautiful big mane. Baby, calm down, said the dragon. Wow, does this turn out to be a female dragon skeleton? The student Lin thought. This is a female. This is Mom. How interesting, just a minute ago, this beautiful female dragon was an ordinary skeleton made of bones. The student Lin thought, I wonder if I can ask her about my father. Lin thought, stood, looked, and admired this dragon. But first you need to release the baby dragon to its mother. Lin student. He placed the baby dragon on the floor. Go, don't be afraid, it's your mom, said the dragon boy. That's my mom? The baby dragon asked. The little white dragon came closer to the beautiful snow-white dragon. It was his mother. The mother dragon lowered her head and very carefully began to sniff the baby dragon. The baby dragon and his mother sniffed each other and looked into each other's eyes. Mom, said baby dragon. The baby looked at his mother with big eyes. With every minute, the eyes became bigger and bigger, and then tears of joy and happiness simply flowed from them. Mom shouted loudly and kindly to the baby dragon. He ran closer to his mother's nose. Mother dragon began to purr like a cat. My baby, I finally found you. Mother dragon spoke, and she gently hugged the baby with her paws. Kent Lin stood and looked at everything that was happening. He was sincerely happy for the two of them. Mother Dragon said, You are alive and well. This is wonderful, my baby. Could you be more grateful? Mother Dragon said. Thank you, Zoe Alfred, the female dragon said in a very kind voice. Thank you so much. Boy, you kept your promise and saved my child. You are my hero, Mother Dragon said. Wait, did you say Zoe's name? You are not mistaken. How do you know this name? Are you saying that my father promised to return your child to you? The student Ling began to ask the female dragon in surprise. What? I heard the word father. Oh, Zoe has a baby too, the female dragon asked in surprise. Yes, my name is Lin. I'm Lin Alfred, the boy said. What's true, are you Lin? Asked the dragon. My physical body was destroyed. I can perceive this world only with the help of magical power. The power that you and your father radiate is indeed similar. Mother Dragon began to speak. Tell me, is he still experimenting on my comrades and brothers? The female dragon asked. At this moment, Student Lin became sad and surprised. He thought and began to reason. Lord, not this. Is my father really involved in all this? I don't know what my father does. I don't even know where he is now. But everyone says that he betrayed the people and at the decisive moment sided with the dragons and saved them. I thought I knew my father well. But time has passed, and now I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure I know what kind of person he is, the Lin boy said. I don't know what you have to say, boy. I don't know what kind of person your father is. I can say only one thing with complete confidence. Your father is not like other explorers, the female dragon said. I know you want to ask me, what happened in the laboratory then? Unfortunately, I didn't have much time. The dragon spoke. I believe you like I believed your father. Boy, you should know. The main thing is that your father is a good man. Lin, you're Zoe's son. That's why I trust you with my baby. The mother dragon said and passed the little white dragon back into the boy's hands with her teeth. A white, beautiful female dragon raised her wings and raised her head up. She was still wearing the gold chains and shackles, but a glow had already appeared around her body, which meant that magic was working. East of the rift is not the end of the world. She began to talk to the female dragon. The truth he wants to know is that there's a new world beyond the rift. The female dragon continued to speak. Lin listened to her carefully and held the baby dragon tightly in his arms. The female dragon began to fly upward. The boy still had too many questions. This is true? New world? Please tell me more specifically what it is? The boy asked questions, and suddenly the golden chains broke, and all the shackles cracked. The female dragon freed herself and began to disappear somewhere above in a magical glow. The last thing the boy heard from the dragon was, to live happily. A voice came from outside. The chains that bound the heart of the sleeping dragon are broken. Congratulations to the owner for completing the sleeping dragon's last wish quest. The rewards received are a fragment of a water dragon egg, first own dragon, and magical experience plus 50 points. The baby dragon cried in his arms and looked at the sky as his mother flew away. And the Lin student thought about all this. It turns out that all this time she was kept on a chain, and her own heart was thinking only about the baby. She held on to her exhausted body for so long just to make sure that the child was safe. The boy thought, are dragons really that sentimental? Are they really that loyal? The baby dragon was crying in the boy's arms and shouting the word mom to the sky. Of course, this is completely different from our idea of dragons, the boy reasoned. Due to the receipt of a new dragon, the entries in the book have changed. And here's the magic notebook, the Lin boy said. This is the book I placed on the lab bench when I first came here. I remember there was a passage addressed by Uncle Oliver to my father on the first page and nothing more. Student Lin was holding this magical book in his hands. My eyes just popped out of my head in surprise. Now it turns out that the pages of this book were originally empty, now filled. First, I asked the butler to send the crying Uso back. Accompanied by the Iya dragon, the fire dragon constantly played and consoled the baby. He said everything was fine. Do not cry. Let's play. And he continued to play with him with his bait, which he once really liked. The Len student began to continue his memories. He recalled that he then sat down at the table and began to study the notes. The book was written about the theme of the experiment. Dragon's blood potion is used to enhance human abilities. It is expected that it can make people as strong as dragons, all in order to fight the powerful representatives of the latter, the boy reasoned. It turns out that what my father and the others were doing was not an experiment in using dragons to enhance monsters. Then Lin began to read the note. Oliver, I've been thinking a lot lately about the relationship between dragons and humans. I think that upcoming events should not mislead us. Life is so cruel. I sincerely hope that you will follow my example and stop this terrible experiment before it turns into a crime. Zoe's signature. This note left by my father made the boy happy. Experiments are prohibited. Student Lin continued to sit at the table and reason. What could have happened that made my father, who participated in the experiment, change his mind? And Uncle Oliver? Has he changed his mind too? Did your uncle also refuse or decide to act differently? For example, he could modify trolls with dragons. Surely it is possible. Student Lin continued to sit at the table and think. Suddenly, the inkwell that stood on the desk shook. A voice came from outside. Attention. A secret passage mechanism has been discovered. Remove the ink tank from the mechanism to open it. Secret passage? The boy asked himself. What it is? Student Lane took the inkwell with his hand and began to move it to the side, after he removed the inkwell from the place where it stood on the table. The table moved apart, and under the table there was a secret passage. A large number of steps went down into the dungeon. Then you really are a secret passage. The boy Clint spoke out loud as he walked down the steps. On the sides there were walls with torches burning on them. Where does this passage lead? Judging by the ashes in the lamps, this passage, like the laboratories, has not been used for a long time, the boy reasoned, and suddenly the boy reached the end of the steps. And it turned out that there was a dead end ahead. How come? The boy Lin was indignant. Even if no one has used this tunnel and steps for a very long time, why is there no further path? Lin asked. The Len student began to feel with his hands the large stones that were in his path. Someone must have blocked this passage with large stones? Therefore, a deadlock arose. The boy began to reason. The boy Lin felt some images on the wall. Is this the father's ion circle teleportation again? Perhaps we should take a look. The boy stuck his hand deeper into the teleporter and passed. It turns out there is an underground waterway here. Student Lin said in surprise as he walked through the teleporter. He saw a pipe from the wall from which water was flowing. There were water channels everywhere. It was like rivers flowing in different directions. Suddenly, Student Lin heard a loud voice from the side. Magic wave. Did someone come in here? The Lin boy looked to the side and was simply stunned with fear. Cleaner, come check it out. Another voice rang out. A huge fish with large teeth swam across the water to meet the student. Some people called her the Cleaner. Student Lin was very scared. He had never seen such a huge, scary fish in his life. It's a bad thing, the boy said to himself. Strangers appeared near the wall. Where is he? Let's look for who got in here. Cleaner of things. They spoke. At this time, a huge fish with large teeth swam through the water channels. Young Master Lin quickly ran to the wall and hid around the corner. Someone is secretly using an underground waterway, thought the boy Lin. Strangers in masks with their faces covered were looking for who had gotten in here. Hey, is anyone here? One of them asked. Scared me with your screams. When will you stop behaving like that? Another stranger spoke, and Student Lin stood around the corner of this wall. This is a very large and strange fish. Learn box black scales. It's the same as that troll's, like that big, huge green octopus. Perhaps the monsters that attack the tower have something to do with them? The boy Lin reasoned. The student became too lazy to get out of there. He walked up the steps, and of course she continued to reflect and think. Nothing is clear yet, but in future you should be more careful. It seems to me that on the way here I saw a well through which you can get out of here. After some time, Lane saw a staircase that led up. You must first go up and see what is higher there. Do it carefully and not be noticed. What if there is some kind of trap there? The student thought and walked up the stairs. After some time, the boy Lin's hand appeared above. He waited a little inside this well so as not to look out. The Lin boy was very nervous and worried, because he did not know what was waiting for him above when he climbed out of the well. So the boy slowly looked out of the well. Student Lina began to crawl out of the well in his arms. He slowly looked around. He assessed the area and said, "It's strange that the exit from the well leads to a warehouse." Student Lin began to approach the house and entered this warehouse. At first glance, he didn't see anything special. The boy did not have time to look around when the guards had already noticed him from the door. "Who are you?" "Well, stand," did the guards shout. The lean student realized that this could be a failure. He didn't want to be caught, so he ran away with all his might. He jumped back into the well. How unlucky I am. Where did the security come from here anyway? The Lin boy landed with his feet straight into the water. Splashes flew in all directions. Then student Lin fell to his knees, stood on all fours, and looked at the exit. "It's sealed." "Disappointed," said student Lin. When meeting the boy, Lin was already offended by people. A man with a mustache was running in front, and behind him were guards with batons. "Let's catch him." The main man who was running ahead shouted, "Who is this daredevil who infiltrated our Chamber of Commerce?" Student Lane raised his head, and he knew one of these people. He put his finger forward and asked very loudly, "Are you the dealer who wanted to sell Nicole?" So, above the dry well, there is a Chamber of Commerce, the boy reasoned, and you know everything about turning your nose up at gifts. You are the fool who refused the most expensive gift that could ever be given to you. The merchant with the mustache shouted. The Lin student and the merchant began to quarrel with each other. A girl in a blue cap entered the open door. "Lin, is that you?" the girl said. "What are you doing here? Are you the same thief?" asked the girl who worked in the library. "Yes, it's him, Miss Vivian. He just appeared here. No one knows why. He must have planned something very bad." The merchant spoke. Now student Lin was very surprised. "Miss Vivian," the boy thought. "This is Vivian Mason." It turns out that she is the same Mason from the Mason Chamber of Commerce. The girl Vivian began to protect the boy. "No, Lin can't be a villain," she said. Miss, you may know him, but not his essence." "Do you even know how many secrets our warehouse holds?" The merchant spoke. "If this happens again, if he does anything bad, I will kill him." "Calm down, please. Everything's under control. I'll just take the line student to my sister," the girl Vivian said. Mason Chamber of Commerce. Voices were heard in the house. "Vivian, weren't you on your way to the ward to get your medicine? Let's stop loitering around." "Sister, meet Lin. Come on in." Lin sat down in a large, beautiful room with high ceilings on an easy chair. A girl sat opposite him. They sat silently and looked at each other without saying a word. This went on for some time. These were Mason's chambers. President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry Alice Mason. Lin. "I want to make things clear," Alice said. "How did you get through that well that no one can get through?" Alice asked. "It's just that this well leads to your warehouse." "Well, couldn't you hit it?" Student Lin asked in surprise. "Weren't you the one who sealed it so I couldn't get out?" Lin asked a question. "You're partly right. You can only get into the well from below. The path is always closed," Alice Mason said. Do you think I'll take it and believe you now? Isn't this a secret channel through which the chamber carries out its dirty dealings? Student Lin asked. Lin, please tell me, didn't it seem to me? It seems to me that from the very beginning you were very hostile towards our chamber, Alice said. Maybe something to do with Lucas left a bad impression on you. But we also have difficulties. Alice continued talking. I know very well that selling elves into slavery is simply immoral. That's why I always refuse it. But Lucas has lived in the ward since childhood and is very attached to this place. She herself made the decision to hunt elves for the common good of all living things. Are you serious? But it seems to me that it's all about her personality. Tell me, aren't you the largest chamber in the capital? Do you really need to sell elves just to make ends meet? Why do you have so little money? Lin's student asked questions. It's about secret passages, Alice answered. This is not our channel for shadow business, but a black hand that is strangling our chamber. Since you're Vivian's friend, she had to tell you, right? Why did only this child return from the entire caravan? I don't know if she told you or not. I heard that they encountered a level 8 monster. The guard failed to break through his defense, and when reinforcements arrived, they only saw her hiding under the corpses. She was a sweet little scared girl. In fact, that monster was created by human hands. It was a modified troll. Great force overtook them because their father refused to cooperate with someone. To protect Vivian, to protect everyone at the Chamber of Commerce. Alice continued talking. As we have the stairs, I have no choice but to agree to cooperate with our father's killer. Through a secret passage, we supply them with special medications. Over the past 5 years, we have earned practically nothing, and now we are on the verge of bankruptcy. Alice continued to talk. Lin did not expect that the Mason Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest in the empire, would encounter something like this, and this modified troll. Is it possible that the people who control the chamber are involved in the attack on the academy? Did you think the boy was talking about this now? Lin, are you listening to me? Alice asked. Forgive me, I got distracted, the Lin boy said. The truth is, I believe you. Perhaps the question I ask you will play an important role in the future in your chamber. But I will ask you to definitely answer it, Student Lin said. Alice looked at the boy with an attentive gaze. What do you want to know, Student Lin? Speak, Alice said. List of herbs. List of medicinal herbs. Medicinal ingredients that you have been asked to secretly deliver. Please, Alice, give it to me, Student Lin asked, folding his hands in front of him. Alice lowered her eyes. Well said, Alice. I'll give you what you want. Alice got up from her easy chair and headed somewhere to go. Come with me, Student Lin, Alice said. Young Master Lin was surprised. I wonder why she agreed so easily, the boy thought. They entered a room together. Lin took the document from the table and began to read it. Dragon scales, bay leaf, allspice. The boy began to think. This list is very similar to the one my father used in his dragon blood potion experiment. Lin continued to reason. Perhaps the person who is hidden controls the Mason Chamber of Commerce, and the one who took part in the experiment is the same person. And now the main thing is, could Oliver be somehow involved in this? Then what happened? Lin, why is it taking so long? There's not much text to read in this note. I think you're worried about something. Alice spoke. You probably want to know who secretly controls our chamber? Alice spoke. Student Lin simply froze. There were two options. Or Alice will bluff and tell lies, or she will really tell it like it is. Yes, you are right. Alice. Could you tell me more about everything about this? Student Lin said. It's easy, but such information is not free. Alice said and smiled. Would you like me to help you sort them out? Student Lin asked. Do you want Mason's chamber to get rid of constant control as soon as possible? Student Lin continued speaking. Don't worry. The boy spoke. This person is most likely an enemy of my family, he said. Lin and harshly crumpled the paper that was in his hands. How dare they provoke the academy? Alice thought to herself. At that moment, she had a very serious look. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I will try to quietly find out the real identities of these people only when the opportunity arises. I will tell you about my results and inform you later. Personally, Alice said. Okay, that suits me, then let's deal with it, the Lin boy said. He extended his hand to Alice and they shook hands as a sign of support and cooperation. No wonder she so easily allowed me to look at their confidential documents. Thought the boy Lin. Did she really want to use this information as a bargaining chip for our cooperation from the very beginning? Lin thought. Shaking the boy's hand, Alice was thinking too. Very good with such young talents as Lin. Our Chamber of Commerce may indeed have a glimmer of hope, Alice thought. I hope you can keep our conversation today a secret from Vivian, the girl said to the boy Lin. In secret? Asked Student Lin. Yes, it's a secret, Alice repeated. I just don't want my sister to interfere in such matters. It will be better for her and for me. At this moment, the Lin student became happy and even smiled. By the way, Vivian, this is a very good friend of mine, if it's for her own good. Then I agree, Student Lin said. Even a cold-blooded merchant like her wants to protect someone. The boy thought, just unbelievable. Student Lin continued to reason. Academy of the Holy Iris. Great magical establishment. How many secrets do you keep? Lin thought and walked silently. Young master, you are back. We were so worried about you. The girl screamed. It was the same fairy, the same elf. Yes, sir. We are glad that you are doing well, Little Jack said. Student Lin quickly ran up to his friends, hugged them, and they began to talk and laugh. Sorry, forgive me for making you worry. The boy constantly apologized. A guy in metal armor entered the room. Hello. You must be Lean, he asked. This is an invitation from Prince Lister, which I was told to convey to you. Please be sure to come to the banquet that will take place in the palace in 7 days. The young man in armor said and gave the envelope. Prince Lister, interesting, the boy said. Little Jack laughed very loudly. Right. The Prince Lister is His Majesty's only brother, our king's only brother. The prince whom His Majesty the King trusts most. Little Jack spoke. How great. Please tell the prince that I will definitely come. The satisfied student Lin spoke and smiled. This person seems to be well aware of everything and knows how to use it. Thought the man in armor. The king's brother? The boy asked himself questions. These are powerful members of the royal family, which could well be involved in the shadow management of the Chamber of Commerce. They are among my suspects. In any case, I better meet the prince, the boy thought. Young master, you are so cool. The prince himself invited you. Little Jack spoke in a satisfied voice. The prince invited our master after he became famous. I hope he doesn't have bad intentions. The elf spoke. The elder said that the more powerful people are, the worse they are. The elf said. Do not say stupid things." "He's a prince," answered the boy Lin. "I'll go get some rest," the Lin boy said. "And later we'll have lunch together and I'll tell you about the big monster I met." The elf girl answered well. She spoke in a satisfied voice. "Elf." "Sounds very good and tempting," Lin said. "Open the entrance to the ranch," the Lin student commanded. The boy began to worry about his dragons. He was especially interested in how baby Uso was doing. The Lin boy appeared at his ranch. "The man, come here," called the boy Fire Dragon in a joyful voice. "What's happened?" Lin's student answered. The young man began to worry that something bad had happened to the baby dragon Uso. Talent came closer. He saw a baby dragon sleeping in the grass. "Thank God, he's just sleeping and everything is fine with him." Lin smiled and said, "But naturally, because the man told me to take care of him, look how soundly he sleeps," the fire dragon said. "Why are you so angry? What if he wakes up?" The boy Lin began to be indignant and angry. Dragon Aya replied, "Man, don't worry. Don't worry, owner. He sleeps very soundly and doesn't wake up even if I accidentally growl." "Don't make any noise anyway," the boy said to the dragon. "I didn't really want it." "Eva, I didn't make any noise at all." The dragon was a little offended and turned away. The boy Wedge took the baby in his arms and said, "Sleep tight. I hope it helps you ease the loss of your mother." "I wonder if a mustache dragon can use a universal dragon nest?" the boy asked. A voice came from outside. "The universal dragon nest is suitable for all types of dragons." "Super. Then use it. Please spend 10,000 gold coins to upgrade this nest to medium level and give it to baby Uso." The fire dragon was simply shocked. "What? Like this? Why? Man, you didn't treat the stones that way?" The fire dragon began to get angry. "Hey, don't be stupid. That's because I couldn't afford it back then. We had no money earned at all. If so, you can use this nest too. I believe that I built you a second home." Lin smiled and said, "Are you serious?" "No. Wait, man. Tell me honestly, are you serious?" The fire dragon asked and scratched its muzzle with its paw. "Of course I'm serious. I don't joke about things like this," he said. Lena's boy laughed loudly. "It's good that we managed to persuade him," the boy thought. "But before, my dragon really was deprived of a lot. I will definitely make up for this in the future." A voice came from outside. "After moving into the new dragon nest, the area of the territory increased. We congratulate you. Hooray, we have a new house." The fire dragon shouted in a very pleased voice. He was jumping high on his paws and practically dancing. A wedge boy walked nearby and carried a small dragon in his arms like a baby. The Clint boy put the dragon in the nest. "Look, he's still sleeping. This is probably what is called healthy children's sleep," the boy said to the dragon. The fire dragon said, "This place may not be as good as the fire nest, but it's still pretty good." The fire dragon, who was lying on his side as if on a beach, spoke in a satisfied voice. "Aya, maybe you want to go to the training ground?" the boy asked. "Man, do you still have time for me?" the fire dragon asked. "Can I fight a group of fire lions?" The dragon continued to ask questions. "Of course, yes. I think we should complete the 6th training mission today," the Lin boy said. The fire dragon was very pleased that he and his master were going to train again. He breathed fire. What strength did he have? "Great. Today I will bite off all the tails of these stupid lions," said the dragon. Yes, yes. Be careful that your tail doesn't get chewed off." The Lin boy laughed. "At first I thought that all the training tasks on the site were simple, like teasing a dragon with a stick. It was a bait that my dragon immediately liked." A voice came from outside. "So your task. team up to defeat fire lions of the same level. The fire dragon was above in the sky. The boy stood lazily on the ground. Several fire lions were already attacking them, but the difficulty became higher and higher, and the fight became more difficult each time. The boy was already leading the wedge, an experienced fighter. So he immediately shouted his spell. Fire fountain technique. He hit the ground with his hand, and fire flew from all sides straight to meet these lions. Even though we have been working on this task for a week now, our mutual understanding and fighting skills with the dragon Iya have improved significantly. In battle, we were already like a real team that felt each other. The fire dragon flew up to one of them. The fiery lions began to roar at him, after which he opened his mouth and a flurry of fire fell on this lion. The left ones burned. The fire dragon watched as the last pieces of the fire lions fell into the water. Yes, it's quite annoying, the boy laughed. A voice came from outside. Congratulations on completing the 6th training task and unlocking the 7th task. Today's training quota has been exhausted. Please come back next time. The Lin student fell over the curb and leaned straight into the water with his hands. Oh, I'm so fucking exhausted, said loudly. Boy. While Lin was resting, he thought, I see that my dragon Iya likes me. When I leave after our joint training, he doesn't want to leave. But I'm always so tired that sometimes it feels like I'm about to throw off my hooves and die. After completing the 6th level, I left the site. I had lunch with Nicole and baby Jake for the first time in a long time. While we were having lunch at the table, I talked in all colors and details about the huge green octopus. I saw how interesting it was to my friends, and then I sat in my room and didn't know what to do. I thought constantly and had no idea how I could find my father. I need your help to find out their weak points, Alice said then. Okay, what should I do? Student Lin asked. I heard from Vivian that you are a true potions genius. You are the one who was able to create a spiritual potion from scratch in just 1 week, Alice said. Do you really want me to prepare a potion for you? The boy asked in surprise. No, just a potion won't help us. We need to develop something new, something that is not yet on the market. It is in great demand and excellent quality. Incredible effects, absolutely something new. New potion? Student Lin asked. That's right, and the sooner the better, Alice answered. I know that developing new potions is a difficult process. Even for experienced people, it can take months or even years, Alice spoke. But given the situation of our Chamber of Commerce, we simply cannot wait that long. And you can always surprise everyone and create a miracle, Alice said. Please, Lin. The girl smiled. Only high-quality new potions will be able to cause a great resonance, thereby forcing these people to express themselves. What's true is true. It is very difficult to come up with a new potion in a short period of time. The boy Aline grabbed his head and thought, by the way, I can ask Dia for help. Isn't she the president? Magic Potion Associations? The boy Lin began to remember. The Magic Potions Association is written on the door. Unexpectedly, finding their office was not so easy. Student Lin walked to the door and knocked on it. The door swung open, and inside there was a bright flash of different colors. It was clear that a large, powerful explosion had occurred right in the office. The boy was even thrown back by the blast wave. The Lin student quickly put a shield in front of him and asked loudly, "What's going on here?" Students ran out of the office and spoke. "President, I told you that you cannot do such things." It exploded again. There was a lot of smoke around. Hey, how can you make a new potion if you don't have the courage to try? You're just in a little shock. The girl stood, and her hat and cloak were burning with fire. She slowly and very calmly removed her glove from her hand, showing everyone that nothing bad happened. You guys are still too young, the girl said. The boy, the wedge and the girl stood opposite each other. They practically couldn't see anything because there was too much smoke. Dia, be careful, you're burning, Student Lin shouted loudly. Student Lane, are you here? The girl Dia asked in surprise. Lately, I've been burning over a dozen pieces of clothing every day. The cost of researching new potions is already high. I told the girls. Are you learning a new potion yourself? Student Lin asked. Yes, I study it myself, the girl answered. Of course, the end of my research is still far away, but research is moving forward. Slowly, but they are coming. The girl spoke. I see, answered Student Lin, looking around. What is happening in this room? The boy Lin and the girl Dia sat down on a chair and began to look at each other. The student asked for lenses. Are you interested in cooperation? Cooperation in the field of new pharmaceutical research. The girl was very happy. Cooperation. My God, how interesting is this? Your strength is obvious to everyone with your help. Researching new potions is sure to go more smoothly, she said. Can the older one give me a promise? The boy asked Lin. What other promise? Dia asked. If a new potion is developed, I hope that the elder will not report the results to the academy. Instead, we will give them to the Mason Chamber of Commerce, and they will publish the result, Student Lin said. How do I submit this to the Chamber of Commerce? Mr. Lin, do you know that this is prohibited? Are you crazy? Dia was very surprised and scared. If you submit academic research results to a Chamber of Commerce for profit, you may be expelled. Are you having any financial difficulties right now? The girl asked. No, it's not for me, Lin said. I just want to use this new potion to create the opportunity to find the killer. That's my plan, Student Lin said. What are you saying? Do you mean the killer who killed 72 of our classmates? Kalinin, do you have any clue about this tragedy? Don't be silent about sharing. The girl spoke. If you remain silent, then let's immediately inform the teacher about it. I heard they have no idea about anything yet. Dia spoke. Student Lin abruptly grabbed Dia's hand. He did not want this information to reach the teacher and teachers. Senior, if I say that a certain academy teacher may be behind this tragedy, Student Lin said. Then will you believe me? Lin asked and continued to hold the girl's hand. Teacher? Did I understand you correctly? I heard right? Do you think some teacher is involved here? It's just a nightmare. Dia spoke, because Uncle Oliver may have something to do with the forces behind this. Other teachers at the academy may also be involved in this case. It is this house that is leaning now. Not to mention how a troll could get into the trial tower without anyone's help. But at the end of the day, this is all just speculation on my part. The Lin student spoke. No need to joke like that. Lin. The girl Dia began to be indignant. How could the academy teachers be involved in this? This is just stupidity, the girl said. The Lin student made a very serious look. He furrowed his brows. I looked at the girl and didn't even blink once. There was a silent pause. The devil girl responded by standing and looking at the boy. She was also silent, and she simply had no words. Lin, are you serious? The girl asked in a quiet, frightened voice. The Dia girl got angry. All clear. If, of course, someone else and students had said this, I would have thought that he was just crazy. The girl was indignant, but in this situation everything is different. You are a student, Lin, I believe, the girl Dia said and extended her hand to Lin. I trust you, the girl said. It's strange why your hands are so soft, Student Lin thought at that moment. The girl Dia and the student Lin shook hands once again as a sign of respect and solidarity. "Don't be sorry, it might drag you down," Dia said. "You don't have to worry about it," Lin's student answered. In order not to involve other participants in this, Dia quietly moved the materials to the abandoned study room. They were watched by an elf and baby Jack. "Jack, why does the young master hide here with this little sister every day?" The elf girl asked a question. "Do not be silly. What if it's a man?" Little Jack spoke. What the elder examined was actually a mixture of water and fire. It's hard to imagine what he had to go through. How many times did these two incompatible elements merge? And a second later, there was a big explosion. There was a lot of fire and glass shards flying in different directions. The entire laboratory was in smoke. The girl Dia wrote in her diary. She recorded that experiment 188 was a failure. "The balance is still unknown, right?" the girl asked. "Dia? I think the water and fire elements refined by the elder are very strong and explode when touched. The older one probably liked it. Therefore, he wanted to use them as powerful attack potions. Right?" the boy asked Lin. "In that case, why would you try to lower the frequency of the substance in order to find the equilibrium point of these two elements? How about allowing them to coexist in a bottle of potion? You mean don't put them together, keep them in two different potion bottles, and throw them together during a fight?" the girl asked with concentration. "I'll try this. The explosion effect will be much less. But you will still have to use potion bottles to prevent them from being shared. Should they be in the same bottle?" the student asked the girl. "I wonder then if it is possible for us to make a bottle in which we can store these two elements separately." Lin continued to ask. "Separate like an hourglass. Store them on both sides. The hourglass contains one potion in one flask and another potion in the other flask. Then let's add something in the middle. Pull ring." "How about a pull ring?" the girl said. "They will be in a calm state, but after we remove the partition, there will be an explosion." Accordingly, our two substances quickly mix and a huge, powerful explosion results. Student Lin and girl Dia were all smeared with soot. Dirty and grimy, they continued to experiment. "You are truly brilliant." As a rule, pharmacists work hard on the ingredients of the potion, and few change the bottle itself. She laughed and said, "Girl Dia, this is true." Student Lin laughed. "We can also consider replacing the water element with an ice element. By increasing the explosion time to make the traction ring more secure." "Lin, you're just a genius," the girl said. "This new potion apparently contains only the simplest elements of ice and fire. The power is comparable to rank 5 explosive magic. Low cost, good effect. This is sure to be a hit." A very pleased Alice held an hourglass in her hands. "President Alice, it seems that this is not our goal, right?" Student Lin asked in a dissatisfied voice. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me," a girl named Alice said confidently. The Lin boy didn't like it. A very loud explosion was heard in one beautiful house. Clearly something magical was happening inside. Take a quick look. New potion. It's called Roar of Ice and Fire. This is a potion developed by our Chamber of Commerce. It has officially gone on sale. The merchant spoke. There were a lot of people around. This is a rank 5 strength potion. Worth the money, one person from the audience shouted. This is the 5th rank magic I must take, another person shouted. The price is also much cheaper than a potion of the same level. I will definitely buy it. The third person shouted, I want to buy 2. Don't give me 10 or 20. People from the hall were shouting. The merchant stood and watched. He watched how people rejoiced and greedily wanted to buy a new potion that went on sale. In fact, I don't agree with the president taking such a risky step. But that's their business, thought the student Lin. Please, Lucas. Next, a real battle awaits us, Alice said behind him. Before the forces behind the scenes begin to act, I must meet with the prince. Did the Lin student think about it? He arrived at the castle where the prince was. Servants greeted him. Lord Lin, please follow me, they told him. The tall blonde man is Prince Rist. Lin Lanster, our young genius. Everyone already knows your name. I think you will go down in the history of this academy, Your Royal Highness the Prince. Thank you very much for your praise, my address, Student Lin said, and bowed at the feet of the prince. There is no need to be modest. You did what President Augustine failed in the Tower of Tests. This is not easy praise from me, the prince said. The crown has always enjoyed making friends with prominent people. After hearing about your incident, I couldn't help but immediately send someone to invite you. I hope you weren't disturbed by my hasty intervention, the prince said. It is a great honor for me to be invited here, answered the Lin student. Okay, is everything okay? To compensate for the spa's hasty invitation, I prepared a small gift for you before dinner, the prince said. On the table in the middle of the room, there was a beautiful chest with gold jewelry and stones. Student Lin approached this chest. Open it and take a look. I hope you like it, the prince said. The boy opened the chest. Every fiery poppy will be glad to receive such a gift. I'm just sure of it, the prince said. Student Lin looked at everything that was in this chest with big eyes. 6 vials of potion lay neatly in the chest. Isn't this the same mid-level green that I sold at the market to upgrade the dragon's nest? Student Lin recalled. This was definitely the same potion that Lin himself had once personally made. But why does he need this gift from the prince? It was suspicious. There were more and more questions. Don't you like it? The prince asked the boy. No. I couldn't help but like the gift from His Highness the Prince. I love. Student Lin spoke. It's good, not in vain. I spent a lot of effort and 60,000 gold to buy these 6 bottles of potion, the prince said with a very pleased face. After everything that was said about the student, Lena's eyes almost popped out of her head in surprise. What? 60,000 gold? The Lin boy asked loudly, and in surprise. I sold 15 bottles for only 20,000 gold. Were the prices really that high? The boy thought. Do you feel like I've suffered a loss? Don't worry, I think it was worth it, the prince spoke. Their effectiveness far exceeds that of ordinary mid-level potions, especially for fire mages. This can not only significantly increase the effectiveness of meditation, but also increase the affinity for the fire element. I was once a pharmaceutical genius, and I chose these potions as a gift to the same genius. The prince continued talking. I chose these potions. You should like them more than regular high-level lands. Thank you, Your Highness. You have prepared a great gift for me, the boy said. You might as well just give me 60,000 gold, Student Lin thought to himself. The main thing is that you are happy, said the prince. I even heard that you are participating in a study on a new pharmaceutical drug, asked the prince. Your Highness, how do you know this? The boy asked. I also know that the Mason Chamber of Commerce has released a new one, and it seems very similar to your research topic. The prince continued talking. Student Lin thought about it. He began to think. Only Dia and the Mason Chamber of Commerce people knew about the new potion deal. How did the prince know about this? Maybe the person in charge of quality control is related to the prince. If that's the case, then I'll have to put on a good show. Student Lin put his hand on the table. Your Highnesses, what do you mean? He asked this question to the prince. Student Lenin became indignant and angry. Do you suspect that I used the research and went to the Chamber of Commerce to make a profit? The boy asked the wedge. This is a serious violation. I would never do anything like that. Stop doing that. I didn't say anything like that, right? Told her, the prince asked. What do you mean, didn't say? The Lin boy said. The prince thought about it. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. This boy is a genius, though. But he's still too young, thought the prince, and he dares to disregard principles for the sake of profit. This way I can better exploit the flaws and control him. Control him. Don't panic, the prince said. So what if you partner with the Chamber of Commerce? It's okay. This is the result of your research, and you have the right to decide what to do with it. Student Lin began to answer. But at the end of the day, research funding comes from the academy. Is it true? Are you trapped by funds? He said. The prince smiled and scratched his beard. The prince continued talking. How about I provide you with funds? This way, the results of your future research will no longer belong to the academy, and there will be no risk. And when we make money, we can split the profit 50-50. Student Lin was very happy at this moment. He smiled and his eyes lit up. This is simply amazing. Perfect. He really liked this idea of the prince, but unfortunately now I have to focus on the Magic Potion Society to make up for lost time. Student Lin said to the prince. The prince narrowed his eyes and carefully examined this boy. At this moment he was thinking, recruiting talent is truly a troublesome task. Obviously, he was promised many benefits. After talking for so long, you must be hungry, right? The prince asked the boy kindly with a smile. It seems quite a bit, the boy answered, smiling. Well then, let's have dinner with you. There were a lot of fruits and vegetables on the table. There were even more kitchen utensils and decorations that stood on the table. Although the dinner prepared by the prince was simply luxurious, but at that moment, I felt that he was looking at me as prey. The student Lin came out of the prince's castle and was immediately given a carriage. Don't worry, I'll get there myself, Lin said. Sir, you are an extremely important guest for our prince, the servant said. Student Ling had to get into the carriage and go. He drove and constantly thought, if there really is a prince behind the scenes, then was all the kindness he showed me a pretense? Lunch was also not very tasty, the boy thought. Another merchant was sitting near the road, with wasps and humming some strange song of his own. What should I do? I don't want to pay attention to him. From bargaining equally, he continued to sing. This guy is here to give me money, the student Lin thought. He thought because this man was running after him and carrying a bag of money in his hands. Stop, I have something important to do, a man shouted. We cannot. Don't worry, you can return to the palace. Okay, Mr. Lin, said the tired man. Hello, mister, said the smiling man. This is the share that was asked to be given to you here in total. 300,000 gold. So much. Student Lin was surprised. Of course, a lot. Because the new potion you developed is of such high quality that everything in our Chamber of Commerce is sold out, the merchant said. Student Lens carried a bag of gold over his shoulder and spoke. Do not flatter me. Did you hunt me down in the market just to give me my share? Student Lin asked suspiciously. Of course not, sir. I was asked to tell you that after a group of behind-the-scenes forces found out that we had made money, they began to act. Previously, they only allowed us to deliver once every 2 months. But yesterday, they suddenly asked us to reduce delivery times, trying to blow all the money we made from the new potion. The merchant spoke. Okay, when will the next delivery be? The boy asked Lin. The next delivery will be tomorrow, the merchant answered. The lens student thought. I have enough time to prepare for tomorrow. Go back and tell President Alice that I want to monitor those transporting materials tomorrow. Be ready, young Master Lin said. Of course, sir, the merchant answered. The next day. Why haven't Mr. Lin and the president come yet? Everyone present thought. In the past, we have made every effort to delay delivery times. This time, when we picked up the goods, we were only missing 2 ingredients. Don't forget to replenish them for us next time. Of course we will do our best. Balance, all materials have already been sent. We can close the passage. People spoke. It's too late if you don't come. Wait a minute. The missing materials were delivered, President Alice said as she opened the door. Unexpectedly, very quickly, said the masked and hooded man. Sorry, just delivered, President Alice said. She smiled and held a large box in front of her. With beautiful steps, she walked towards this man, and suddenly, unexpectedly, President Alice. She caught her foot on something and fell. She stretched her whole body forward and released the box from her hands. The box with the missing elements flew into a glowing circle, which was probably a teleport. Everyone was very scared, President Alice said. Oh, excuse me. And I'm so awkward. This is really unpleasant. Get out of here, said the masked man. The seams on the walls between the stones began to glow blue and blue. Even though expensive invisibility measures are used, the detection light curtain on the stone door will flash whenever someone passes through it. They sent more materials, one of the people said. It's good that Alice intends to wait until the last moment in order to pretend to be reckless and cover up my appearance without arousing suspicion. Let's go. They're waiting for us, said one of the masked people. They all went forward together. A man in a mask was pulling a cart on 2 wheels which contained several boxes. So he returned soon. He asked the fish, "Why is your boss putting so much pressure on you?" The fish began to think and remember. This is the guy I saw last time. Now he seems bigger to me. The fish looked carefully at the guy in the mask. It was clear that something was about to happen. I think he discovered me, Lin said. Lin realized that the fish recognized him. Is this guy actually watching me? Lin thought. One of the masked people asked the fish, "Garbage man, the patrol is moving in the wrong direction. Is the perception of a scavenger really that strong? Reveal used invisibility green," Student Lin said, looking at this giant fish. The fish, in turn, looked at the boy. If I continue like this, I will be discovered, thought the boy Lin. Then you need to do something urgently. The fish, called the scavenger, began to peek out of the water even more. Her eyes read everything around her like a radar. If I continue like this and get discovered, then I need to get out of here as soon as possible. The Lin boy thought to himself. You just felt the vibrations of dragon magic, one of the masked people asked. No, of course, stop it. Where could a dragon come from in this place? The second masked man was laughing from behind. Student Lin stood almost invisible to human eyes and listened to all this. This is probably the passage called the Scavengers. It's been modified so many times and it's still not stable. You see, he's doing some nonsense again. People talked about the fish that looked out of the water. Let's hurry up and move. We need to hurry. Lies are waiting. They urged people who were pulling carts with boxes behind them. Student Lin, unnoticed by human eyes, shows behind these people. After some time, he appeared in a secret laboratory. The number 2 was carved into the stone. I wonder what this number is. Perhaps there are other laboratories, the student Lin thought. I need to check everything. Check everything very carefully down to the last centimeter. The boy Lin spoke. Master, data copying of Dragon Blood Potion. Number 22261 has been completed. This is exactly the phrase that student Lin heard. He thought. A potion made from dragon blood. Of course, they continue their research on Uncle Oliver. Okay, let's put this in the data warehouse along with the data on intermediate potion number 4, an unknown man said. I want to take a look at the dragon's blood potion ingredients number 25. The man continued to talk, and the Lin student overheard all this. Okay, someone answered the man. On the table stood a glass vessel with a blue potion. This is the same potion that I prepared before. The student Lin remembered. Why do they have it? That's the question. The boy thought about this. I'll go to the help desk and see. Now Lin was invisible to all eyes. An unknown person was walking with books in his hands, and, most likely, he was going to the information desk. Student Lin decided to follow him to get there. 13 experiment. He confirmed that 12 bottles of special intermediate potions circulating on the black market contained dragon birth liquid. Unlike our test dragons, this is most likely the birth fluid of a purebred dragon. Thought the student Lin, is it possible to find a purebred dragon? This will greatly help research in the field of dragon blood. I continue to remember reading in the book. We've spent a lot of money tracking down the source, and many claiming they did it, but no one has confirmed it. Wow, thought the student Lin. Luckily, there were so many people sleeping, deciding to make a name for myself, and fortunately, I didn't continue after I sold 15 bottles. But this is not the main problem. The Lin boy continued to think. Does it exist? Is it true, as stated in the magazine, these perimeters? Then, in addition to the 3 used bottles of potions, they spent enormous effort to acquire all 12 unused potions. Where did the prince get 6 more bottles of potions? Are they brought from here? He must be the master of this laboratory and the mastermind behind the suppression of the Mason Chamber of Commerce. And then he is the real culprit of the tragedy in the tower. Student Lin thought about this, remembering the prince, a powerful prince, the king's younger brother. Student Lin walked along the corridor and thought about this. What should I do? How can I defeat the prince? But I confirmed that the prince is the real criminal behind the scenes. Because those 6 potions are not enough to convict him. Can I find any more direct evidence against him here? The boy thought. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your hard work in conducting the inspections. 7. Please say a few kind words for our master. The man in blue clothes spoke. Ambassador, is this the prince's messenger? Maybe through him I can find some evidence, the boy thought. Don't worry, the master knows about your hard work and won't treat you badly, the ambassador said. The man in blue was delighted. Then let's send a messenger, he said. Was there a symbol of the ambassador's hope? This symbol, this icon, meant that this person was a 7th level magician. 1 level higher than teacher Isa. This is a grown fat man. Very short, with a big mustache and a long beard, and he is completely bald on his head. The 7th level scythe mage looked to the side, as if he noticed someone. The ambassador smiled, but there were practically no teeth in his mouth. Student Lin was very scared. It seemed to him that a 7th level magician saw him. The boy frowned and clenched his teeth in fear. Suddenly a voice rang out. A spell was cast, the fiery young one. It's loud, said student Lin. And after a second, a large hammer of molten metal struck with all its might. Stones scattered in different directions. The man in blue laughed. Little bug, do you really think that I won't be able to see you after using the invisibility potion? The Lin students really glowed against the background of the wall. Its outline and silhouette were visible to everyone. Damn, I'm no match for a level 7 mage. Lots of fireballs, said spell student Ling. And everything around began to burn with fire. Lennon began to fly up. Downstairs they shouted to him, "You can't escape, boy." Return fire flew towards the Lin student, urgently deaf. The boy said this spell loudly. A glowing shield appeared in front of him, stopping all fire. The next blow towards the Lin student was even stronger than the previous one. The shield's defense couldn't withstand him with all his strength, and he was practically squashed into the wall. Student Ling fell to his knees on the ground. The difference in magical power was too great between this boy named Lennon and a 7th level magician. I overtake the spirit in heaven and on earth. Gather here and form an invincible fire warrior to defeat your enemies. A spell sounded from the little bald man. A bald little magician of the 7th level stood and held a spear in his hands. Behind the building was a tall man, just a giant knight in armor, who was all burning with fire. The knight was indeed very gigantic in size. His sword alone was several times the height of the Lin student himself. So fast. Damn it. This guy not only moves fast, but also has incredible strength. This is very unexpected. Lin tried to resist this giant knight as best he could. He used his fire magic at all levels. The old grandfather, who was a 7th level magician, laughed a lot. Let's see how long you can run away from me. This max is too strong. I don't know what to do. I really didn't want to lose to the student, although I can't defeat myself as a 7th level magician, Student Lin said and hit the wall with his foot very hard. But this will not be enough to fail, Lin said and began to circle around the big giant knight. The fiery giant knight was so strong that he cut through stone walls with his long metal ball. The Lin student flew up and hovered above the head of the large knight. Dragon magic, said spell student Ling. And a lot of fire immediately surrounded the giant knight. And now the split stone. The Lin boy cast another spell. The game flew to the stones into the metal body of the knight's chainmail. The knight fell and lay on the floor. Student Lin was slightly visible next to the body. Senior, Student Lin said. Thank you for helping clear the way for me, Student Lin said in a very pleased voice. He held in his hands an unusual hourglass, which was a good bomb. Student Lin, without thinking for a long time, pulled out the plugs and threw the hourglass towards the 7th level magicians. Let his fire unite in this flask. They screamed in fear. An incredible explosion was heard. Nothing was visible from behind the fire. God, everything exploded. What do we do now? A man in blue clothes was grabbing his head and his hair. Everything is destroyed. The laboratory is over. All valuable data has been destroyed. Damn, I'll catch you, little bastard. Will you still pay for this? The old grandfather, who was a 7th level magician, shouted very menacingly. Although I cannot see it, I clearly feel that a powerful magical source is following me. Thought about this boy Lin. He flew on the back of his fire dragon, and at that moment could not think about anything else. Perhaps it will be possible to get rid of the persecution of the 7th level magician and feel the magic circle of the Father. Student Lin thought about this topic while sitting on the back of his dragon. Here, great. Hey, slow down a little. The boy asked for the blade of his fire dragon. What is this? The dragon asked. There was a glowing circle on the wall. Various hieroglyphic symbols were highlighted in blue light. The 6-pointed star was clearly visible. Student Lin raised his hand and placed it on this luminous circle. The light began to change. Green, red, orange, purple appeared, and all this was replaced one after another. The drawings began to change like a kaleidoscope. What's happening? Why is the magically large one activated? Student Lin looked at everything that was happening with a frightened look. The midday dragon and Student Lin stood along the wall. A magic circle with a 6-pointed star was shining on the wall again. Various corridors went from left to right, and water flowed behind them. Damn it. I can't do anything. Why doesn't the teleport work? Am I doing something wrong or something is missing? Student Lin was worried and nervous. A small amount of magic. The old grandfather of the 7th level mage shouted. He flew towards the boy at very high speed. I caught you, as the boy promised. Now you will answer for everything. Upstart, who did you raise your hand to? The old grandfather was indignant. Damn, he ran away. He escaped using a teleportation tag. What a smart guy. The old magician began to get very nervous and hate himself for not being able to predict this event. What's going on here? Student Lin said. He and his fire dragon found themselves in a dark room. 2 spotlights from above illuminated them with white light. This is similar to the space I found myself in when I first opened Dragon Ranch. Is it possible that the teleportation array has failed? But why are we in such a place? The boy Lin asked himself questions. The fire dragon made big eyes. The tension on his face was visible. It seems someone is calling me man. Wary, said the dragon. Is someone calling you? The boy asked. Yes, it makes noise and also produces a very dangerous smell. The dragon continued speaking. After I said that, I think I felt something. The Lin boy thought to himself. The 2 of them, the fire dragon and the Lin student, stood and looked into the distance into the darkness. We looked to where the sound actually came from. Suddenly, unexpectedly, an eye opened in the darkness. In the darkness, they saw a bright eye with a large pupil. It was unexpected and very scary. It was a dragon of unknown origin. The eyes glowed with white light. The entire mouth of the dragon consisted of large white teeth. There was a lot of fire behind this black dragon. Yes, it really was a dragon. Student Ling and the fire dragon stood waiting for further development. These events. It was unclear how all this could end. The big black dragon opened its mouth and began to spew fire. His eyes glowed bright white. It's too late to run away, Student Lin shouted loudly. The fire dragon had no intention of running away. He was already ready to fight back this dragon. Everything around was on fire. The Ling boy and the fire dragon were completely surrounded by fire. The fire was so powerful that they were blown away and moved from their place. Very strange. Why didn't I feel anything after the dragon's breath hit me? He said out loud. Boy, is this just an illusion? The student Lin thought. Under the feet of the fire dragon and the Lin student, a circle of fire with various symbols and a 6-pointed star began to glow. It is unknown where the loud voice came from. Welcome, my son. This voice is unfamiliar. This voice is my father's voice. This is the father. Student Lin opened his eyes and screamed loudly. It's you? Are you talking to me? Where are you now? The boy Lin began to ask joyfully. What's going on in the secret laboratory? Is it true that you conducted experiments? Constantly started asking questions, boy Lin. I've been looking for you for a long time. A voice spoke loudly. The Lin boy just stood there and looked at the burning stones. A voice came from somewhere around there. Son, I don't have much time, so I'll keep it short with you, the father's voice said. The boy named Lin just froze. He opened his eyes wide, and he opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't answer my questions, the student said offendedly. Although it may be a pre-recorded voice, the boy continued to think. The fact that you are here means that you have met a partner. The voice continued to speak. It turns out that the red light that came on was also because of his dragon Iya. It seems that you can only enter this space with him, the Lin boy said. How did you like the performance at the beginning? You were scared, the voice asked. To be honest, I was really scared. Sun Lin spoke in a trembling voice. This guy who's making fun of us? Let him come out and show himself. The fire dragon was indignant. The father's voice continued to speak. I leave these recipes for you. Use them wisely. Over time, you and your partner will become quite strong. Is it about that dragon? Student Lin asked. I can become as strong. I began to smile and have a satisfied voice. Scream, fire dragon. This space will be automatically destroyed after receiving the prescription, said the voice. You will also be transported back to the outside world. The voice continued to speak. The fire dragon and the Lin boy stood in front of the button, which had a human hand and a dragon's paw embossed on it. Come on, son, I'm waiting for you in the east of Rift Valley, the father's voice said. Everything again began to bustle very brightly, and a lot of fire appeared. The Lin boy stretched his hand up and shouted loudly, Father! The boy named Lin showed that there was a silhouette of a dragon in the air in the sky. Who was talking to him at the moment? Oh, I almost forgot that this is just a recording. Father. Repeated this word constantly. Boy Lin. He held on his hand the remnants of fire and dust that fell towards him from this dragon silhouette. Don't worry. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. I'll go east to see you, the Lin boy said. Man, let's act. Shifting your hand. I really want to become stronger like that guy. The dragon spoke. Well, I promise you, we will definitely become just as strong, Student Lin said. And he put his palm on the embossing of this root. A voice spoke from outside. The formula for the potion, Dragon Blood, and the formula for the ancient potion, Dragon Awakening, have been discovered. Isn't that what the laboratory studies? All their test numbers reached 261. My father had developed it before, Student Lin said. There is also an ancient potion that awakens the dragon. This can help my fire dragon, Iya, awaken the ancient bloodline. It must be used rationally, otherwise it can turn into a disaster. Undead Dragon. A voice came from outside. The main quest Water Dragon Egg has started. Dragon Potion. Termination conditions. Create a Dragon's Blood Potion. Create Awakening Potions in the average Draconic bloodline. Reward for completion is a Water Dragon Fragment. For each potion you prepare, magical experience points plus 30. And again a new quest, said the boy Lin. We are very interested in both lands. I'll make them as soon as possible when I get back. Wait a minute, I still don't know where I'm teleporting to, so you should go back to the ranch and wait for me there, the boy said to his fire dragon. The call was heard. It turns out that the teleport started working again. He simply beckoned the student Lina with his energy. Student Lin approached with slow steps, like a glowing teleporter on the wall. I was teleported straight to the library. The greatest happiness was that my fire dragon and I were able to return safely to the ranch. But first I'll go back to my bedroom and study the recipe, the student Lin thought. The carriage has arrived. We didn't know you were coming? I'll go let you know, Your Highness. Please wait a minute. There is no need for such hassle. The prince laughed. I came here just to meet a friend, the prince said. His Royal Highness is indeed very friendly to people. He doesn't put on airs at all. The guard spoke. Yes, His Highness just needs to convey messages, but he came in person. The second guard spoke. The prince stood next to his old grandfather, who was a 7th-level magician. This data was not lost in the laboratory, but having been imbued with it, he fled through the teleportation system. The magician spoke. "It's my fault, so please punish me, Your Highness. Is it not easy to break out of your circle? Are these people from the Holy Throne of Light?" The prince asked the old grandfather. "They are the only ones who know about the laboratory." "But we have no evidence that they did this," said the bald magician. But this man used a lot of ice and fire potions, which suddenly became popular in the last few days. The old level 7 mage spoke. "Our people were watching the Mason Chamber of Commerce, and we didn't find anything like that. But those who produce potions are on the lean side," the magician said. The prince's face changed. "Wait, old man. What do you mean that Ling can be connected to the Holy Throne of Light?" asked the prince. "Yes, Your Highness," the magician answered. "Lin Lanster, you better not have anything to do with the Holy Throne of Light," the angry prince said loudly. "Otherwise, I just don't know what I'll do with you. I'll grind you into powder." "Upstart," the prince thought to himself. "Your Royal Highness?" the student asked Lin Prince. Unexpected meeting. The prince stopped, turned, and saw a boy named Lin. "Lin, you are my friend." The prince spoke. "I was going to come to the house for a visit. I didn't expect you to be here." "Damn, did he see my expression?" thought the prince. "Prince, you are so kind. If you have any business with me, why don't you just ask me to come in?" The Lin boy smiled and spoke calmly. Why did the prince come so quickly? Did he already suspect me? The boy stood and thought. In principle, the student stood attentively and looked at Lena. His green eyes looked almost straight through like an X-ray, and looked at the boy. "Lin, what are you wearing?" the prince asked the boy suspiciously. Lenya was a little confused and began to think. "I didn't have time to change clothes. Happiness is just a protective garment borrowed by President Alice." The invisibility potion had already completely evaporated. The boy Lin reasoned. "This is a protective suit. It was given to me by the president of the Magical Association," proudly said Boy Lin. "We were just learning new potions together, not having a tendency to explode, and it wasn't for our safety." Kept talking about matches. The prince began to scratch his beard, and it was clear that he had no confidence. "Protective suit?" the prince thought and reflected. No, now there was clearly panic in his eyes. The prince continued to reason. "Interesting. Looks like I should visit this association of yours at the academy." The prince broke down and said, "Let's see what kind of talent you have for preparing potions." "Prince, do you really want to personally go to the association at the academy?" Student Lin asked the prince in surprise and fear. "Is it just me, or does it seem like you don't want me to come there?" the prince asked the boy directly. Lin even began to sweat from excitement. The facial damage just now was too obvious, thought the boy Lin. "No way, I'm just a little flattered. We will give you the best welcome, Your Majesty," Student Lin said in an absolutely calm voice. "His Highness." The prince actually condescended to visit our association. "This has never happened with other academy associations," Lin said. "I'm going to share some information with the association. Please wait for me." "Your Highness?" the Lin boy said. "After preparation, I will show the way, His Highness." A boy stood near the door of the house. "Okay, I'll wait," the prince replied. Student Lind quickly ran into the house and slammed the door behind him. He grabbed his head and tried to think. We had to come up with solutions quickly. The prince stood with a dissatisfied face and looked at the house. He began to give orders to his guards. Let our people surround the entire house and not let anyone in. The prince said. Okay, your highness, the security responded. There was a very strange calm. Not a single sound. The boy Wedge did not leave the house for a very long time. A few minutes later, Student Lin came out of the door. Your highness, excuse me for the wait. Nothing, I forgive you. The prince answered. This is the information you need for your new potion, asked the prince. Yes, answered the Lin student. The boy was holding some papers in his hands and pressing them very tightly to his chest. Let me see what amazing things you are researching, the prince said and extended his hand forward. Wait, don't be so stingy. I won't steal your research. Hurry up and show the way, the prince said to the boy. His Highness must be joking, Lin said. The note said, a poisonous potion quickly forms. Miasma with effects such as paralysis, fainting, and so on. This can play a huge role in setting traps and preventing persecution. The prince began to speak. Lin, could you tell me what the characteristics of the new land you are exploring this time are? We are currently trying to research a poisonous potion from the miasma, using a large lungfish as the main ingredient. The Lin student spoke. My people were guarding the house outside. He couldn't share information with the people from the association. I thought about the principle. I'll figure out the content of the study first, so that he won't fool me after meeting the others. The president is His Royal Highness the Prince, the one I mentioned earlier. Your Highness, this is our president, Dia. The prince stood in front of the girl and was very surprised. He thought, Dia? Who is Dia? Well, the prince had a very stern face. I didn't expect Dia to be a master of magic potions, where it poses the greatest threat to me. Greater threat than his joining the holy throne of light, the prince thought. Dia, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you have become much taller. The prince began to smile and speak. I really envy anyone who has a Lin under their command. Your community, you're kidding, we're just friends, the girl said. Do you know each other? Student asked Lim. The prince thought and began to draw conclusions. So, since Lenz asks this question, it means he still doesn't know who Dia is. Student Link was surprised that the prince and she knew each other. So how did she recruit him then? The boy Lin was constantly thinking. The prince hugged the boy and girl with his arms and laughed. Dia, such a talent as you, how could I not know her? Everyone, please relax. I just want to visit the genius labs. By the way, I want to ask you something, the prince said. My estate outside the city was attacked. In fact, a lot of things were stolen, and several people were injured. The prince told this story, and what this man used was exactly what you had developed, a potion of ice and fire. I'm afraid of the estate he's talking about. A laboratory hidden underground, right? And that person is definitely me, thought the boy Lin, and the prince continued his story. Of course, this matter should have nothing to do with you. This old leaf really doubts me. Drawing your own conclusions, boy. Own. I just want to know about testing potions among buyers. To see if you can get any clues. The prince continued talking. Your Highness, I'm sorry that the land we developed has caused you trouble. I really want to help you. The boy Lin spoke. But do you also know the rules of our academy? It is impossible for us to take a big risk and sell the greens to anyone other than the Mason Chamber of Commerce. Lin, you told His Highness the Prince about our research sales. The angry girl, Dia, said loudly. How could such a thing be said? Maybe we will all be expelled from the academy now. She held the boy's clothes by the girl's clothes with both hands, cursed and shook him. Diana, I didn't mean to tell His Royal Highness too wise, the Lin boy said. Is the idea really such an evil person if she reacts like this? I looked at everything that was happening and thought, if this girl reacts like this, then the so-called exploration of the new land must be fake. The prince drew his conclusions in his head. He didn't trust them. Okay. I don't want to offend anyone. The prince continued talking. I also think that the rules and regulations of the academy are too strict. Next time you need funds for research, you can even ask me for cooperation. Contact me for cooperation, for example, for a new potion you are currently researching, the prince said in a sly voice. The boy and girl became very nervous. Your community, please wait 1 minute, Student Lin shouted. No, Your Highness, we cannot give you this new potion. It's against the rules. The girl Dia was indignant. Let me visit your experimental room, the prince said with a smile. The prince is like a detective who searched in this library. What he needs. The prince saw the notebooks with notes. He quickly read everything that was written on top, and he began to draw his conclusions. Are they really exploring the green poisonous miasma? This is the same fish. The prince looked and couldn't believe his eyes. So far, everything the children said was true. Everyone was very tense. So it actually turns out to be a new potion, right? Asked the prince. The situation was tense to the limit. Sorry, Your Highness, I really can't give you this potion. We took the Roar of Ice and Fire to the Mason Chamber of Commerce, and we needed to develop a new potion as soon as possible. To fill the gap in academic research output, Student Lin said. Yes, Your Highness. And we may not be able to research this potion. It's simply a matter of generating a lot of material for research in the academy, the girl Dia said. The prince looked at the boy and girl with a very attentive and intent gaze. He listened to their every word. He paid attention to their every intonation and emotion. You guys seem to work really hard, the prince said. In this case, I won't bother you anymore. If you have any problems later, you can contact me directly, the prince said. Thank you, young Master Lin said. Student Lin exhaled very deeply. A little tension has subsided. Everything went well. The Lin boy thought to himself. Thank you, President. You really helped me a lot. Lin looked askance at the girl named Dia. Explain to me, please, what's going on here? Dia asked loudly and indignantly as she entered the library. The Len student stood nearby. What is that nonsense behind you? What's going on here? The girl Dia cursed indignantly. Student Lin just stood there silently, his eyes wide in shock. They turned their attention to the guy who stood opposite them. A white tail fell to the floor below. Don't tell me these are cloning potions. Greenery will not make your clone grow a tail. Why does he have a tail? I thought very hard. Student Len. It was clear from the boy that he had been too tired lately. Now he was thinking, and even sweat appeared on his face. A voice came from outside, and a blue computer window popped up. A voice from Vienna said, I inform you that the sleeping dragon Uso has awakened, because the mustache dragon sleeps most of the time. I specifically asked you to remind me when Uso wakes up to meet him. The student Lin remembered. After this period of growth, Uso's dragon reached the 2nd level. It was a beautiful, snow-white dragon. The situation was urgent, and I could only let the Uso dragon imitate itself and use the ranch to teleport it to the association. Told by Student Lin. I sent him to tell Dia to get ready. I didn't expect this guy to reveal his secret. You stood with big eyes and thought, Student Lin. Lin, you should know how much I trust you, be it a potion of roar of ice or flame, or the matter of it in the highness of the prince. The girl named Dia spoke, but I feel like you don't trust me as much as I trust you. The girl spoke and looked intently at Student Lin. No, I trust. Lin was justified. I'm sorry, but people consider dragons to be mortal enemies, and either kill them or exploit them. To protect the Uzo dragon and the others, I cannot reveal that I have dragons yet. Student Lin thought about this. He was too tired and went to bed. Wasn't this supposed to happen? There was a white little Uso dragon lying on the floor. How he got here was unclear. He was lying on the floor and sleeping. The dragon? The girl Dia screamed loudly and in surprise. Alinka had no idea what to say in this situation. It seemed like a complete failure. The little white dragon Uso apparently missed me so much that he decided to teleport right here. Now all I had to do was, by some miracle, negotiate with the Dia girl so that she would not reveal my secret. The secret is that I am friends with dragons. To be continued. 2.